52. The old macaque arrived in front of the young lady in a single step, then it raised its arm and punched her head. The young lady blocked the attack with her green saber and pointed it at the old macaque's wrist. She then stabbed her long sword at the old macaque's heart. Unexpectedly, the old macaque grabbed the saber's blade nimbly with its long arm. At the same time, its other hand clenched the sword's tip in accordance with its nature. It was obvious that the old macaque's aggressive attempt to kill the young lady was fake, and his real intention was to lure the young lady into drawing her sword. The mountain-moving ape, who came from the sacred land of swordsmanship in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, could tell that the sword was unusual at first glance. The old macaque did not hesitate to change its chi for the second time. Even though the tip of the sword had penetrated the old macaque's chest and was only an inch away from piercing his heart, the old macaque still felt that it was too late. Seeing that the situation was bad, Ningyao decisively let go of the sword's hilt and pulled out her saber with all her might. The blade slid past the old macaque's palm, producing a piercing metallic sound. After pulling out her saber, the young lady leaned back and quickly retreated without stopping. As expected, the old macaque turned sideways and swung the sword's tip backward. The long sword was thrown dozens of meters away. It then kicked the young lady. The young lady raised her right hand that was holding the sword, but it was kicked by the old macaque. A loud bang was heard, and the young lady was sent about 20 meters away. She fell hard on the ground and rolled a few times before she used the tip of her saber to support herself. The tip of her saber pierced a foot into the road to stop her sliding body. Fortunately, the soil on the stream was soft, and the stones on the ground were round and not sharp. As such, the young lady's back was not badly mutilated. Without giving the young lady a chance to catch her breath, the old macaque's giant figure fell from the sky. This time, the young lady did not even pull out her saber. She kept retreating. The old macaque did not chase after the young lady. After landing, it stood on the spot and lifted one of its feet to step on the saber's hilt that was stuck in the road. When the young lady looked up while kneeling on one knee, the old macaque stepped harder on the ground, causing the saber's hilt to be flat with the ground. Wisps of purplish gold aura flowed slowly on the old macaque's face, which looked particularly dazzling in the dark night. It sneered, "You practice saber and sword, but you're neither a donkey nor a horse. This is your pitiful end." The girl stood up and swallowed a mouthful of blood. "Is that all you've got?" The old macaque shook its head and smiled. "I was only giving you another chance just now." Taking a deep breath, Ningyao replied, "In my hometown, a battle of life and death doesn't matter who the parents are. As long as you have the ability to kill me fair and square, I'll admit that I'm not as skilled as you. When my parents find out the reason in the future, they'll at most look for trouble with you in the Eastern Aquarius continent. They'll definitely not implicate Xinjiang Mountain. Therefore you can rest assured and fight to your heart's content." It was the first time the old ape had heard the young girl being so talkative. She was very different from the young girl in the curtain hat who was serious in speech and manner. Therefore, when the old ape felt a chill on the back of its neck, it quickly turned its head. A streak of white light brushed past its neck, leaving a shallow wound on the tip of the sword. If he did not turn around, even if he could not pierce through the old ape's neck in one breath, he would still be severely injured. By then he would really fail miserably. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. Once he thought about how he would lose the moral high ground if he revealed his real body and Dharma form prematurely, he would have no room to bargain with Qi Jingchun and Master Wan. He might even implicate his mistress and have to bear all kinds of dangers in this world alone. The old ape of Xinjiang Mountain finally became angry for the third time. The flying sword did not return to its scabbard. Instead, it circled around the girl and spun quickly to please its master. When the old ape saw this, it was so angry that it laughed out loud. Good. I didn't have a good time fighting Song Jianqiang, so I'll play with you next. Do you know how many heavy blows your skin and flesh can withstand?" The girl carefully observed the purplish gold aura on the old ape's face and frowned slightly. Contrary to her expectations, even if the old ape used its supernatural powers and spells 3 times, it still held back a certain amount of energy. It would not cause the dam of its main aperture points to collapse and be forced to reveal its true form. Moreover, shortening one's lifespan was extremely fatal to human cultivators below the upper 5 states. Of course, it was also painful for a mountain-moving ape, but at the same time, it was not as fatal as other people. The girl moved her fingers slightly, and the long sword spun along with it. She smiled. "No wonder my father said that Xinjiang Mountain of Eastern Treasure Bottle continent is not worth mentioning. You've always been arrogant, but your sword aura is weak." The old ape's hair and beard stood up. It roared angrily, You're courting death. It pounced on the girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ning Yao did not linger on the battle and ran north. She was surrounded by dangers along the way. If the flying sword had not obtained the 2 words on the plaque of Fighting Bull with Qi, its sword aura and spiritual intent had not skyrocketed at the same time. Moreover, it had a telepathic connection with the girl and could point the tip of the sword wherever she wanted. The long sword itself was like an unruly existence, which blocked the old ape's thunderous attacks time and time again and helped its master escape by a fluke. If it was a natal item cultivated by a sword cultivator through untold hardships and was so compatible with her mind, the old ape would not be surprised at all. However, the old ape clearly sensed that the unsheathed long sword was definitely not the strange girl's natal flying sword. She was more like an ordinary martial artist who traveled the Jianghu with a handy divine weapon, and only required the blade to be sharp enough. She had never walked the path of sword cultivation that nurtured the sword heart and nurtured the sword spirit. However, what was strange about the girl was that she was not entirely a martial artist. For a martial arts grandmaster who focused on tempering the body, what she pursued was immortality even if heaven and earth collapsed. If she was overtaken by a weapon, she would be reduced to an unorthodox path. The reason the old ape could not capture the girl along the way, apart from the disturbance caused by the flying sword, was that the girl had learned a variety of things. She was a sword cultivator, a martial artist, and a chi refinement cultivator. Her aura was pure and long. The old ape really could not figure out which sect in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent could train such a strange junior. Therefore it became more careful when it attacked to test her background. In any case, as long as it did not get close to the town, the old ape would not have any worries no matter how chaotic it was over there. The girl who was fleeing everywhere turned paler. You're an arrow at the end of its flight. The old ape grinned hideously. Let's not talk about whether you can survive until you get back to the town. Even if you're lucky enough to succeed, do you really think I can't kill you? The old ape leaped over the girl's head and landed on her path. It turned around to block the girl's path to the north and smashed the flying sword more than 300 meters away with a punch. However, the clingy flying sword arrived in the blink of an eye and stabbed at the old ape's head again. When the old ape tried to find a chance to grab the flying sword tightly and imprison it in its palm, it retreated slyly as if it had foresight and did not want to fight. The flying sword came and went like the wind, which was impossible to guard against. No matter how tough the old ape's skin was, it was still in a rather sorry state. The girl was unwilling to fight the old ape in a straight line, so she slanted and ran northeast. The old ape moved horizontally as well, which intimidated the girl the whole time. The old macaque slapped away the flying sword that was flying toward it from the side as if it was swatting a fly. The flying sword finally pulled itself out of the mud like a woman twisting her waist. It hovered in the air while the tip of the sword quivered violently like a furious wild cat. Very soon, it charged at the old macaque aggressively again. The old ape was impatient and it could not help but ask, how can this flying sword ignore the rules here? What's your relationship with Qi Jingchun or Ruan Gu? Ning Yao's forehead was almost hit by the old ape's palm. While his body leaned back, he reached out to grab the handle of his flying sword. Then he was forcefully pulled out of the range of the old ape's palm. He slid backward as if his arm was being dragged by someone. After being pulled away by the flying sword, the girl did not take the opportunity to retreat into the town for some reason. Instead, she stopped and stood up straight. She tilted her head and spat out blood. The flying sword hovered next to the girl and buzzed. It was a puzzled child who was chattering endlessly with an elder. The girl pressed her left shoulder with her right hand. The old ape suddenly slowed down and laughed out loud. As expected, this flying sword that acknowledges you as its master can indeed disobey the rules, but it's still a flying sword after all. No matter how mystical and spiritual it is, it's still inferior to you when you're controlling it. Unfortunately, your body and soul were severely injured in the town and haven't recovered, so you can't control it at all. Therefore, it's been intermittent and it's attacking on its own. In any case, you never really wanted to injure me seriously and only used a defensive move to save your life, so you had no choice but to control the flying sword according to your will. The girl finally spoke again. You talk too much. Her lips were red, her face was white, and she wore a dark green robe. In the middle of the night, the girl looked like a female ghost that wandered the countryside at night. The old ape walked forward step by step and clicked its tongue. You have a good sword, but your body's weak. You're weak, but you're strong. How pitiful. You and that young man from the alley tried everything to make me change my breath so that this world would retaliate. Young lady, why don't you take a guess now? Once I finish my third breath, Will I incur the wrath of heaven and earth when I change my next breath? Will I be able to withstand the seawater pouring in? The girl suddenly smiled playfully. She tapped the tip of her foot and leaped backward. She was only 3 meters high and 1.5 meters away. The old ape, which initially wanted to chase after her, was baffled. It continued to walk forward slowly as it was afraid that it was a trick, and it decided to wait and see. Subsequently, the girl who was in the air tapped the tip of her foot again. This time, she exerted more force on the tip of her foot and twisted her ankle, so she did not jump backward straight. Instead, she jumped to the right. It turned out that before the girl could fall, the flying sword had already reached the girl's feet, which were at the highest point in the air. Therefore, the girl accurately borrowed the force every time to continue to dodge backward and higher. Even the experienced old ape was stunned because the scene in front of it was strange and comical. The girl was like a little elk jumping on a lattice. She jumped continuously with a lithe and agile aura, and she soon disappeared into the night sky. Perhaps she was worried that the old ape would launch a sneak attack halfway, so she jumped without any order. She jumped from left to right, high to low, front to back. The old ape twitched its mouth and remarked with a complicated look, "What an antelope hanging its horn." Despite that, the old ape did not watch the girl escape. It tapped the tip of its foot and casually picked up a pebble, then held it in its hand and hurled it into the air. The pebbles were quickly picked up by the old ape, then they were hurled at the girl with the momentum of wind and thunder. Although most of the pebbles missed, 7 to 8 of them still posed a great threat to the girl, so she had no choice but to drive her flying sword to crush them. In the night sky, a series of booming sounds resounded, like the blossoming of spring thunder. The old ape had a gloomy look in its eyes. That girl either lost her mind or had a one-track mind. She could obviously control the flying sword in one breath and fly to a high altitude where the flying stones were weak. Yet, she maintained her altitude like a light horse at the edge of a battlefield to lure the enemy archers to exhaust their arrows and power. Unknowingly, she was already close to the west of the town. The old ape roughly estimated the girl's remaining aura. It did not have much left, so it picked up 2 fist-sized pebbles. With one in each hand, it stepped forward and swung its arm, causing its bulging muscles to bulge. It was a shocking sight. Sizzling sounds were heard when the pebbles pierced through the air, and they were accompanied by a long string of sparks. Unlike usual, they soared into the sky like thin fire dragons. The old ape yelled, "Get down here!" A dazzling electric light was seen high up in the sky, followed by thunderous booms. The girl let out a muffled groan, and her entire body began to fall. The flying sword, which was crooked like a drunkard, kept wailing, but it still flew toward its master with all its might. The old ape did not look at the girl or the flying sword at all. Instead, it squinted its eyes and stared at the roof on the west of the town. When a black figure moved, the old ape stomped its other foot hard and threw the remaining pebble in its hand. It laughed out loud and said, "Those who save me will die first." The girl vomited blood and shouted, "Don't come out." The girl, who was already heavily injured, could not bear to watch. At that moment, she was in despair and gripped the hilt of her sword with difficulty. When one of her arms could not support it, she quickly switched to the other hand to hold the sword. She repeated this repeatedly to slow down her fall. Ning Yao did not expect that it was her own cleverness that killed the young man. The young man wore straw sandals, carried a wicker basket and tied a fish basket. He came and went in a hurry every day like the wind, busy earning money and brewing medicine. Ning Yao felt that it was not right for such a young man to die just like that. After the girl landed on the ground shakily, she formed 2 fingers into a sword and pressed them against her forehead. She gritted her teeth and said, "Come out. Open this world for me." A thin golden line gradually extended from the girl's forehead from top to bottom. It was like an immortal opening his heavenly eye. Under the ancient arch bridge in the present covered bridge. A rusty old sword whose tip was pointed at the pool of water for thousands of years yawned like a person waking up from a deep sleep. The rusty tip of the sword swayed gently. Hence, the covered bridge swayed. The entire stream swayed as well. The whole small world also swayed. In a deep mountain, the travel-worn Qi Jingchun and several people came out of the mountain together. The teacher leisurely walked on the mountain road. He raised his foot and was about to step on it when he smiled and slowly put his foot down. In the backyard of the Yang family's shop, old man Yang sat next to an oil lamp and dozed off. When he woke up, he knocked the table with his pipe. Dali's vassal Song Jiankyung jumped and cursed in the government office for no reason. In the blacksmith shop's sword-casting room, Ruan Teng, who was in charge of hammering, missed. The ponytailed girl holding the sword was shocked. Ma Kuxuan, who was regarded as a fool by everyone, was lying on the roof looking at the night sky. He suddenly sat up with a murderous look. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, getting closer and closer. "Miss Ning, why are you standing there like a fool?" "Run. I'm not dead, that's a piece of clothing I took off. Old bastard's brain is not working well, why are you all so stupid?" The girl was already a little delirious. When the edict ceremony was about to be completed, she suddenly felt as if she was riding on clouds and mist. She was carried on someone's shoulder and ran into the small town. Ning Yao suddenly woke up. Her body was bumped up and down on the shoulders of a certain young man. She was a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. She was completely stunned. 53. That's all for today. 6,000 words. Qin Pingan carried the girl and ran like crazy. He ran even faster than when he went up the mountain, like a rapist who had stolen a virgin. Ning Yao suffered a serious internal injury and was very uncomfortable from the bumpy ride, but she couldn't care less about her face. If the old ape punched her now, she and Qin Pingan would probably die together. Ning Yao's forehead was full of sweat. She asked, "How did you survive? Why didn't you hit the stone? How did you know that the old ape's backup plan was aimed at you and not me?" After asking a lot of questions, Ning Yao suddenly realized something. "Let's not talk about that first. While the old ape needs to take a breath, we should run as far as we can. I've asked the sword to stall the old ape as much as possible, but I don't think it can hold on for long." The young man nodded and ran as fast as he could through the alleys like a fish swimming at the bottom of a stream. After they were far away from the small street in the west of the town, Qin Pingan didn't stop running. He took the time to explain in a low voice, "Earlier in the mud bottle alley, the old ape was tricked by me to go to the roof of a shabby house. Then he fell into a pit. After that, I secretly threw a small broken tile on the roof of the house next to the pit. As expected, the old ape thought that I was careless and leaked my footsteps. He suddenly smashed the tile and broke through the wall and the roof of the neighboring house. I was so scared that I broke into a cold sweat. Actually, I was hiding on the roof just now. I didn't dare to show my head because I was afraid that you would be distracted. I also thought that I could shoot an arrow at the old ape. Then I saw the stone that the old ape smashed you with. It was hanging in the sky like a fire snake. I guessed that if it raised its head, everyone in the town would see it. I didn't dare to be careless. At that time I thought that if it were me I would definitely use you as bait. I would hit those who were hiding in the dark first and then deal with those who were out in the open. How nice would it be to skewer two fish with one bait, right? So, I took off Lu Xianyang's clothes first and threw him out before I dared to save you." Ning Yao's eyes lit up and she clicked her tongue in wonder. Then she inexplicably began to settle scores. "Qin Pingan, who did you learn these tricks from? Since he was so sanctimonious, he was definitely not as honest as he appeared. When Taoist Lu saved me in your ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, apart from taking off your veil hat, did you take advantage of me?" Qin Pingan was at a loss, as if he had been slapped in the face by an oxtail when he was a child. "What?" The young girl did not continue to denounce him. Instead she laughed to herself. Qin Pingan was a money grubber, but he was definitely not a pervert. Ning Yao firmly believed in this, just like how she always believed that she would become a great sword immortal in the future. It wasn't something that was rare and could be counted on one's fingers, but the kind that was unique to her. Ning Yao whispered, "Put me down." Qin Pingan asked, "Can you walk by yourself?" Ning Yao said helplessly, "I can't walk for now, but if you continue to run like this, my heart, liver, spleen and stomach will be shaken out by you. When the time comes, I won't be smashed to death by the old ape's fist, but end up dying on your shoulder like a piece of pork. The old ape will be laughed to death by us." Qin Pingan slowed down and said with a headache, "Then what should I do? Find a place nearby to hide? I originally wanted to leave the town, but that place is not easy to be found." Ning Yao suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Where is your self-made wooden porcelain armor? Why aren't you wearing it?" Qin Pingan smiled bitterly. "It's meaningless to deal with the old ape. Instead, it will affect my running speed, so I just took it off. Fortunately, I did so, or else I wouldn't know how to take you away from there. I can't carry you or hug you. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Ning Yao sighed and made up her mind. "Qin Pingan, put me down first and then carry me to the place you mentioned." Qin Pingan naturally had no objections and did as she said without hesitation. He carried the young girl on his back and continued running. He asked, "Miss Ning, where's your saber? Why is there only a scabbard?" The young girl hugged the young man's neck and said unhappily, "It's buried in the ground." Qin Pingan did not ask any more questions and ran to a secluded place outside the town. The surroundings of the desolate mountain range were filled with numerous tombs that no one had paid respects to since a long time ago. The tombs were overgrown with weeds, and it was luxuriant to the point it was like a vegetable garden. The cries of night owls rose and fell from time to time, and it was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Chin Pingan had a feeling for this place that his peers did not have, so he did not feel uncomfortable. About half an hour later, Chin Pingan carried the young girl and passed through countless broken and collapsed statues, circling around to the back of a huge statue. The clay statue had fallen to the ground, and for some reason, its head was nowhere to be seen. Its body was more than 20 feet long, and it could be imagined that this statue had once sat upright in the ancestral hall, and how majestic and awe-inspiring it was. Chin Pingan squatted down and tried to put Ning Yao down first. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement from her. Chin Pingan was so frightened that he thought Miss Ning had died on the way. Just as Chin Pingan was dumbfounded on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to say a word, the girl who had been sleeping soundly on the way finally woke up. She subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and asked in a daze, "We've arrived." The young man squatting on the ground could not understand at this moment. In any case, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. The young man hurriedly took a deep breath and restrained his strange emotions. His hands gently released the girl's legs and he turned his head with a smile. "This is a temporary hut that I built last autumn. In the past I often brought Gukin here to play. He complained that he wanted to play around, so I used a chopper to chop some branches to build a frame, and then covered it with leaves and grass. It's quite sturdy. Last winter there were 2 big snowfalls but it didn't collapse." Ning Yao stood up straight and looked back. The flying sword did not return in a sorry state. This was a good sign. At least, it meant that the old ape did not find the direction of their hiding place. Chin Pingan asked Ning Yao to wait for a while and took the lead to enter the temporary hut made of wood and grass. He tidied it up a little before opening the door to welcome the guests. Ning Yao sat in the small hut that was not too narrow and cramped. She felt relieved. Chin Pingan did not close the rough wooden door. Instead, he sat at the door with his back to the young girl. Ning Yao asked, "Why didn't you close the door?" Chin Pingan shook his head. If the old ape found this place, there would be no difference. Ning Yao, who was sitting cross-legged, nodded. "That's true." After a moment of silence, Ning Yao asked, "Don't you have anything to ask?" Chin Pingan asked, "Did the old ape use 3 breaths?" Ning Yao grunted. "But I'll tell you a bad stream. The old ape can break the rules again at least. It's more than enough to deal with the 2 of us who are injured." Chin Pingan asked again, "Miss Ning, how much do you think the old ape paid for this?" The hut was filled with the fragrance of the green grass. Although the ground was a little damp, the young girl felt that she could not ask for more. Ning Yao thought about it carefully. And said, "The elder macaque attacked a total of 3 times. The first time was from Mud Bottle Alley to the westernmost part of the town. The elder macaque was more reserved and mainly wanted to test if you had any backing. After all, he was afraid that someone was plotting behind the scenes and was afraid that someone would target the young master of Xinjiang Mountain whom he had escorted here. Therefore his lifespan was only shortened to about 3 to 5 years. After that, he confronted me by the stream for about 20 years. The third time was estimated to be at least 50 years. Chin Pingan's eyes were shining. He bent down and pulled out a blade of grass. After brushing off the soil, he chewed it and said happily, "Let's call it 180 years. I've made a fortune. Even if we don't consider the trap of the woman surnamed Kai in Yunxia Mountain, an ordinary person can only live for 60 years. I've earned 2 more lifetimes. Besides, the old ape's lifespan was almost 200 years. I think he would die of anger when he thought of this." Ning Yao frowned and said, "Chin Pingan, do you think your life is worthless?" Chin Pingan said without hesitation, "Compared to the old ape who has lived for thousands of years, I'm just a common person who used to be a kiln worker in a small town. Of course I'm worthless. It's not shameful to admit this." Ning Yao was flustered by Chin Pingan's fallacious reasoning. Chin Pingan turned his head and smiled. "Of course, when I think of this and accept my fate, I still feel aggrieved in my heart. Think about it, why is my life worthless when I'm just here to experience the world?" Ning Yao was just about to agree, and then show off a few heroic and knowledgeable sayings of the sages. Unexpectedly, the youth quickly gave an answer. He seriously asked himself, "Could it be that I didn't do enough good things in my previous life? But I didn't have time to do any good deeds in this life. Won't I be doomed in my next life? What should I do?" Ning Yao picked up the empty green scabbard on her leg and gently tapped the young man's back with the tip of the scabbard. The young man in straw sandals suddenly grimaced. He turned his head and looked angry but didn't dare to say anything. Ning Yao glared at him and said, "This life hasn't come to an end yet. Why are you thinking about your next life?" Chen Pingan quickly stretched out a finger and motioned for Ning Yao to keep her voice down. The young girl quickly shut up. Chen Pingan moved his butt away, trying to stay away from the young girl and the scabbard. Ning Yao wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she decided to tell the young man the truth. She said in a hoarse voice, "Chen Pingan, have you ever thought about how long this mountain guardian ape of Xinjiang Mountain could have lived even though its lifespan has been shortened by 180 years? The young man looked at the distant sky with his back to the young girl and just shook his head. How could the young man know such a mysterious thing? He probably couldn't figure out the answer even if he cracked his head. Some things were like the bluestone streets of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. If the young man hadn't delivered the letter, he wouldn't have known that the roads in the world weren't all muddy roads. Ning Yao sighed and said, "This kind of ferocious beast remnant species born from heaven and earth's anomalies are far from humans' acupoints. Although it's extremely difficult to cultivate, the advantage is that the loss of essence, chi and spirit is slower, resulting in an extremely long lifespan of at least 500 years and up to 5,000 years. The mountain guardian ape is active and doesn't like to be quiet. If it doesn't cultivate, its lifespan won't be too long. Naturally, it's inferior to the tortoise and flood dragon. However, the mountain guardian ape was once an overlord and its lifespan is still around 2,000 years. Moreover, this mountain guardian ape has obviously cultivated Tao techniques and supernatural powers. Once it reaches the upper 5 realms, with its physique of the 9th realm, it's not impossible for it to live for 3,000 or 4,000 years, let alone 2,000 years." Ning Yao looked at the thin figure and said, "So don't think you've lived enough." Chen Pingan didn't say a word. Ning Yao felt a little sad. The two of them didn't say anything. The girl who revealed heaven's secret gradually felt a little guilty. She racked her brains to come up with the right words to comfort that guy. However, just as Ning Yao's head was about to explode from thinking, she heard the soft snoring of the straw sandal youth. Ning Yao was instantly dumbfounded. In the depths of Apricot Blossom Alley, there was a large house that was tidied up from inside to outside. Even the path in front of the house was much cleaner than other people's houses. An old woman, who had absolutely no affinity for kindness, flicked the wick of the lamp to make the light in the house brighter. Then she looked at her grandson dotingly and began to nag, day after day, year after year, "Why are you on the roof again in the middle of the night? As the old saying goes, spring is cold in autumn. You never listened to my advice. You're still growing. If you really get sick from the cold, how am I supposed to live?" The simple-minded youth grinned. After the old woman sat down, she sighed and began to recite her family's difficult scriptures. "My good grandson, you don't know. During the day today, that ingrate smelled some meat and suddenly came to our house with big and small bags of gifts. You weren't at home at that time, so you didn't see his face. This youth had been like this since he was young. He could eat any kind of loss and endure any kind of bullying. But when he was stubborn, even his grandmother couldn't persuade him and wouldn't listen." The old woman thought for a moment, then got up and ran out to see if the courtyard door was locked. She returned to the room and sat down again. She lowered her voice, "Grandson, don't think that Grandma has been pretending to be mysterious all these years. Other than being a midwife, giving people a bowl of talisman water to drink, or shamelessly collecting junk from people. But let Grandma tell you, those old things that I have collected are all top treasures." The youth returned to his lazy appearance. It was obvious that Ma Ku-Xian had no interest in his grandmother's big box of junk. The old woman continued to talk about the various tricks she had used in her early years and was very proud of herself. Ma Ku-Xian suddenly asked, "Grandma, Chen Pingan's father from Mud Bottle Alley, did he die in?" The old woman's expression changed dramatically. She quickly reached out and covered her grandson's mouth. She sternly said, "There are some things that can be done but can't be said." The youth smiled and nodded, no longer asking questions. After that, the old woman no longer had the mood to show off her past glory. She was sick and had a heavy heart. From time to time, she would look at the night scenery outside the window. Ma Ku-Xian smiled and asked, "Grandma, you have been a witch in our town for so many years. Everyone in Apricot Blossom Alley says that you can cross the boundary between yin and yang and lead the souls of the dead back to the world of the living." The old woman rolled her eyes and said, "Others believe in this foul atmosphere, but you also believe in it? Grandma is even afraid of thunder. If I really see a ghost, won't I be scared to death?" "Grandma, don't be afraid." The youth Ma Ku-Xian laughed softly. "Humans and ghosts walk different paths. The great path leads to the sky and each of us walks on one side. At dawn, Ning Yao, who was in her small nest, slowly opened her eyes. There was no trace of the youth. She quickly got up, bent over and walked out. She tiptoed and jumped onto the huge shoulder of the worn-out statue that was lying on its side. In the distance, the youth in straw sandals was running in her direction. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and it did not seem like he was being chased. When he saw the girl in dark green, he quickly waved his hand to signal her to come down. Ning Yao jumped down from the Buddha's shoulder and stood in front of the youth. The old ape did not find us. After saying this, Qin Pingan faced the headless statue, put his palms together, bowed his head and muttered. Ning Yao vaguely heard that he was sincerely begging her not to blame him. She rolled her eyes but did not say anything. After that, Qin Pingan whispered mysteriously, "I'll take you to see two statues. They are very interesting." Ning Yao asked, "Are the gods and bodhisattvas willing to come out and see you? Doesn't that mean that they are sincere?" Qin Pingan said resentfully, "Miss Ning, what are you saying?" Ning Yao raised her eyebrows. Qin Pingan continued at lightning speed, "You sound like you have read books." Ning Yao suddenly changed into a different person. She coughed a few times and said in her heart, "Restrain, restrain, restrain." The youth led the way in front, and the girl silently followed behind. Ning Yao subconsciously stretched out a finger and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Her life was hanging by a thread. The girl hesitated for a long time. She took a deep breath and said two words weakly, "Thank you." The youth had always been observant and alert, so he naturally heard the girl's sudden words of gratitude. However, deep in his heart he felt that she did not need to thank him. On the contrary, he should be thanking her. However, Qin Pingan did not know how to say it, so he simply ignored it. Qin Pingan suddenly stopped and stared blankly to the south. He said to himself, "What if the old ape has been expelled from the country by Mr. Qi, so he did not chase after us? What should we do?" The girl was speechless. Qin Pingan continued to move forward. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Ning Yao quickened her pace and walked side by side with him. She could not help but ask, "Qin Pingan, are you okay?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I know that some things are like this. There is no way around it." The youth was not educated, so he did not know the meaning of that sentence. In other words, there would be a time when a person's strength would be exhausted. Ning Yao suddenly stopped. When the youth turned around in confusion, she pointed at the red mark between her eyebrows. "I know you're curious, but you're too embarrassed to ask. I might as well tell you the truth. This is my trump card. The old ape of Xinjiang Mountain is powerful, right? You drove me and you into a state worse than a stray dog, didn't you? But in the acupuncture point between my eyebrows, there's a 10th birthday present from my mother. It's my natal item. As long as it appears, not only will the old ape die even..." At this point, the girl cut off the conversation and directly skipped the topic. "The reason why I'm telling you this is to tell you that the world is very big. Don't underestimate yourself and don't be discouraged. Aren't you already practicing martial arts? Why don't you practice swordsmanship as well?" Qin Pingan asked, "You know how to teach swordsmanship?" Ning Yao said confidently, "I'm too talented. I learned swordsmanship very early, and my realm rose very quickly. But I don't know how to teach swordsmanship at all." Qin Pingan scratched his head. Ning Yao thought for a moment and said seriously, "Even if I wanted to give that flying sword to you, it wouldn't agree. Moreover, I don't want to humiliate it like this. In my hometown, all swords that have spirits in the world are people of my generation." Ning Yao finally took off the snow-white scabbard at her waist. "But I can give you this scabbard." Qin Pingan was confused. "Why?" Ning Yao patted Qin Pingan's shoulder and said earnestly, "You even have a scabbard. Are you still far from becoming a sword immortal?" Qin Pingan took the empty scabbard in a daze. He was dumbfounded. "What did you say?" Ning Yao strode forward. The girl only felt that she had done an extremely cool thing. That was all. Qin Pingan carefully carried the scabbard, wondering where he could find a sword. 54. Qin Pingan led Ning Yao to a colorful statue. It was about a head taller than the young man. It originally had 3 pairs of arms, but now only the highest arm was left. It was raised high and the lowest arm was shaking hands. The reason why one arm could shake hands was because the 10 fingers of the statue were intertwined. Therefore, even if the other arm was cut off at the shoulder, the palm and wrist were still left. The colorful clay statue was an armored deity with a big beard, clanging armor and continuous scales. The edge of the armor was decorated with 2 pearls and the pearls were full. Compared to the ugly Lu Xianyang's ancestral Mingzi armor, in terms of appearance, it was really the difference between a child and Granny Ma. The deity statue stood on a square, pitch-black stone pedestal. Compared to the headless deity statue that the two of them had been living under last night, this painted deity statue, although it had many broken arms and the painted sculpture was modeled, it still exuded a spirit that was in high spirits. The most important thing was that at the waist and abdomen of the clay statue, the hands were intertwined together in an extremely strange posture. Ning Yao saw the clues at a glance and understood why Qin Pingan hurriedly brought her here. She nodded and said, "It is indeed a bit like the stance of the stance boxing in the Hanshan manual, but it is a bit different from the sword furnace in the manual." Ning Yao thought for a moment and asked, "Can you find the other broken arms nearby?" Qin Pingan squatted on the ground and shook his head regretfully. "I've looked for them but I didn't find anything. They were probably trampled by the children who came here to play hide and seek. After so many years, these clay gods and clay bodhisattvas have probably suffered all kinds of hardships. Take a look at this one. His tallest fist is missing a large piece of his wrist, and there are many cracks around it. Obviously it was damaged by slingshots or stones. The children in the small town were all like this. The more the adults did not allow them to come here to play, the more they liked to secretly come here to catch crickets and dig for wild vegetables. Especially when it snowed every year, there would often be dozens of people here having a snowball fight. It was very lively. After they had fun they would not care about anything else. When they were young they liked to compete to see who could climb higher. Some people liked to climb on the top of the statue to pee and see who could pee further. So think about it, after years there are no complete clay statues. In fact, when I was young I had a few wooden statues. Later, I heard that a lazy man found it too tiring to chop firewood in the mountains, so he set his eyes on them. At the beginning of winter, he secretly took them home and chopped them into firewood and burned them. The young man kept muttering and was a little sad. At that time, I was chased to the mountains by old man Yao because I didn't have the ability to understand kills. If I knew in town that someone did this, I would definitely persuade him. If it really didn't work, I would agree to help him chop firewood. Although the clay gods and clay bodhisattvas never show their spirits, they are still bodhisattvas and gods. In the end they were chopped into firewood. How could such a wicked thing be done? Ning Yao and Qin Pingan's focus at this moment were completely different. Ning Yao pinched her chin with one hand and supported her elbow with the other. Her eyes were overflowing with color as she slowly said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, the sword furnace in your family's fist manual was born from this. However, it's not the pair of hands you see now, but the pair of arms in the middle of this Taoist spiritual official statue. It's the sword furnace formed from the hands that disappeared. Although I don't know why the person who wrote the fist manual only chose one hand and didn't choose the hand gesture we see now, I can be sure of one thing. The sword furnace, or the spiritual official's finger sword gesture, might be different in size." Qin Pingan was confused, but he didn't forget to refute and remind her, "The fist manual is Gu Kan's. I'm keeping it for him." Ning Yao didn't bicker with Qin Pingan. She pointed at the Taoist spiritual official's sword furnace and explained, "Do you see that? In the fist manual, the right hand's little finger is protruding. But here, the 9 fingers are entangled, circled, and interlocked. Only the left hand's index finger is protruding. The purpose is to form a sword gesture with the fingers and ultimately nourish the index finger." Ning Yao continued, "I've traveled around your world for many years. I've seen many temples for heavenly kings and spiritual officials from various Taoist temples. This clay statue." Qin Pingan waited for her to continue, but he didn't get an answer. He could only ask, "Is there anything strange about it?" Ning Yao nodded and said seriously, "It's the shortest." The young man squatting on the ground didn't say anything. He just gave her a thumbs up. Ning Yao turned her head and asked, "Have you seen a Taoist spiritual official statue that's taller than your Mount Biyun?" "Of course not." Qin Pingan was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Mount Biyun is on our side?" Ning Yao suddenly understood and explained, "It's the tallest mountain here. A long, long time ago, it's said that there was once an enlightened master who buried a heavenly master seal on Mount covering cloud to suppress the dragon chi in this world." Qin Pingan's eyes lit up. "Do you know the approximate location? Can we dig it?" Ning Yao smiled and said, "Why? Do you want to dig it up and sell it?" Qin Pingan, whose truth was exposed, blushed slightly and said frankly, "We don't have to sell it for money. As long as it's something good and valuable, it's good to keep it at home as a family heirloom." Ning Yao used her finger to point at the guy who only cared about money in the air and said unhappily, "If you can establish your own sect in the future, I reckon that with a sect leader like you, your disciples and guests won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. They'll just have to lie down and enjoy life. Qin Pingan didn't think that far. As for establishing a sect, he didn't understand. He stood up and asked, "No matter the size, is this also a kind of sword furnace?" Ning Yao nodded and said, "The big and small sword furnaces are divided into left and right hands. The real object of nourishment is definitely not the left index finger and the right little finger, but all the way up to." When Ning Yao said this, she closed her eyes and concentrated. She didn't even need to form seals to be able to sense it. She opened her eyes and bent her finger, pointing to two places on the back of her head. They were the Jade Pillow and Sky Pillar acupuncture points. They were indeed suitable places to nourish her life-flying sword. She smiled and said, "The left-hand sword furnace corresponds to here, and the right hand points to here." Qin Pingan said blankly, "Miss Ning, in fact I've always wanted to ask. This sword furnace is said to be the foundation of a fist manual, but the fingers are twisting here and there. What does this have to do with practicing the fist? Can I gain strength?" Ning Yao was dumbfounded. If Ning Yao had to explain martial arts or the ways of cultivation, then it would be too difficult for her. She couldn't even talk about how she had smoothly crossed all the big and small obstacles along the way. After all, to Ning Yao herself, was there a need to say these useless truths? Wasn't it natural to be familiar with them? So the young girl scolded the youth with a stern face, "If you don't have the cultivation, then it's useless to talk. Why are you asking so many questions? Just focus on practicing." "What? Can't bear the hardship?" Qin Pingan was skeptical and said carefully, "Miss Ning, is that really the case?" Ning Yao crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked with a righteous expression, "Otherwise?" Qin Pingan stopped asking about this matter and looked up at the painted statue that Ning Yao called the spirit official of Taoism. He said, "This is the immortal of Taoist Lu's family." Ning Yao said helplessly, "What do you mean by the immortal of Taoist Lu's family?" First, Taoism. Although Taoism has the word family, it's definitely not the family of the common people in your small town. Taoism is so big that it's far beyond your imagination. Even I don't know how many Taoists there are in Taoism and how many branches there are. I only heard my father say that the ancestral court is now divided into 4 parts: upper, lower, north and south. Forget it, telling you this is like playing the lute to a cow. Secondly, immortals, immortals, immortals. Although you are used to chanting together, and even the mortals in the world are the same, at the end of the day immortals and immortals walk different paths. Let me give you an example. Have you heard of this saying before? Qin Pingan nodded and said, "In the past, Granny Ma often quarreled with Gukan's mother in Apricot Blossom Alley. I always heard this sentence." Ning Yao seemed to be giving advice at this time. Why should Buddha fight for an incense stick? Because a mortal does need incense. Without incense, immortal will gradually weaken and eventually lose his boundless spiritual power. The reason is very simple. It's like a person who doesn't eat grains for several days. Where does the strength come from? Why does the secular imperial court want officials everywhere to ban obscene temples? What they are afraid of is that the incense in the human world is in chaos, allowing some people or something who shouldn't be immortal to sit on the throne of immortal. Taking a step back, even if they become immortal without permission, they are naturally kind people who are willing to protect the local people year after year and never violate the rules of heaven and earth. However, to the emperor who claims to be true dragon's body, these obscene temples that are not conferred by the imperial court are a disaster to the feng shui of a region. It's tantamount to setting up an independent regime and weakening the fate of the dynasty. It's an act of digging a hole in the wall because it will shorten the lifespan of the dynasty. How can one sleep when one's sleeping? As for immortal, it's very simple. Most of the foreigners you see are considered immortal. Even the old ape of Xinjiang Mountain is considered half an immortal. They all rely on themselves to walk on the great Tao, climbing the mountain step by step to reach the peak of immortality. Cultivators are also known as qi practitioners. In contrast, Ma Ku-xian's hurried change of position was like an old bull pulling a broken cart. Therefore, when Qin Pingan's dark face came closer, the straw sandals youth's resolute and bright eyes were particularly dazzling. On the contrary, Ma Ku-xian's expression clearly showed a hint of hesitation. Should he give up on throwing stones and decisively retreat? Or should he stake everything on one throw and decide the victor on the 3rd stone? Ma Ku-xian's hesitation was in stark contrast to Qin Pingan's indomitable spirit. At this moment, the straw sandals youth did not look like the kind person from Clay Bottle Lane at all. At this critical moment, Ma Ku-xian took a step back and waved his arm again. It was clear that Ma Ku-xian believed in the stone in his hand. Let alone fighting, this solitary youth had never quarreled with anyone before. Ever since he was young he did not like to hang out with people of the same age. Compared to Chin Pingan or Gu Kan, he was more like a solitary wild cat. He liked to grab a handful of stones when he had nothing to do. As he walked he would throw them. Of course his strength was very light. It looked like he was just playing casually and no one took it seriously. Only when Ma Kuxian was on the shore under the covered bridge when there was no one around he would play by himself. The slightly thinner stones would often create more than 10 ripples on the surface of the water before smashing into the inner wall of the stone arch bridge on the opposite shore. His strength and dexterity could be imagined. Ma Kuxian would often squat on the back of the green bull and throw stones at the fish swimming in the water. Regardless of whether or not he could hit the fish, the stones the youth threw into the water almost never caused a splash. As a result, in the ancestral house in Apricot Blossom Lane, in the courtyard or on the roof, there would often be several bird corpses, badly mutilated. The distance between the two was less than 10 steps. After dodging Ma Kuxian's stones twice, Chin Pingan's footsteps leaned towards nimbleness and lightness, not revealing any of his muscles or bones. The straw sandals youth was like a light and fluttering leaf. However, when Chin Pingan and Ma Kuxian were about to collide, Chin Pingan finally revealed his heavy side. He took 3 large steps in succession, both fast and fierce, full of tension. When he landed, it was like a hammer smashing down a sword. When he raised his foot, it was like pulling up the roots of a mountain. 3 steps he was almost within reach. Ma Kuxian still did not have time to throw the stone. Logically speaking, the situation was already over. However, Chin Pingan's heart was shaken for no reason. However, he still did not cower back because the situation was pressing. He could no longer pull back before the precipice, so he might as well leap up and take a risk. The corners of Ma Kuxian's lips curled up into a playful smile. His left hand loosened, throwing away the remaining stone. His raised right hand was already clenched into a fist, so he took advantage of this opportunity to send out a punch. He had set a trap for Chin Pingan from the very beginning. The so-called hesitation, purposely giving Chin Pingan a chance to get close to him, and even the reason why he had chosen to use stones as a means of attack, were all the meticulous plans of this foolish kid from Apricot Blossom Lane. All of this was for the sake of showing weakness to the enemy, luring this loach youth who could slip away from the old ape to his side, making this Chin Pingan deliver himself to his doorstep. The distance of an arm was the distance of a fist. Chin Pingan was not too obvious a left-hander. As a result, his fist collided with Ma Kuxian's right fist. The instant their fists collided, the two youths both sent out a kick towards each other at almost the same time. Chin Pingan and Ma Kuxian flew backwards at the same time, fiercely crashing into the mud. The two were separated by another 20 or so steps. Ma Kuxian crawled up and knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. He raised his arm and loosened his fist. Because the stone in his hand had not been thrown out, the youth's palm was now scarlet red, a ghastly sight. Ma Kuxian grinned and rubbed his stomach. His eyes were burning as he laughed loudly at Chin Pingan. "Chin Pingan, do you dare to come again?" Chin Pingan's left hand was in an even worse state. Because of the attack on Yunsha Mountain's Kai Chinchien in the alley, his palm had been deeply cut by the broken porcelain. During this period of time, even though he had been applying the secret medicine passed down from the Yang family's shop, injuries to the muscles and bones would take 100 days to heal. No matter how tough the youth's body was, he was not the kind of immortal who could grow flesh and bones. Therefore, in this exchange of punches and kicks with Ma Kuxian, Chin Pingan was at an even greater disadvantage. Chin Pingan's bandaged left hand was already trembling uncontrollably. Blood seeped out of the bandage and dripped onto the grass by his feet. Chin Pingan deliberately took a deep breath, and thus clearly felt the piercing pain from his abdomen. He wanted to determine just how much this degree of pain would affect his following actions. This was due to habit. Chin Pingan came from a poor background. It was precisely because he had too few things that he was particularly calculative. On the other hand, rich people like Song Jisin and Lu Jingchun would definitely not care about a few copper coins in their pockets. This was a big business not caring about the details. Of course, Chin Pingan could not do that. As a result, the impression that Chin Pingan gave others was that he was reserved, gentle, and patient. As for that Ma Kuxian who had appeared out of nowhere and wanted to fight to the death with Chin Pingan, Ning Ning, and Yao Ning, he was most likely an unreasonable freak. At the very least, Ning Ning could be described as showing off his ability, but Ma Kuxian was completely unfathomable. Chin Pingan did not turn his head. With his back facing Ning Yao, he lightly waved his hand indicating that he was fine. Ma Kuxian slowly stood up. In front of him, The youth grabbed a clump of grass and casually wiped the blood from his palm. Qin Pingan also stood up. Ma Kuxian was the first to exert force. 2 mud pits appeared where he had been standing. This skinny monkey-like youth was unbelievably fast. He jumped high into the air and his knee struck towards Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan's fist smashed into Ma Kuxian's knee. However, Ma Kuxian's body was leaning forward in midair, and his fist smashed into Qin Pingan's forehead. Ma Kuxian's originally curled-up legs instantly stretched out, and he heavily stomped down on Qin Pingan's chest. 56. Walking among the wild hills where foxes and rabbits roamed, the man suddenly stopped in front of a tombstone. He squatted down beside an inconspicuous tombstone and reached out to remove the vines wrapped around the tombstone, revealing its original appearance. The words were blurred and only a small part of the words could be made out. The man sighed. The divine path has collapsed and rites and music are flourishing. The 100 Schools battle is about to begin. After the man got up, he saw the disciple who hadn't formally entered Marshall Mountain yet. He was facing the direction where he came from, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth, ears and nose, making his dark face look particularly ferocious and terrifying. The boy raised his arm and wiped it carelessly before continuing to stare at the tombstone. The man said, Ma Kuxian, according to the reason you gave before, it was because you learned that a girl from another village used a flying sword technique to join hands with the great Sway's prince and eunuchs to kill your first master in your life. Therefore you had to take revenge before leaving the town. I felt that this was reasonable, so I didn't stop you and let you be responsible for your own life and death. After all, it's both a crisis and an opportunity for a cultivator to encounter such an enemy of the great Tao. However, the man's tone became more serious, and he didn't favor the talented disciple in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "But why did you target your peers in Mud Bottle Alley? I've told you before that the military cultivators of Marshall Mountain, especially those who practice the sword Tao, can't kill the innocent." The boy didn't answer the question. Are military cultivators the ones who don't care about karma and fate? The man nodded and said, looking at the history books for thousands of years, most of the people who could turn the tide with their own strength were saints of the military sect. It's not because I'm a military cultivator that I deliberately praise the merits of our predecessors. The man stared at the boy, not intending to let him go so easily. If Ma Kuxian was a bloodthirsty bully, why did he accept such a disciple for Marshall Mountain? Military cultivators in the secular dynasties relied on fighting on the battlefield to improve their cultivation, and they were the closest to death. Once they couldn't keep their hearts, it was easy for them to fall into the demonic path. Think about it. How easy was it for a cultivator with military power to massacre a city and destroy a country? The school of the military and the school of Confucianism were the 2 great pillars that supported the peace of the kingdom below the mountain. Once a revered cultivator of the school of the military found himself in an improper position, the higher his cultivation and the higher his status in the imperial court, the greater the impact on the entire mortal dynasty would be. In history, the lessons of the past were still vivid. It's hard to win people's hearts, but it's easy to lose them. Although this was said by the scholarly sage, there were many Confucian generals among the military sect who were well-read, and they deeply agreed. His father died when he was very young. That man was a famous kiln worker in the small town before his death. His craftsmanship was very good and he was also honest. Later he suddenly died and his body was never found. Although my grandmother has never been willing to admit it, I remember very clearly that it was a stormy night with lightning and thunder. I was woken up by the sound of thunder, and then I found that my grandmother was not by my side. Just as I opened the door, I saw my father sneaking back, surprised and scared. It was very strange. My mother patted my father's back hard, smiling from ear to ear, and was very happy. The boy subconsciously frowned, doing his best to remember the bleak scenes of his childhood. When he tore off the old cotton cloth, even Qin Pingan could only open the bag at his waist and take out a porcelain bottle to drink the thick medicinal soup inside. This was the medicine prescribed by the Yang family's shop. It had no other use except for relieving pain. After Ning Yao took back the simple and unadorned knife, she cut off a large section of the cuff of her inner shirt and tore it into strips. She helped Qin Pingan, who was sweating profusely, bandage his wounds and asked, "Is the recipe of the Yang family's shop really useful?" Qin Pingan gently shook his left hand and squeezed out a smile. "It's very useful. It really hurt just now. I've been in such pain twice before." Ning Yao scolded, "You can even see the bones in your palm. How can it not hurt? Do you really think that you've cultivated an invincible Vajra Arhat golden body, or a Taoist true monarch with a pure body? Who asked you to be brave? Didn't he say he wanted a one-on-one duel? Sure, there's nothing wrong with him dueling the two of us. Even I, Ning Yao, don't feel ashamed. You're addicted to being a hero. Why don't I continue to cheer for you when you duel Xinjiang Mountain's mountain-moving ape? Chen Pingan was just about to argue with her about his views and reasoning. The young girl suddenly glared at him, and the young man immediately nodded. Miss Ning is right. Ning Yao glared at him angrily. You think I don't know that? Chen Pingan chuckled. His eyes kept stealing glances at the knife in her hand. At first glance it was small and cute, but upon closer inspection, it was sharp and cold. The young man felt that this knife was the exact opposite of its owner. Ning Yao made Chen Pingan raise his right hand and gently put the knife back into the scabbard tied to his arm. She warned, don't push your luck. Don't have any improper thoughts about this knife. Chen Pingan said helplessly, Miss Ning, you're thinking too much. Ning Yao suddenly pointed at the earliest one-armed spirit official statue. Do you know what kind of stone is used to make that jet black stone pedestal? Chen Pingan nodded and said, I know, Miss Ning, you've asked the right person. As long as we follow the stream into the mountains, we'll have to walk for a long time. I estimate that we'll have to walk for at least half a day before we can see a black stone cliff. It's all this kind of stone and is very hard. Even if you use a hammer, you won't be able to break it, let alone use a hatchet to chop it. On the other side of the cliff, there are several long grooves that have sunk in. The inside of the grooves is a bit sloped and not flat. Every time old man Yao passes by there, he would take out a hatchet to sharpen it. Ning Yao rubbed her forehead. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A hatchet used to sharpen trees and chop firewood. Chen Pingan's eyes lit up. Valuable? Ning Yao said angrily, no matter how valuable it is, can you even get a little bit of the entire stone cliff? Let me tell you, even ordinary immortals can't do it. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, Miss Ning, don't you feel comfortable after doing all this? Ning Yao also shook her head. I don't feel anything. Chen Pingan scratched his head and looked at the black stone seat. He asked, it's called the dragon beheading platform? Ning Yao nodded. Martial artists might call it a whetstone or a whetstone. Only the sword cultivators on the mountain call it the dragon beheading platform. Ning Yao turned her head and looked towards the southwest. Her eyes were absent-minded as she whispered, in my hometown, it's also called a whetstone. Everyone has one. It varies in size. Generally, it's only the size of a fist. Some sword cultivators with declining family fortunes and low cultivation are even left with a whetstone the size of a thumb. They still value it more than their lives. It's not like there aren't any. My family also has one. It's very big. Chen Pingan asked softly, how big is it? The girl whispered, it's bigger than your house in Mud Bottle Alley. The youth was shocked. Then he said with envy, Miss Ning, your family is really rich. And with such a large whetstone, you don't have to worry about it being stolen. How good is that? Unlike me, I barely managed to save some copper coins. I can't sleep well no matter where I hide them. The sadness of the girl who had left her hometown vanished. She smiled and said, this whetstone will split it in half. The youth waved his hand. What do I need it for? I have a hatchet at home, but why would I need such an expensive whetstone? Every time I sharpen a hatchet, my heart aches. Why bother? So, Miss Ning, you can take it all. Oh right, didn't you want to ask Master Ruan to forge a sword for you? You can use the other half as the money for the sword. Ning Yao helplessly said, Chen Pingan, are you really stupid or just stupid? Chen Pingan thought for a moment and smiled. Miss Ning, just think of me as a good person. Ning Yao suddenly pointed at the youth. She had an expression of sudden realization. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. Chen Pingan, be honest with me. Are you plotting something? Are you thinking of making Miss Ning your wife in the future? Then wouldn't everything be yours? This little abacus of yours is really fierce. The youth wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His lips twitched. Song Jisin had once said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Ning Yao laughed. Look at how scared you are. I was just joking. Chen Pingan sighed. He felt a little tired. Ning Yao suddenly said, be careful. My flying sword is already on its way back. Chen Pingan looked like he was facing a great enemy. He hit his chest with his fists and said in a thunderous voice, Descendant of Martial Mountain, what can I do for you? Spells are forbidden here and I'm not good at capturing souls. So, please help me patrol the area around this house. If you find this old woman's wandering soul, collect it. Remember, don't harm her foundation. The immortal in golden armor was silent for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Yes, sir." The golden light dissipated, and the immortal general disappeared. Qin Song Feng, a disciple of the Qin family of Dragontail Commandery, was in a spacious room reading files. There was a red lacquered wooden chest by his feet, and more than half of it was filled with yellowed ancient books. The woman picked up a book from the wooden box and stood by the window not far away. She flipped through the pages slowly. Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator of the Wind and Thunder Garden, sat opposite him and exchanged pleasantries with the old man. The hale and hearty old man smiled and said, "Luckily, it was a coincidence that Li Hong from the Li family's residence personally came to our yamen and asked for a few files of the Chen family in our small town. Moreover, she only wanted the files of the household registration of the last 300 to 400 years. The prince nodded and agreed, so I had Li Hong have people take away the 70 to 80 books on the top of the box. The remaining books on the bottom are even older and just happen to be the old almanac that young Master Chen and your family wanted. Speaking of which, if the yamen didn't require the books to be aired once in summer and once in autumn, they would have long been eaten up by insects." Qin Song Feng, who was standing by the window, didn't even raise her head. She asked indifferently, "I heard that the people with the surname Chen have become servants or maids for the 4 surnames and 10 clans in the Peach Leaf Alley on Fulu Street. Some of the Qin family members have even become the children of these big families. Not only have they kowtowed to people for generations, but they also have to be arrogant when they see the ordinary people of the town." The old manager was a bit embarrassed. This woman kept saying 4 surnames and 10 clans, or big families. She was the eldest grandson of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery, a family that had been passed down for thousands of years. However, she just sat there like a servant, silently reading the files. And this woman, who also had the surname Qin, was able to do so with a clear conscience. Then her true identity must have been long and noble. The old manager knew it even with his knees. Although the old steward didn't have any maidservants or odd-job workers with the surname Qin, he had always had a good relationship with those big families who were the local tyrants of this small town. He didn't want to provoke a fierce dragon crossing the river because of his inappropriate handling of this matter. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. The young man glanced at the girl who was about 10 years older than him. His impression of her was just average. Qin Duan sat there quietly without any signs of speaking. But when she caught a glimpse, she saw the little girl holding onto a sparkling and translucent emerald green gourd. Qin Duan's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. With one look, she knew that it was not an ordinary item. The young man dressed in luxurious clothes and the delicate little girl who was like a porcelain doll were Clay Bottle Alley's Song Jisin and Jingyang Mountain's Tao Zi. Previously, Song Jisin and Song Jianqiang went to the Li residence to ask about the situation. At first glance, they fell in love with the little girl. That was because he had always liked delicate and beautiful things since he was young. Crude and simple things did not enter his eyes. Tao Zi also liked Song Jisin very much. The two of them inexplicably became good friends. Most importantly, there was a large age gap between them, but they could still chat. Song Jisin did not even feel that he was being perfunctory. In the end, he asked his uncle, Song Jianqiang, to force the Li family to let them go so that he could bring Tao Zi to the inspection office to play. Song Jisin did not care about the Li family's mournful appearance. He held the little girl's hand and left the Li residence. At the same time, he sent a message to the servant girl, GQ, asking her to find the emerald green gourd in the box and give it to Tao Zi as a meeting gift. The little girl was very close to Song Jisin. She asked coquettishly, "Brother Firewood Mover, you just mentioned the school square of the 12 kinds of memorial archways. Before I came here, I heard from my grandfather that the Cliff Academy in Dali is doing very badly now. Do you know what is written on the Cliff Academy's memorial archway?" Because of the last 2 characters in Song Jisin's name, Tao Zi gave him the nickname of Brother Firewood Mover. Song Jisin did not care about it. At this time, he did not care about the girl's whereabouts. He lowered his head and smiled at the little girl. "I don't know. I've never left the small town in my life and I haven't studied much. After chatting with you for so long, my stomach is almost empty." The little girl sighed. "I wonder how Grandfather Ape is looking for people outside?" Song Jisin smiled and lowered his head to pat the hem of his brocade robe. At that moment, his eyes were complicated. In the distance, Chindiui suddenly asked softly, "Little girl, does your gourd make a sound on its own sometimes?" The little girl turned her head and raised the gourd high with both hands. She smiled and showed off. "Brother Firewood Mover gave it to me." He did not answer the question. Chin Dui could only laugh it off. Song Jisin said casually, Every time there is a thunderstorm, it will make a buzzing sound. Chin Dui nodded. It really is a blade-strengthening gourd. Song Jisun was somewhat puzzled. The little girl from Mount Xingyang said eagerly, I know. My family has 3 blade-strengthening gourds. My grandfather has one. It's gray and ugly. Grandpa Lu's is the cutest. It's small and palm-sized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of small flying swords will fly out. Sister Sue's is neither big nor small. It's purple gold in color. Unfortunately, Sister Sue is usually unwilling to take it out. I had to beg her many times before I could touch it. Sister Sue quickly hid it away. Chin Dui explained, Little girl, you can't blame your Sister Sue. The purple gold blade strengthening gourd is very rare among blade strengthening gourds. It can be ranked in the top 3. She's probably the only one in the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. Compared to other blade strengthening gourds, the purple gold gourd is very good at nurturing swords. However, its weakness is that it's too fragile. It can be easily broken by sharp weapons. Tao Zi hugged the emerald green gourd again. What about mine? Chin Dui smiled. It's also very precious. The little girl tugged at Song Jisun's sleeve and said timidly, Brother Firewood Mover, do you want to take it back? Song Jisun rubbed the little girl's head. His eyes were full of love. He laughed and said, Not to mention this small gourd, even if I had more, I'd be willing to give it to you. Chin Dui thought of an interesting story and said, Legend has it that in history the Tower of Heaven and Earth once held an auction. The final item was a blade-strengthening gourd vine that had never appeared before. There were 6 small gourd fruits on it. It said that before the Taoist ancestor became an immortal, he personally planted the seedlings in our world. After thousands of years, a string of small gourds grew. They were of different sizes and colors. It was very magical. Song Jisun sighed from the bottom of his heart. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. 58. At the edge of the wilderness, a flying sword was hovering in the air obediently. Like a well-educated girl who had met the elders who set the family rules, she could only lower her eyes and stand obediently with her hands behind her back. Next to the flying sword stood a middle-aged Confucian scholar who looked travel-worn. His hair on his temples was even whiter. If Zhao Yao and Song Jisun, 2 potential scholars, were here, they would notice that in just a short period of 10 days, this Confucian scholar's hair had grown a lot more white. The tip of the flying sword was pointed at the silent mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain. Its whole body faintly emitted a violent aura that seemed to be ready to fight to the death. The mountain-moving ape finally couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, Why can the people of Marshall Mountain go but I can't? Mr. Qi, aren't you too snobbish? This kind of face-to-face questioning was extremely rude, but the mountain-moving ape still didn't think it was inappropriate. Although Marshall Mountain was the military holy land of the Eastern Vase continent, it had always been in a state of disunity and didn't have a strong sense of sections. Cultivators and warriors with great magical powers were more like nominal members of Marshall Mountain. The rules of Marshall Mountain were famous for being big and empty. They couldn't be considered binding, so how could they be united? Qi Jingchun, who looked tired, said to the flying sword first, Go. Your master is fine now. As if it had been granted amnesty, the flying sword jumped cheerfully, turned around and flew away. The mountain-moving ape thought that it had guessed the reason, so it became even angrier. That girl is indeed the junior Mr. Qi picked. If Mr. Qi has been interested in the Liu family sword manual for a long time, you can tell me. As long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden and is taken by Mr. Qi's anonymous disciple, it doesn't matter. But Mr. Qi, you're so secretive. What? Do you want to be a bitch? Do you want to establish a chastity memorial arch? You, Qi Jingchun, can take the benefits secretly, but I, Xingyang Mountain, have to bear the bad reputation. If the previous accusation and questioning were set out of anger, then the mountain-moving ape's insulting words were undoubtedly meant to shed all pretense of cordiality. Qi Jingchun's expression remained the same as he slowly said, I, Qi Jingchun, as a disciple of the Confucian school who has been in charge of the feng shui of this place for 60 years, there are some things that I should explain to you. First, I have no relationship with that girl, but I saw that she was very talented. The 4 words Qi Rush and Bull contained a part of the sword Tao of the Aquarius continent. When the girl stood under the plaque, the 4 words automatically resonated with her. Unfortunately, the material of the girl's sword was not enough to support the 4 words, so I took the opportunity to pluck 2 of the words and place them into her sword. My relationship with this young girl ends here. It's not like what you've guessed, an unregistered disciple that I've chosen. Qi Jingchun laughed self-deprecatingly. If I'm willing to be shameless enough to steal from my own people, as the head of the family, how can outsiders notice anything when I put something in my arms? It's just a sword manual for killing in one's dreams. Do I, Qi Jingchun, need to plan for 60 years before taking action? As a top figure of Xinjiang Mountain, the mountain-moving ape had seen too many schemes and tricks. It had also experienced the powerful methods of many sanctimonious experts and immortals. How could it easily believe the words of the Confucian? However, compared to its previous heated words, it was much calmer. It only sneered. So I'm measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? Qi Jingchun glanced at the mountain-moving ape. The reason why I came here to stop you and let the people of Marshall Mountain go is actually very simple. Many people joke that there are two truths in Marshall Mountain, a true gentleman and a true villain. Therefore, I can believe whatever this military sword cultivator says to me. However, you're different. You severely injured Lu Xianyang and ruined his future, but you deliberately spared his life to prevent me from expelling you prematurely. People like you. At this point, Qi Jingchun smiled. Oh, I almost forgot. You're not human. The mountain-moving ape narrowed its eyes and clenched its fists so tightly that its joints creaked. If its mortal enemy, the Wind Thunder Garden, or the cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain who disliked it, mocked and ridiculed it by saying that it was not human, the mountain-moving ape, which had lived for 1,000 years, would not have minded it at all. However, when the middle-aged Confucian in front of it said it in a calm and gentle tone, the mountain-moving ape felt inexplicably humiliated. Qi Jingchun was completely unaware of the mountain-moving ape's rage. He continued, I stopped you for the sake of Xinjiang Mountain. Back then the girl almost sacrificed her natal item. You're from Xinjiang Mountain and have dealt with sword qi and sword intent for 1,000 years. Can't you feel that pressure? That little girl was just struggling on the verge of death. How dare Mr. Qi use that little bit of Tao magic to scare people? The old ape burst into laughter and pretended to be enlightened. Someone said that your teacher, Qi Jingchun, lost his integrity in his old age. The position of his statue was lowered again and again. In the end, he was moved out of the Confucian temple and smashed into pieces. I didn't believe it at the time. I thought that as the fourth sage of the Confucian temple, even if he had the chance to meet the legendary Taoist Buddha, he would at least be a scholar who could say a few words. However, it seems that the Confucian lineage from your teacher to you, Qi Jingchun, is going to be cut off after 2 generations. Who said that a gentleman's reputation will be cut off after 5 generations? Why is your branch of literature so useless? Could it be that your teacher is really like what some academies say? He is not a Confucian sage who carries on the past and opens up the future. He is simply a great liar who has never appeared in 1,000 years. Although Qi Jingchun frowned slightly, she quietly listened to the mountain-moving ape's words from beginning to end without saying a word. The old macaque laughed wantonly. It stepped out and pointed at the scholar who was beaten up while he was down. Qi Jingchun, don't you Confucians abide by etiquette the most? I'm standing within the rules. What can you do to me? Qi Jingchun turned to look at the town and sighed. He looked at the mountain-moving ape again and asked, Are you done? The mountain-moving ape was stunned. It looked at the middle-aged Confucian from head to toe and retracted its finger. Boring. Even a clay bodhisattva has a temper. I didn't expect a scholar to have a better temper. He doesn't even talk back when scolded. Qi Jingchun smiled and said, You can try. The mountain-moving ape seemed to be tempted, but it didn't attack. The ape asked, Qi Jingchun, do you have to stop me from going in? Qi Jingchun answered, Xinjiang Mountain won't be able to bear the consequences. The ape asked in a deep voice, Really? Qi Jingchun didn't try to be mysterious, nor did he make way for the ape in a fit of anger. He nodded patiently and said, Really? The mountain-moving ape rubbed its chin. Finally, it glanced behind Qi Jingchun and snorted coldly. Those 2 little fellows are lucky. Tell them, don't let me see them again. The ape turned and strode away with its back facing Qi Jingchun. The old ape suddenly raised an arm and gave a thumbs up. However, the thumb slowly turned and pointed downwards. Qi Jingchun looked up at the gray sky. The rain was about to fall. Suddenly he heard a voice from the town. It was a request from the military cultivator from Marshall Mountain. He hoped that Meng Qi would let him go and allow him to invite one of the gods worshipped by Marshall Mountain. Qi Jingchun nodded and said softly, Sure. When Qi Jingchun said this word at the same time, if someone happened to raise their head, they would see a speck of light suddenly appear in the sky. Then, an extremely thin golden line descended from the sky and landed in the small town in the blink of an eye. Mr. Qi? Qi Jingchun heard a young man's voice behind her. Qi Jingchun turned around and saw a young man and a young girl running towards him. He sighed when he saw the young girl in dark green. Zhao Yao, who was a student, fell in love with her at first sight. Meng Qi had told him that young girls were like unsheathed swords that hurt people's hearts the most. The young man, Zhao Yao, didn't know what it was and didn't understand the meaning of the words. He was still deeply affected by it. Qi Jingchun didn't want to reveal the truth. It was hard to say that the young girl had a heart of Tao and was the most ruthless. This ruthlessness was not derogatory. It was a compliment. The love between a man and a woman in the world was only one of them. In the secular world below the mountain, this kind of love could move people's hearts and make them willing to die for it. However, cultivating on the mountain was much more complicated. After Qi Jingchun saw the young man in straw sandals, his smile became more natural. He joked in a gentle voice, "You've fought a few battles in a row. You've shocked the world." Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. Qi Jingchun went straight to the point. "I'll tell you two things. One is that the mountain-moving apes of Xingyang Mountain have retreated and will leave the town soon." Qin Pingan didn't hesitate and asked directly, "The old ape left through the east gate of the town?" Qi Jingchun stretched out his hand and gently pressed down twice. He smiled and said, "Let me finish first. Lu Xianyang survived." The young man's body tensed up. He asked carefully, "Mr. Qi, will Lu Xianyang survive?" Qi Jingchun nodded and said, "Someone helped him. Lu Xianyang's life is not in danger. But the bad news is that his body has been seriously injured. He may not be able to move as freely as before." Qin Pingan grinned. For the past few days, the young man's mind had been like a bowstring that had been stretched to a full moon, without a single moment of relaxation. After hearing that Lu Xianyang had come back to life, the moment he relaxed, he fell backwards and fainted completely. Ning Yao hurriedly hugged the young man. Qi Jingchun explained, "Previously, Qin Pingan was enlightened by Kai Jingjian of Mount Yunxia and his mind was forcefully destroyed. But her foundation was much better, so she didn't faint. Mr. Qi, should I take Qin Pingan to Mud Bottle Alley to recuperate? Or should we go to Lu Xianyang's place first?" Qi Jingchun said with a smile, "Now it's all right." Ning Yao thought for a moment. "The guy behind me must want to see Lu Xianyang as soon as he opens his eyes. So I'll go to Master Ruan's place." Qi Jingchun nodded and said, "I'll accompany you for a while." The two walked side by side. The scholar put his hands behind his back and the girl carried the boy on her back. Ning Yao walked and suddenly asked, "Mr. Qi, as the owner of this small cave, have you taken in a few talented disciples because you're close to the water?" Qi Jingchun smiled and shook his head. "No, I only took in a page boy who wasn't a disciple. In the past, I did it to avoid suspicion. Now that I look back, I did miss a few good seedlings." Ning Yao asked again, "Mr. Qi, since you're here, do you know everything?" Qi Jingchun said with a smile, "As long as I want to know, I can know. But it might not be all the truth. After all, there are some things where the slightest difference can lead to a great error." There was something Qi Jingchun didn't say. Since leaving the small town, he had lost the magical power of the heart mirror illuminating heaven and earth. This was because someone had taken away the jade tablet, which was a keepsake left by one of the Confucian secondary saints in the small town. It was also one of the hubs of the Great Array. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Qi, what realm are you in now? Have you reached the upper 5 realms? Also, sir, are you really invincible with your presence in this world?" "Of course, if you feel it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. I'm just asking." As expected, Qi Jingchun didn't answer. The girl rolled her eyes and didn't say anything else. Qi Jingchun intentionally slowed down her pace and turned her head to look. The young man blinked. The middle-aged man also blinked. Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly and quietly quickened his pace. A gentleman had the beauty to help others. After walking for a long time, Qi Jingchun stopped and said with a smile, "I won't send you off." Standing in place, the middle-aged Confucian scholar with white hair looked at the figure that was gradually disappearing, silent. He took a step forward. Qi Jingchun instantly arrived near the dragon beheading platform. The Confucian saints all had one word, which was the best. No matter who you were in the world, as long as you wrote, used, or read this word, you would be able to increase the cultivation of the Confucian saint. Little drops make an ocean and dripping water can penetrate a stone. Qi Jingchun was an exception. It wasn't that he didn't have one word, but two. And the meaning of the word was extremely profound. Silence. Jing Xian was proud. Spring. The world welcomed spring. That was why he was banished to this small world, completely isolated from the outside world. Although Qi Jingchun was just one of the mountain masters of the 72 academies of the 3 academies of the Confucian school, Qi Jingchun couldn't be treated with common sense. This cowardly scholar who didn't respond to the provocation and humiliation of the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain, closed his eyes and meditated on the third stroke of the word Jing. Then he stretched out 2 fingers and gently drew down in the air. The indestructible dragon beheading platform was instantly cut in half. Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve and 2 neat stones appeared. One fell in Ruanting's blacksmith shop, and the other appeared in a small house in Mud Bottle Alley. After doing all this, Qi Jingchun fell into deep thought, like a national chess player who fell into a long contemplation. Then he stood in the fine rain. In the end, the rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Qi Jingchun still didn't come back to his senses. 59. In the Ma family's ancestral home in Apricot Blossom Lane, the golden-armored deity returned to the courtyard. Strangely, no one noticed such a huge deity walking around. The young Ma Kuxuan squatted on the steps outside the door. When he saw the golden-armored deity, his face was filled with hope. The military cultivator from Marshall Mountain asked, "How was it?" The deity was clad in golden armor and had a dignified appearance. His lips moved slightly, but Ma Kuxuan could not hear anything. He anxiously looked at the sword cultivator in the room. The sword cultivator sighed and said, "He said that your grandmother had committed too many sins when she was alive. Before she died, her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were already like her body, like a dying candle in the wind. Therefore, after your grandmother died, her life and soul decayed at the same time. This town is different from other places, and it is naturally resistant to ghosts and otherworldly items. Therefore, he was unable to find your grandmother's remaining soul." Ma Kuxuan's face was ferocious. He raised his head and roared at the deity, "I don't care what method you use, go and find my grandmother's soul." The sword cultivator from Marshall Mountain's expression changed drastically. He was afraid that Ma Kuxuan would anger this deity. Just as he was about to stop the young man, the golden-armored deity spoke in the official language of the Eastern Aquarius continent, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." After saying that, the mighty divine general shrouded in golden light looked at the Marshall Mountain sword cultivator in the room. The latter took a deep breath, cupped his hands together, and bowed 3 times to the divine general in the courtyard. Every time he bowed, a strand of faint golden qi floated out from the sword cultivator's Niwen acupoint and was gently inhaled by the golden-armored deity. After 3 times, the deity rose from the ground and turned into a bright beam of light, leaving this place. The sword cultivator from Marshall Mountain's face was pale. He moved a chair and sat down, exhaling a mouthful of foul qi. This was the true reason why there was a saying, "It's easier to invite a deity than to send one away." Ma Kuxuan coldly looked away and walked into the room. He sat down beside the cold corpse and grabbed the old woman's withered hand. He stared at her face and didn't speak for a long time. The man with the sword on his back removed the tiger tally from his waist. The color of the tally was slightly dimmer than before, and he slowly put it into his sleeve. The man with the sword rested for a moment. He got up but did not walk to the young man's side. Instead, he sat on the threshold with his back facing the young man and slowly said, "Your grandmother should have been slapped at the door. The force was so great that she was sent flying into the house and died. You may not like to hear what I'm about to say, but at the very least, you should know the truth. Most of the people who did it were Qi refinement warriors. They did not know how to control their strength. Moreover, your grandma's body was not strong enough, so she died. Since it was done by a Qi refinement warrior, it was most likely related to Qin Pingan at the Clay Bottle Alley and that foreign girl. Or perhaps it was the young lady at the covered bridge who had her mental state destroyed by him on purpose. The possibility of the former is very small, while the latter is very high. Therefore, you went to the mass grave to kill Qin Pingan out of filial piety to your grandmother. You went there to clear the karma. But you definitely didn't expect that when you went out, someone would come to pick a fight." Ma Kuxuan stretched out a trembling hand and gently touched his grandmother's cheek with the back of his hand. It was swollen and had a dark green color. The young man said softly, "So it was me who killed my grandmother, right?" The man with the sword said, "According to the secular world's view, yes and no. But according to..." Ma Kuxuan did not want to listen to him anymore. He stood up and said with a hideous smile, "You can't massacre a city or destroy a country. You can't kill innocent people. You can't do these things. You can't do those things. Then, can you take revenge and kill people?" Without waiting for the man to answer, Ma Kuxuan continued, "If I can't even do these things, Then what's the use of being a military cultivator? Why don't I just be a devil who does whatever I want? Why didn't I agree to join that Taoist sect? The man hesitated for a moment and said, as long as you can bear all the consequences, it's fine. Just like today. Also, there are some things that I didn't say clearly before. For example, when it comes to killing people, everyone has their own limits. The number of people you can kill and the number of people I can kill are completely different. It's not only because I'm stronger than you, but also because a person's temperament is also very important. If I kill 100 people, all of them are people who should be killed. If you kill 2 or 3 people, there will be people who shouldn't be killed. Ma Kuxuan suddenly sneered and said, why did I ask you whether or not to kill people and how to kill people? Do I need your help? I almost forgot that I'm not an official disciple of Marshall Mountain yet. The young man looked down at the old woman's face and then turned to the square table in the main hall and shouted, go and lead the way. A black cat quickly jumped out from under the square table, and Ma Kuxuan followed it out of the room. The man did not care. One had to know that the man's country had fallen into chaos 150 years ago. Mountains and rivers had been destroyed, and 100 years of war had been fought. It was the most tragic state in the eastern Aquarius continent. The last 10 million families had died, and by the time the new dynasty ended, less than 800,000 families had survived. In the end, many young children felt that everyone in the world did not need to be buried after death. The man was one of these children. The man slowly stood up. Compared to telling Ma Kuxuan that the murderer had been chased out of town, he wanted to ask Master Ruan a question. He wanted to know why Buddhism had been declining in the eastern Aquarius continent for thousands of years, and why only a few small countries would worship it as the imperial tutor. In this small town, it was the weakest force, but the cycle of karma was so obvious. The military sword cultivator followed the young man from a distance. Even though Ma Kuxuan was a disciple of Marshall Mountain, the man did not want to interfere with the young man's personal grievances. They lived and died together on the battlefield, and they were responsible for their own deaths on the path of cultivation. Of course, nothing was absolute. He turned to look at the young woman and asked casually, are you a man? Ning Yao glared at him. The old man ignored the young woman and turned back to look at the young man. The old man was lost in thought. Finally, the old man curled his lips and sighed. He tapped Qin Pingan's shoulder, arm and leg with his pipe. In an instant, the young man was lying on his side on the bench with his elbow against his head. The old man shouted, go to sleep. Qin Pingan instantly closed his eyes and fell asleep, snoring thunderously. When the carriage approached Mud Bottle Lane, Song Jisun said intentionally or unintentionally, Qin Pingan, is he really just Qin Pingan? Song Changjing couldn't help but laugh. Before you moved to Mud Bottle Alley, the Yamen had already thoroughly investigated your background. Qin Pingan's family has 18 generations of ancestors, so they're very clear about their family background. There's nothing wrong with them. They have nothing to do with wealth and power. What? Did that Qin scare you? Don't worry. I have roughly guessed her identity. Her branch of the Qin family has no connection with Qin Pingan's ancestors in the town. So don't worry. Qin Pingan is just Qin Pingan. The Qin family of the Dragontail Commandery is barely related to Qin Songfeng. But think about it, relatives who haven't contacted for hundreds of years, are they still relatives? Moreover, the branch of the Qin family in the town has fallen to the point that there is only one person who is not a servant or a maid. Poor in the downtown area, no one cares about them. Rich in the deep mountains, they have distant relatives. You have read some books, but you don't even understand this? Song Jisun still didn't give up. What about the 18 generations before the 18 generations of ancestors? Had there never been a great person with amazing talent? Not even one? Song Zhengqiang smiled and said, so you hope that Qin Pingan's background is special? Song Jisun didn't hide his thoughts and nodded, if he is different from ordinary people, I will feel better. Song Zhengqiang became more and more curious and joked, how did that guy bully you? Why are you so obsessed with him? But according to my understanding of that boy, he doesn't seem to be a... Song Jisun sneered and interrupted the words of the king of Dali, people from small places may not have high vision and shallow eyes, but you must not think that they are stupid. Good people have a pure and kind heart, bad people have ulcers on the top of their head and pus on the soles of their feet. Some people are really stupid beyond cure or even stupid and bad. Song Zhengqiang was even more puzzled. Then what kind of person does Qin Pingan belong to? Song Jisun sighed and said with annoyance, he doesn't belong to any of them. He is really a fool, so I feel particularly aggrieved. Ning Yao squatted in front of the bench and carefully looked at Qin Pingan's sleeping face. Her heart was full of shock. This kind of magical power was too wonderful for words. Qin Pingan's strange sleeping posture made the boy reveal a sense of returning to the origin from head to toe. Although Ning Yao couldn't explain it clearly, the girl was born with an extremely keen intuition about the good and bad of a magical power. Ning Yao turned her head and asked curiously, "Are you the guide of Qin Pingan's cultivation?" The old man smoked a pipe and crossed his legs. He looked at the dark rain outside the house and smiled. "Cultivation? Is this considered cultivation? Why, in the outside world, there is another guy who is qualified to establish a sect. Is that why the world is deteriorating and the situation on the road of cultivation is getting worse year by year? It can't be, right? Those people are not vegetarians. Since they have become Tao Tai, they can only continue on this road of no return. They will never allow outsiders to take a share of the soup." Ning Yao was confused. "Senior Yang, what are you talking about?" The old man was stunned. "Your elders didn't tell you about the old accounts of those old antiques?" Ning Yao shook her head. "My grandfather's generation left early. My parents didn't like to talk about the stories of the other worlds. They were afraid that I would run away from home." Old Yang turned his head and looked at the girl carefully. Finally he said, "How many words have been carved on the city wall now?" Ning Yao answered honestly, "My grandfather's generation produced many heroes, so in just 100 years 2 new words were carved. Now there are a total of 18 words." The old man sighed. "It's already 18 words. Dao, Howren, Western Heaven, what else is there after these 6 words?" Ning Yao said in a deep voice, "Thunder Pool, Important Land, and Sword Chi Everlasting are 4 words, Chi, Qin, and Dong." Old Yang frowned and asked, "Little girl, there are still 3 words left. Did you eat them?" Ning Yao said angrily, "I forgot." The old man didn't ask to the end and changed the question. "Is it still the same old rule? Every time you kill an Ascendant Realm monster, you are qualified to carve a word on the city wall?" Ning Yao frowned and said, "Why do you know so much about the situation in my hometown?" The old man smiled and said, "A long time ago, there was a foreign sword cultivator who had the habit of writing travel books. He wrote down the local conditions and customs along the way. In the end he died near our town. I took the thick travel book back and flipped through it when I was free." Ning Yao doubted the authenticity of this statement. The old man seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Believe it or not. Ning Yao observed Qin Pingan's state, which was a bit like Taoist meditation or Buddhist meditation. She asked, "What's wrong with him?" Old Yang said slowly, "Xiaoxi." Xiaoxi was sleeping. Ning Yao was a little helpless. The words of this old man from Yang family's shop were either harsh or strange. The old man said to himself, "Little girl, let me ask you, when a person murmurs in his heart, whose voice is the so-called inner voice?" Ning Yao was stunned and fell into deep thought. Soon she closed her eyes naturally and then fell asleep. In the end she nodded suddenly and fell asleep. Old Yang stood up, walked around the girl and came to the young man. He pointed at Ning Yao with his pipe and said to the young man, "Look at her. With just a few words she can break through the realm in one fell swoop. Look at you. You don't have any ability, but you like to be stubborn. Who do you think you are? How many years has God been sleeping? Is he willing to take care of a guy like you?" Old Yang returned to his original position and sat down. He looked at the rain curtain that was gradually getting heavier outside the house. The rapid raindrops hit the ground of the courtyard, making pitter-patter sounds. The old man looked a little sad. "After so many years, I have chosen so many people. I didn't expect that the most hopeless one would have the toughest life." A skinny child with a large basket of wild vegetables on his back and 7 or 8 small fish skewered with green bristles in his hands was walking in the alley. After the child opened the door to his courtyard and walked into the courtyard, a young master dressed in silk clothes immediately stepped on a stool and skillfully climbed up the courtyard wall. Manager Shui mentioned earlier that the small town's Chen clan was split into 2 branches. Chen Dui belonged to the branch that moved out the earliest. They left very thoroughly and didn't even stay in the eastern Aquarius continent. They went directly to another continent. After generations of reproduction and growth, the clan that Chen Dui belongs to is now known as the Gathering of the Pavilions in the World. Of course, this news has never spread in the eastern Bottle continent. Our Dragon Tail County's Chen clan only knows the inside story because we have a little relationship with them. Lu Baqiao sneered, "Is that woman bragging without a draft, or is she bullying me for being uneducated?" Can her clan have the Merit Plaza? Qin Songfeng extended 2 fingers. Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes and said, "Listen carefully, I said Merit Plaza, not Fame Plaza." Qin Songfeng didn't retract his fingers. Lu Baqiao was somewhat deflated and continued to ask, "Then can her clan have the Learning Palace Plaza?" Lu Baqiao's so-called Learning Palace Plaza was naturally the Orthodox Confucian school's 3 learning palaces and 72 learning palaces. It was definitely not an ordinary academy of a secular dynasty. In the huge eastern Bottle continent, there were only 2 academies, Mountain Cliff and Lakeview. Qin Songfeng slowly retracted one of his fingers. There was still one left. Lu Baqiao pretended to get up and put his hands on the armrests of the chair. He pretended to be panicked and said, "I'll quickly apologize to that great aunt. My goodness, with such an unreasonable background, not to mention letting Qin Songfeng read a few books, even if she wanted you to be a cow or a horse, it wouldn't be a problem at all." Qin Songfeng smiled but didn't say anything. This was probably Lu Baqiao's unique charm. He could make an embarrassing matter out of it so that the person involved wouldn't be angry at all. Lu Baqiao twisted his butt and crossed his arms. He said calmly, "Okay, now that I know the frightening background of that great aunt, you can continue with the main topic." Qin Songfeng smiled. "Actually, Steward Shui has already said the answer." Lu Baqiao had a flash of inspiration. The ancestor of this youth surnamed Lu is the tomb keeper of Qin Dui's branch of the Qin clan in the small town? Qin Songfeng nodded. "You can be taught." Lu Baqiao was surprised. "That's not right. Isn't the sword manual passed down in the Lu family from the trader of Xinjiang Mountain? Of course, he's also one of the ancestors of our Wind Thunder Garden. No matter what, the timing doesn't match. How can he be the tomb keeper of the Qin Dui clan?" Qin Songfeng explained, "I can confirm that the Lu family was the tomb keeper of the Qin Dui clan in the beginning. As for why the sword cultivator who hid in your Wind Thunder Garden came to the small town, became a member of the Lu family, and passed down the sword manual, there's probably some hidden inside story. So in the end, the family heirloom became 2 things, the sword manual and the Swansea armor. As for Qin Dui, she's not interested in the treasure. She's only here to worship her ancestors. Other than that, if there are any descendants of the Lu family regardless of their aptitude, she'll bring them back to the family and nurture them with all her might. It's considered as repayment for the tomb keeper of the Lu family's ancestor." Lu Baqiao's face was filled with disbelief. Such a big family let a young girl worship their ancestors? And she was almost killed by the Dali vassal king with a punch? Qin Songfeng, I've read a lot. Although most of them are books about immortals fighting in bed, I've learned a lot about the ways of the world. So, I think that woman must be a fake. Qin Songfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Then you didn't see how polite my grandfather was when he saw her." Due to the taboo of the Venerable One, Qin Songfeng really could not tell the truth. He could only vaguely describe it as polite. The family opened the door for her. The family head bowed deeply to her. Everyone in the family treated her as a guest of honor and let her sit in the main seat at the welcoming banquet. The impact of all this on Qin Songfeng could be imagined. Lu Baqiao was puzzled. Wasn't that young man surnamed Lu almost killed by the old ape with a punch? Qin Songfeng sighed. "You said it yourself. He was almost killed." Qin Songfeng got up and went to the window. The wind was blowing and drizzling outside, but looking at the sky, it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Qin Songfeng said softly, "That Master Huan seems to be an old acquaintance of one of Chen Tui's elders. They used to travel the world together and are close friends." Lu Baqiao asked tentatively, "You're saying that Ruan Tui was able to replace Qi Jingchun and take charge of this place because of Chen Tui's family?" Qin Songfeng said indifferently, "I didn't say anything." Lu Baqiao was amazed. No wonder this woman could be so unyielding in front of Song Jianqiang. The family's power was far away, and the saint's protection was right in front of her. How could she not be arrogant? Lu Baqiao suddenly asked, "Tell me about the natal porcelain and the person who bought it. I've always been interested in it, but it's a pity that the Wind Thunder Garden doesn't do it. It was only when I was forcefully dragged here by my master that I roughly heard about it. It seems that there are a few famous people at the top of the eastern Aquarius continent who first came out of this small town." Qin Songfeng hesitated for a moment, but still chose to tell him everything. He divulged the heavenly secret. It's similar to the stone gambling in the secular world. Every year there are about 30 babies born in this small town. The 30 dragon kilns choose a certain child according to their ranking to be the porcelain of their dragon kiln. For example, if the town gives birth to 32 babies this year, then the 2 dragon kilns at the top will have 2 porcelains. If there are only 29 babies next year, then the dragon kiln at the bottom can only have a year without any production. Therefore the people born and raised in this small town will have their own natal porcelain. Chao Shi and Xie Shi, who are currently in the limelight in this continent, are no exception. One of them is a Taoist perfected lord who has a chance of becoming a heavenly lord, while the other is an itinerant sword immortal with limitless killing power. Although it's easier for a flood dragon to appear in this small town compared to the outside world, the price of dragonification is huge. Once these porcelains successfully reach the middle 5 realms, they are destined to have no next life if they don't reach the middle 5 realms in their lifetime. Their souls will dissipate and everything will come to an end. The old man frowned and said, "Thank me? If I remember correctly, I have never helped you for nothing. When have I ever been short of payment?" Qin Pingan smiled. Just like when old Yang promised him to go up the mountain to pick herbs for the Yang family's shop and buy them at a low price, the medicine shop also sold many herbs to Qin Pingan at a low price. It seemed fair, but in fact, Qin Pingan knew that this was the most practical help. Also, how much was a self-made bamboo pipe worth? But Qin Pingan was able to persevere for so many years without illness or disaster. To a large extent, he relied on the breathing method that old Yang taught him. The old man raised his head and looked at the sky. He sneered and said, "When others give a small favor, they can't wait to be a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Especially when important people dig out a little dregs from their teeth, they are especially grateful. They can even be moved by their own innocence and feel that they are repaying kindness. Therefore they are a loyal minister and a proud student of so-and-so. They are a group of bastards who forget their roots. They shouldn't have crawled out of their mother's womb." Qin Pingan scratched his head and was a little nervous. He did not know if old Yang was talking about him. After the old man retracted his gaze, he said indifferently, "I'm not talking about you." Qin Pingan suddenly saw a familiar figure and was a little stunned. There was a corridor at the back door of the main hall. A middle-aged Confucian scholar with white hair came with an umbrella in one hand and a bench in the other. After passing through the side door, he placed the bench in the corridor. After sitting down, he leaned the umbrella against the bench and patted his knees with both hands. He sat up straight and finally smiled at the old man and the young man under the eaves of the backyard. He said warmly, "Qi Jingchun of Cliff Academy pays his respects to Mr. Yang." The scholar's boots were soaked by the rain and were stained with mud. So was the hem of his robe. The old man's attitude was relaxed as he pointed his pipe at the sage. "From the first day you came, I knew that you weren't going to succeed. But after so many years, I haven't heard a single word of complaint from you. That's strange. You, Qi Jingchun, don't seem to be a person who would submit to humiliation. So I'm not surprised that you've gone crazy this time." Qi Jingchun patted his stomach and smiled. "I have complaints. My stomach is full of them. It's just that I haven't said them out loud." Old Yang thought for a while. "I don't know about your ability. But your master, based on the fact that he dared to say those 4 words, in my eyes, he can be counted as one." The old man gave him a thumbs up. Qi Jingchun smiled bitterly. "My master is actually more knowledgeable." The old man sneered. "I'm not a scholar." "62. Ning Yao woke up leisurely. She was sleeping soundly. When she opened her eyes, she found herself sitting on a stool. She was a little dazed. After a moment of daze, she got up and opened the door. She saw an old man and a young boy sitting in the corridor outside. After hearing Ning Yao's footsteps, Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled. "You're awake. I didn't wake you up because you were sleeping soundly." Ning Yao nodded. She didn't care about it and asked, "Senior Yang?" The old man said in a bad mood, "What? Are you afraid that Qin Pingan will take advantage of you when you're asleep? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. He only has bad intentions but no guts." Qin Pingan quickly explained, "Miss Ning, don't listen to Grandpa Yang's nonsense. I promise I don't have any bad intentions." Ning Yao made a gesture with her hands and told herself, "Sir, please be magnanimous." The old man glanced at the straw sandals boy and gloated, "You know 6 out of 7 but you know nothing." The rain was already very light. The old man said straightforwardly, "Go back and bring that bag of money. Then this little girl and your medicine will be paid together." Ning Yao frowned. "What kind of medicine does the Yang family shop have that is so expensive?" The old man said indifferently, "When people are about to starve to death, how much can the steamed bun in my hand be worth?" Ning Yao said in a deep voice, "You're looting a burning house." The old man smoked so fiercely that his entire upper body was shrouded in faint smoke. Then the old man's hoarse and cold voice came from the sea of clouds. Asking for a sky-high price and asking for money on the ground is a dirty business. I can't do it. My rules are that I mean what I say. There is only one price. You can buy it or not and sell it or not. Ning Yao wanted to say something, but she found that Qin Pingan was tugging at her sleeve and secretly winking at her. In the end, she swallowed her anger. The quality of the medicinal herbs produced in this small grotto heaven was indeed excellent. However, this famous pearl grotto heaven was not famous for its heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Instead, it was famous for its porcelain and treasures of opportunity. Therefore, even if the medicinal herbs in the Yang family's shop were piled up into mountains, they were still only worth a few gold essence copper coins. The old man shook his pipe. The rain has stopped. Don't make eyes at me. Aren't you ashamed? Qin Pingan pulled Ning Yao's arm and walked down the stairs. They passed through the shop's main hall and came to the main street. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Can't you figure it out?" "It's fine. Grandpa Yang is just like that. He doesn't like to talk about favors with you. Everything he does is very fair." "Yes, very fair." Ning Yao sneered. "Justice? Everyone had a scale in their heart, so why did he feel that he was fair? Just because you're older?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I don't think spending a bag of copper coins is a waste of money." Ning Yao glanced at the young man. "If you can survive 10 years outside and still be able to pat your chest and repeat these words, then you win." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes." Ning Yao sighed. She really didn't know what to do with him. "Where are we going next?" Qin Pingan thought for a moment. "Let's go to the shop and see how Lu Xianyang is doing. While you're at it, pull out your knife from the ground." Ning Yao said decisively, "Then lead the way." She suddenly asked, "Is your body okay?" Qin Pingan grinned. "It's not a big problem. But other than practicing martial arts, I'll be like you every day and have to boil medicine to eat. Grandpa Yang said that if the effect isn't good, I might have to spend more money." Ning Yao was puzzled. "You really believe that?" Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "63. At that time in the small street, the rain gradually stopped. Ning Yao turned her head to look at Qin Pingan, whose breathing was steady and calm. Although she didn't like Old Man Yang, she had to admit that this old man was a real expert. Old Yang isn't a simple person. Ning Yao paused for a moment and turned to look at the inconspicuous Yang family's shop. After the rain, the medicine shop's silhouette was soft and misty. The girl made some slight modifications. Old Yang isn't a simple person. Qin Pingan didn't hear the difference between the two. He just nodded and smiled. "I used to think that Grandpa Yang was a good and fair person. Now I know that Grandpa Yang hid his strength. Miss Ning, he should be considered a cultivator, right?" Ning Yao said something that Qin Pingan didn't understand. "Somewhat similar but actually different. But it doesn't make any difference to you." Now that they were at the south end of the covered bridge, Qin Pingan, who had survived the disaster, turned back to look at the girl in green. The young man's state of mind was very different. When she heard the footsteps, she stood up with a shy smile. She saw the straw sandals boy and the girl in green standing side by side. The girl with a ponytail was slightly uneasy. Qin Pingan didn't dare to treat the girl named Ruan Xiu in front of him as an ordinary girl. Of course, the girl's image that left the deepest impression on him was still the 4 words, idle and idle. Ruan Xiu glanced at the cold and arrogant Ning Yao. She didn't dare to greet her. Ning Yao glanced at the delicate and pretty girl with a petite figure. She didn't want to greet her. The 3 of them walked down the steps of the covered bridge. Qin Pingan said softly, "I heard from Mr. Qi that Lu Xianyang is fine." Ruan Xiu nodded vigorously. He's awake, he's awake." After the shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop saw him, he said that the king of hell was merciful and spared Lu Xianyang's life. The old shopkeeper also said that as long as he's awake, he'll be fine. "I was afraid that you would be anxious, so I wanted to tell you as soon as possible, but my father wouldn't let me cross the bridge." The young girl rambled on and on like a chirping oriole. In the end, she was somewhat apologetic. Actually, there were some things that the girl didn't say out loud. After Lu Xianyang woke up, the first thing she did was rush out the door. When she reached the covered bridge, she was so focused on telling the boy the news that she completely forgot about her father's warning that she wasn't allowed to enter the town. However, just as she was about to run down the northern steps, she was grabbed by the ear by her elusive father. The girl had to persuade her father to let her sit on the southern steps and wait for someone. This wasn't the first awakening of love, nor was it some kind of romantic love. Instead, it was a spontaneous kindness. Of course, the premise was that Chin Pingan didn't make the girl dislike him. On the contrary, she had a good impression of him. Or it could be said that she acknowledged Chin Pingan. All of this was the first time the two met on the back of the green ox. The boy was willing to go into the water to fish for someone else. Afterwards, the wound on his left hand hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air, but he didn't feel any regret. Later on, when Lu Xianyang met with misfortune, the boy was willing to step forward and shoulder the responsibility that he should shoulder. These were the blessings that Chin Pingan had accumulated bit by bit. All of this was the persistence of the boy Chin Pingan for a long time. It was just that the girl Ruan Xiao happened to see it. In truth, Chin Pingan had missed out on even more things. For example, the golden carp in the fish basket, the loach that he gave to Gukin, the four-legged snake, the locust tree leaves that floated in front of the boy, and so on. All of these blessings and opportunities that he had missed out on would not be grasped by the boy just because Chin Pingan was a person who cherished good fortune. Chin Pingan, Ning Yao, and Ruan Xiao walked down the covered bridge. The boy and girl didn't notice that droplets of varying heights quietly fell into the stream. These droplets of water were originally hanging under the eaves of the covered bridge, gathered on the railings of the covered bridge, or in the potholes at the edge of the covered bridge. In the end, they all fell into the stream and blended into the water. At the same time, the puddle-like backyard of the Yang family's shop rippled and returned to its muddy appearance, just like all backyards in the world. On the surface of the water stood a blurry figure covered in smoke. One could vaguely see that it was a hunchbacked old woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly. Old Yang didn't find it strange. He smoked his pipe again and asked, "What did you see?" The figure was like a water plant that swayed involuntarily with the water. She said hoarsely, "That little girl is the only daughter of the next saint here. She has such a noble status. Why did she fall in love with the boy from the shabby alley?" Old Yang sneered and said, "That's it?" The old woman on the water trembled and didn't dare to speak again. The old man said slowly, "Since you've come this far, there are some rules that I should make clear to you. Otherwise, when you die in the future, you won't know what happened and still feel that you've been wronged." The old man seemed to be thinking about something and wasn't in a hurry to speak. After the rain stopped, the water in the yard gradually disappeared. The old woman's figure became more and more blurred. She said pitifully, "Great Immortal, I just want to see my grandson a few more times." Old Yang, whose thoughts were interrupted, was a little impatient. "What you think is your business. I can't be bothered to care about this." Speaking of this, the old man's eyes were a little absent-minded. He said to himself, "You're lucky. If you fell into the hands of the three sects, you might not even have a next life." In Buddhism there was a saying about subduing the monkey and the horse. Thoughts and vows were two very important matters. The Confucians were a little better, but they did not care so much. They only earnestly taught their disciples and grand-disciples that they must be careful, meaning that they should not say one thing and mean another. Taoism, on the other hand, raises the importance of how you think. They don't hesitate to regard the inner demons as the enemy of cultivation. It's stricter than Buddhism. Therefore, many people take the wrong path and have many so-called unorthodox ways. Because Taoism pursues tranquility and emphasizes on self-examination. Once you're stumped by the questions left by the ancestors of Taoism, your mind will be in a mess. The old man who was smoking was like a hidden dragon in the sea of clouds. The old woman was even more confused. After all, she was born and raised in this place. She didn't read any books. Naturally, she couldn't understand these mysterious theories. She could only force herself to memorize. Old Yang suddenly laughed. "You don't have to remember these because we don't care about this." The old woman was stunned. Old Yang repeated, "We don't care what you think. We only care about what you do." The old woman said nervously, "Great Immortal, I'll remember." Old Yang twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Since you're a river granny, you have to be responsible for all the affairs in the river. It's not only to accumulate good karma for yourself, but also to win the incense of the people. If you can let people build a temple for you, create a golden body, and let a clone stand in it, that's your ability. After that, you have to strive to let the imperial court accept you. You have to be one of the orthodox genealogical records of mountains and rivers in a country and get an official identity. If you can't do it, you have to at least be recorded in the local county records. If the ancestral temple that enshrines you is treated as an obscene temple and is ordered by the government to eradicate it, your life will be even more difficult than that of a wandering ghost." The old woman plucked up her courage and asked, "Great Immortal, as you said before, we ban everything here. Then what can I, a little river granny, do except to extend my life? Great immortal, the incense in the temple, the genealogical records of mountains and rivers, and the local county records. Old Yang said, that's in the past. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. In the future, this place will be degraded from a small cave to a small blessed land without any threshold. Anyone can come here and no longer have to pay the 3 bags of copper coins. This is also the root of why Emperor Dali is so unscrupulous. Some things are done 60 years earlier or 60 years later. The result will be different. The old woman gritted her teeth and asked, Great immortal, is the reason why you're willing to protect me because of my grandson? Old Yang nodded and did not hide his intention. The old woman asked again, in that case, why did Great Immortal let the military of Marshall Mountain take away my Ma Kuxuan? Why didn't you cultivate him yourself? It turned out that this old woman who had transformed into a river granny was Granny Ma of Apricot Blossom Alley, who had been slapped to death. Old Yang lightly tapped his pipe. The figure on the water formed by the old woman's soul immediately twisted and wailed. This pain came without warning. It was like a mortal suddenly suffering from heartbreaking, bone-shattering pain. How could the old woman bear it? Old Yang said indifferently, although in my eyes there's no distinction between good and evil, and I don't measure virtue based on this, it doesn't mean that I like your actions. In the past, I didn't want to bicker with you, but in the future, even if I want to destroy you, it'll only take a thought. So don't push your luck. The old woman knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Great Immortal, I won't dare, I won't dare. The sword cultivators of Marshall Mountain had paid a huge price to invite the true immortal surnamed Yin. When faced with the young Ma Kuxuan's rude questioning, even the military sword cultivator felt his heart palpitate. He was afraid of provoking the wrath of the true immortal. Why did the true immortal reply to the young Ma Kuxuan with a straight face? Why did he reply with the words of the mortal world, it's not that I didn't do it, it's just that I can't do it? This was not a question and answer that a human or a deity should have. However, even the sword cultivator, whose status could be considered high, did not understand this. He only thought that the true immortal had his own rules and considerations that no one knew about. However, the old man in the small courtyard was well aware of this. That young Ma Kuxuan was the chosen one. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the maidservant GQ. Wangzhu. Together, they formed the character, Zhu. What was the most precious thing in a true dragon? Zhu. Why did she choose to rely on the Prince of Dali, Song Jisin? The emperors of the world had always liked to consider themselves as true dragons. For one person's luck to be linked to the throne of the dynasty, it was obvious that the two of them had joined forces and complemented each other. But then again, the path of cultivation was long. Luck, talent, foundation, opportunity, and temperament were all indispensable. However, in the end, on the path of cultivation, there was always a step ahead, and there was also a time when a great talent was born late. Thus there were no absolutes. In this small town, apart from Ma Kuxuan and GQ, Song Jisin, Zhao Yao, Guqin Ruanxiu, Lu Xianyang, and those children with their own opportunities and destinies could all be said to be favored by the heavens. Even the unfathomable Old Yang did not dare say that anyone's achievements would be greater than anyone else's. Old Yang glanced at the puddles in the courtyard and said, Go. For now, you only need to keep an eye on the covered bridge. The old woman said fearfully, Great Immortal, even I can't get close to the covered bridge, especially that deep pool. Every time I go a little closer, it's like I'm being boiled in a pot of oil. Old Yang chuckled. You don't need to get close. Just keep an eye on the covered bridge. For example, if something flies out from under the covered bridge in the future, you just need to keep an eye on it. The old woman hurriedly obeyed and left. Above the puddles in the courtyard, the old woman's misty figure instantly disappeared. Master. At the back door of the Yang family's shop, Zheng Dafeng laughed loudly and hurriedly came to report the good news. The two of them arrived at the back courtyard one after the other. Zheng Dafeng, who was in front, walked like a gust of wind. Senior brother has returned. It's great news. Old Yang looked at the honest man behind Zheng Dafeng, and the latter nodded. However, the man wanted to say something but hesitated. He was full of questions, but his words were clumsy and he did not know where to start. In the end, the man could only mutter, Master, why did you take Ma Kuxuan as your disciple and not that youth? I don't like that kid surnamed Ma. Old Yang glared at him. So you took the initiative to grab that golden carp and sell it to Qin Pingan? The middle-aged man was much more courageous than Zheng Dafeng, who had his hands and feet tied in front of the old man. He sat down on the bench that Qin Pingan had previously sat on. What's wrong? I'm happy to. Master, don't you like that kid too? If Chin Pingan was present, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the middle-aged man who sold the fish on the street was this man. Old Yang laughed angrily. And the result? That basket and that golden carp were delivered to Chin Pingan? The man was unhappy and did not say anything. Zheng Dafeng fanned the flames. Senior brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you wasted that Dragon King basket. Of all people, you just had to give it to Dali's sworn enemy, the little prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. Be careful that Song Jianqiang won't let you off the hook in the future. Besides, we shouldn't let the goodies flow into our own fields. It's fine to leave it to my nephew and niece. What, do you think it's too hot? If you really can't do it, you can give it to me. Old Yang coldly looked at Zheng Dafeng. Zheng Dafeng kept quiet and did not dare to say another word. He raised his hands and obediently sat on the steps. The old man said, "Take Fu Nanhua and go to Old Dragon City together." Zheng Dafeng's face was full of surprise. He turned his head and saw the old man's expressionless face. This single man who guarded the town slowly retracted his gaze. He patted his knee and stood up with a bitter smile. He did not say a word and walked down the steps to the back door of the shop. The old man's dignified voice came from behind him. "Remember, you can't reveal your identity even if you die." Zheng Dafeng's bitter smile deepened. He nodded and did not turn around. He quickened his pace. When he reached the corridor of the back door of the main hall, the man turned around, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. He said in a low voice, "Master, take care of yourself." From beginning to end, the old man did not say a word. Zheng Dafeng left the Yang family's shop sadly. The man sitting on the bench, Li Er, felt indignant for Zheng Dafeng, who was his junior brother from the same sect. "Master, you're too," the old man laughed. "Unreasonable?" The man nodded. "Although junior brother doesn't do anything serious, he's really good to you. To be honest, I can't compare to him in this aspect." The old man did not comment. "Anyway, he's just a rootless duckweed. He can't even compare to the weeds on the side of the road. It doesn't matter where he dies." The man sighed and said, "Junior apprentice brother must be feeling uncomfortable after leaving the town this time. Generally speaking, if you want to pass on your legacy, you need to have 3 disciples. One of them has to be very useful, able to bring glory to the sect. After the master dies, they have to be able to shoulder the burden and hold down the fort. They have both face and inner strength. Another one can continue the legacy. Although it seems like his abilities are inferior to the former, he has the advantage of being resilient. Even if the sky falls, even if the useful disciple dies, it has to be this person who can ensure the continuity of the sect. When the sect is at its peak, his usefulness is not obvious. When the sect is in danger, he becomes very important. The last one has to be interesting. He has to have good talent, a good foundation and everything else. He has to be very interesting. He doesn't even need to be grateful to the master and the sect. As the saying goes, teaching a disciple makes the master starve to death. This is the case for the last disciple." The man asked curiously, "Me, junior brother, and Ma Kushuan, who are we?" Old man Yang smiled and said, "So many years have passed, who said that I only have 3 disciples?" The man was stunned. His smile was a bit awkward. "I forgot about that." Old Yang laughed. "Then how about Song Jianqiang?" The man thought seriously for a moment. In the end, he only said 2 words. "Not bad." Old Yang smoked his pipe and exhaled smoke. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "Then he's very powerful." The man said, "Song Jianqiang agrees." Without waiting for his disciple to finish, Old Yang stomped his foot. The world fell silent. The man laughed. "Master, what we've been doing all these years can't be considered hidden. Why do we need to care about this?" Old Yang slowly said, "You don't even want to pretend. Are you trying to rebel?" The man asked back, "Are there 2 things?" Old Yang looked up at the sky. His gaze pierced through the 3 layers of heaven and earth. The old man was silent. The man's heart was heavy. He asked, "Master, are my 2 children really going to that Cliff Academy?" Old Yang said, "Since Qi Jingchun is willing to use this as an exchange, why don't they go? It's not an exaggeration to say that such a good thing only happens once in 100 years. Old Yang asked, "Why didn't Qi Jingchun give it to Qin Pingan in one go?" Old Yang laughed. "Do you think that's helping Qin Pingan? It's more like complaining that the child didn't die quickly enough. Believe it or not, if you had successfully given away the Dragon King basket and the golden carp, Qin Pingan would have died somewhere in the town in less than 3 days." The man was puzzled. Before Qin Pingan was 6 years old, his father had broken his life porcelain. Therefore there was no restriction. Although this caused the child to be unable to keep any great opportunities, this is both a bad and a good thing. He's like a lamp in a dark room. So many things have happened. During this period of time, the poor child has gotten something. Isn't that normal? Old Yang explained, as long as he's in the town, Chin Pingan won't have any good luck. If the opportunity is too great, the child won't be able to take it or keep it. He'll just live a poor life empty-handed. It's not easy for him to survive. If it were those so-called God's favored children, which one of them wouldn't have died 7 or 8 times? The man grinned. That's why you're willing to help him, master? What you can give is the only thing Chin Pingan can take. Old Yang hesitated for a moment and exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke. Then do you know that the opportunity you tried to give Chin Pingan almost killed him? The prince and eunuchs of the great Sui kingdom, Ning Yao, the felon assassins, that eccentric Taoist. Chin Pingan almost died on this line. The man frowned. Old Yang changed the topic. In the past, the first thing the sages who were in charge of guarding this world would do after taking office was to check on the 4 treasures left behind by their ancestors. The second thing they would do was to come to my place and say hello. But even for these sages, most of them knew the truth but didn't know the reason. There are 2 kinds of people who won't come to my place. The first kind is mostly in the early years. At that time, Buddhism was prosperous in the eastern vast continent, and there were many monks. This group of people didn't dare to come because they were afraid of getting involved in karma. The second kind is like Qi Jingchun. The higher-ups didn't tell him the truth on purpose, hoping that Qi Jingchun and I would get into a conflict and fight. Qi Jingchun came here today because he figured it out himself, or? The old man's face was solemn. The possibility of this is too small, and the consequences are too great. It's unimaginable. I hope it's not, and it shouldn't be. There was another world in this small world. Qi Jingchun was in charge of one area, while Old Yang was like a military town, and there was no sign of him living under someone else's roof. Old Yang said with emotion. Qi Jingchun, a scholarly sage before him, said, the sage did his best to see and use rules as the yardstick, and thought that everything was round and straight. What does that mean? Simply put, it means that you, the common people, should be grateful for the great kindness of the sage master. It was he who spent a lot of effort to set up these rules and frameworks for the future generations to walk in and not suffer from disasters. Only then will you have the chance to be reincarnated as a human in your next life. The man scratched his head and said, Master, why are you telling me this? I don't understand it either. That's why Jing Dafeng can talk to you. Old man Yang smiled and said, if you, Li Er, could talk, I wouldn't have asked. 1 to talk, 1 to listen, 1 to ask, and 1 to answer. It's just right. Old Yang stood up and looked into the distance. If one day that child can walk out of the small town alive and wander outside for a few decades, he will be surprised that the small town in his hometown is so big. His master stood up, and the man had no choice but to follow. Although he didn't know how to flatter, he still understood the rules. Old Yang said, you don't have to stay here. Take that shrew of yours and go somewhere. In the eastern Aquarius continent, you have no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. Song Jiankyung is a narrow-minded person. In the future, if you don't find it disgusting to be suppressed by him as your master, I will find it disgusting. By the way, son and daughter, if you really can't bear to part with them, you can take one with you. At most, you'll take less of Qi Jingchuan's gift. The man asked, Master, if my wife insists on taking the 2 children with her, what should I do? Old Yang said angrily, who's the master of your family? The man said matter-of-factly, her. The old man took a deep breath and waved his hand to chase them away. Go away, all 4 of you. Do whatever you want. The man walked down the steps and suddenly turned his head to ask, Master, what about you? The old man sat back on the bench and reached for the tobacco in his pocket. He found that it was empty. After retracting his hand, he said calmly, what else can I do? I'm just waiting for death. The man walked under the eaves and turned his head to laugh. I don't think Ma Kushuan can take that thing away. The old man's expression was gloomy. He said self-deprecatingly, if he can't take it away, then no one can. The 4 families and 10 clans of the small town suddenly received the news that all outsiders must leave the small town within 3 days. For the time being, only exits were allowed, but no entry was allowed. Although they were filled with resentment, in the end, no one questioned this decision. Among the eastbound group, the Li family's ancestor personally escorted the little ancestor of Xingyang Mountain away. The next day, a series of rumbling sounds came from the west of the small town. It was earth-shattering. It turned out that the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain had really uprooted a huge mountain. The old ape, who had revealed his true form, was about to carry it on his back. The old ape's shoulders suddenly tilted as if something heavy was pressing on it. The old ape looked up and squinted. There was a tiny figure on the peak of the mountain on his shoulder. Qi Jingchun. The old ape laughed. Qi Jingchun. Don't be so petty and ruin the big picture. Qi Jingchun said in a deep voice, put this cloud mountain back. The old ape raised his shoulder and roared wildly, what if I don't? In the next moment, the mountain-moving ape's hands suddenly left the bottom of the mountain and rolled sideways. Its huge body crushed countless trees nearby. In the next moment, the giant ape was stomped into the ground. That person was truly indomitable. Compared to him, the mountain-moving ape was like an ant under someone's foot. Another stomp made the old ape, who was struggling to get up, sink into the ground again. Another stomp. The giant ape lay limp in the huge pit. It was covered in blood and was on the verge of death. That person arched his body as if his head was holding up the sky. He looked down at the mountain-moving ape and sneered. If it were me 60 years ago, the first thing I would have done after leaving this place would have been to flatten Xinjiang Mountain. The young man and young lady could even toy with a mountain-moving ape with an extremely strong body. The mountain path was difficult to traverse. Especially after the spring rain, the ground was muddy and slippery. Coupled with the fact that they had to cross streams and stone cliffs from time to time, Qin Songfeng's mouth was dry and she was sweating profusely. Later on, even when Lu Baqiao helped Qin Songfeng to carry the school box, Qin Songfeng was still panting and her face was pale. During this period, Qin Pingan asked Qin Dui once if they should slow down. Qin Dui's reply was to shake her head. When the group of people needed to wade through the stream, Qin Songfeng stepped on a rock with moss growing on it. He slipped and fell into the stream, becoming a drowned rat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Qin Dui stopped and turned around. Although she did not say anything, her face was gloomy. Lu Baqiao quickly turned around to help Qin Songfeng up. Qin Songfeng said apologetically, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I can definitely keep up. Qin Pingan simply took off the basket and placed it in the depression of the cliff. He said, he'll be fine after resting for 15 minutes. Of course Ningyao did not mind. She squatted near Qin Pingan. Bored to death, she placed her palms on the hilt of her saber and sword respectively. She pressed down gently. The ends of the scabbard and scabbard gently knocked on the green cliff. The sound was in harmony with the sound of the stream. Qin Dui said in a low voice, let's continue. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, don't use all your strength in one go. Let's rest for a while before continuing. When he gradually gets used to it, he can keep up with us. It's not that he's physically weak, it's just that his breathing is chaotic. Qin Pingan was indeed an expert when it came to climbing mountains and wading through rivers. Unexpectedly, Qin Dui did not listen to Qin Pingan's explanation at all. He directly said to Qin Songfeng, just go back to the town. Qin Songfeng's face was full of bitterness. He looked at the unquestionable young woman and turned to Lu Baqiao. He said, then I'll have to trouble you to carry the book box. Lu Baqiao was furious. He took the book box and threw it at Qin Dui. I'm not going to serve you. Qin Dui's face was calm. He took the book box and carried it himself. He said to Qin Pingan, let's go. Qin Pingan thought for a moment. He took out 2 bamboo tubes from the basket and gently tossed them to Lu Baqiao. If you're hungry on the way back, you can fill your stomach. Qin Songfeng softly persuaded Lu Baqiao. The latter held the bamboo tubes and sneered. I'm not going to endure this. I'll go back with you. When we get to the yamen, we'll have a table of good wine and good food. Isn't it more comfortable than this? Qin Dui turned and continued walking. After Qin Pingan carried the basket, he was somewhat worried. He looked at Lu Baqiao and asked, do you know the way back? Lu Baqiao smiled. I remember. He only asked curiously, is it because the other dynasties offered a higher price? That is why they did not hesitate to betray Dali? Song Jianqiang smiled and said, most of the time this was the case before that swordsman. The Great Li dynasty is located in a remote area and its people are tough. It is a country that worships martial arts. Martial arts geniuses come in large numbers and they are not worth much. However, chi cultivators who are gentle and soft are rare. Therefore, every time a few of them appear, the previous emperors of the Great Li dynasty would worship them like bodhisattvas. The current emperor, that is my brother, of course is no exception. There was one time when that sword cultivator entered the palace to meet my brother. He walked with his sword on his back and his nose in the air, looking very annoying. At that time he happened to be lucky enough to obtain a suitable amulet treasure. Everyone in the court was at the peak of their power. Therefore after seeing me he did not even greet me. Song Jisun asked, and then? Song Jianqiang cast a sideways glance at his nephew as if he was looking at an idiot. And then didn't he die? Song Jisun's face was full of disbelief. Uncle, just because he did not greet you, you killed a great cultivator who could be called a pillar of the country? Song Jianqiang said indifferently, there are some people that you can't spoil. Song Jisun's eyes were filled with suspicion. He did not seem to understand how such an arrogant and unruly member of the Dali royal family could survive until today. Song Jianqiang smiled and said, you may not know one thing. That is, in the entire Eastern Treasure Island, there is only one dynasty's chi cultivators. No matter what background they have to go to the border battlefield to work hard for the emperor. They have to fight for 3 years. If they do not have enough military achievements, they will continue to stay at the border until they have accumulated enough before they can return home to enjoy life. Song Jisun was even more puzzled. Uncle, didn't you say that Dali worships chi cultivators the most? Why is there such a rule? Taking a step back, isn't Dali afraid that these people will die prematurely on the battlefield? Song Jianqiang laughed and said, this unwritten rule was established after I took control of the military power. Song Jisun suddenly understood and said, is it because that swordsman is unwilling to go to the battlefield and embarrass you? Causing the other chi cultivators to follow suit and subconsciously damage the morale of Dali's army and the people? So, you can only choose the lesser of two evils? Song Jianqiang shook his head and said, that swordsman joined the army at the border when he was young. In just 1 year he accumulated enough military achievements and has a good reputation in Dali. Song Jisun flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, then what is the reason? Could it be that he was jealous of you, violated the taboo of the Song clan, or secretly colluded with the enemy and committed treason? Song Jianqiang's answer was very simple. Although cultivators and martial artists are people of two different paths, the former is indeed more, well, in the words of that embroidered tiger, more golden branches and jade leaves. If we were to pick the most outstanding people out of the two, the chi cultivators of the upper 5 realms would be like standing at the top of the mountain here. For a martial artist like me, I can only stand at the top of that Mount Biyun. Of course, it is not impossible for a martial artist of the upper 5 realms to fight with a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. But ultimately, in the eyes of the secular world, a martial artist is a big fellow who only knows how to fight and kill. He is inferior to other cultivators. So when we met in the palace that time, although he did not greet me, he deliberately glanced at me from the corner of his eyes and curled his lips. It was very provocative. I wanted to teach him how to behave. Song Jisun was dumbstruck. If you want to teach him how to behave, you should at least leave him a way out. Do you have to break his neck? Song Jianqiang did not want to talk about the dead man. Do you really want to know about the middle-aged man who fought with me to the death? Song Jisun subconsciously swallowed his saliva and did not speak. Although the 3 carriages had left first, the 2 people at the back were fighting head-on. Once, Song Jianqiang fell from the sky and smashed a big hole in the ground a few hundred feet away from the carriage. After that, Song Jianqiang retaliated. At that time, the youth had already climbed to the roof of the carriage and saw with his own eyes that the burly man with an aura like a dragon on land was smashed into a small hill by Song Jianqiang. The splashing of dust was extremely spectacular. Inhuman. This was the only impression the youth had at that time. In fact, the fight between Song Jianqiang and the burly man was not ethereal at all. It was as if every punch was hitting flesh. From the beginning to the end, it was as if they were exchanging injury for injury, life for life. It was a competition of who was more unreasonable. Song Jianqiang suddenly rubbed the youth's head. His voice and tone were unusually warm. My brother is very ambitious. When the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was only focused on Dali, he had already set his sights on the old dragon city in the southernmost part of the eastern Bottle continent. Don't you find it strange that I, a prince of Dali and a vassal who controls the military power of a country, have such high prestige in the military and among the people that no one can compare to, can still be so respectful to your father? Song Jisun smiled and said slyly, "Uncle, if you are willing to say it, just say it." Song Jiankyung retracted his hand and said in a deep voice, "Because the only thing I want is to see the martial arts scene beyond the boundary. Only when I reach there, I, Song Jiankyung, will not have lived in vain." At this moment the youth's heart seemed to be surging with a torrent. He asked in a trembling voice, "If I were to focus wholeheartedly, would I be able to reach the heights that you are at today?" Song Jiankyung shook his head and smiled. "If you were to practice martial arts, you would only reach the 8th realm at most. There would be no future. It would be better for you to be a chi refinement warrior obediently. Your achievements would definitely be higher." Song Jisun was a little unconvinced. "Why can I only reach the 8th realm of martial arts?" Song Jiankyung smiled playfully. "Only?" Song Jisun blushed a little. Song Jiankyung did not care about the youth's ignorance. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He said slowly, "Chi refinement warriors are a profession that relies on the heavens to make a living. It is very important to have a good life. Today you will encounter an opportunity here. Tomorrow you will pick up a Dharma treasure somewhere. The day after tomorrow, you will accidentally meet a hidden immortal. The day after tomorrow you will be enlightened just by looking at the scenery. It seems that you can increase your cultivation level no matter what you do. As for us martial artists, it is very different. There are no shortcuts to be taken. We can only rely on taking one step at a time. It is very boring." Song Jisun had mixed feelings. He was a little disappointed. Song Jiankyung ignored this nephew of his. He turned and walked towards the horse carriage. When he saw the back view of the young girl from the corner of his eye, he hesitated for a moment. He walked to her side and raised his head to look at the door with her. Song Jiankyung muttered to himself, "The chi of the true dragon condenses into pearls. All the flood dragons in the world regard pearls as precious. It is like a cultivator's natal primordial spirit." The maidservant GQ did not turn her head, but showed a trace of nervousness. Song Jiankyung smiled and said, "In order to write the words 'Wind generates water rises' on the plaque of the covered bridge, I, Dolly, have paid a great price that outsiders cannot imagine. Wind generates water rises, why water rises? Isn't it because when the flood dragon crosses the river, it will be unimpeded? As for this prince, I don't care about these things. Everything is just the wish of your young master's heartless father. After you leave this small cave, I reckon that other than that embroidered tiger in the capital, no one else will be able to order you around." Song Jiankyung turned his head and looked at the side of the young girl's face. "Although your fate is linked to that of this prince's nephew and you share honor and disgrace, you shouldn't be too arrogant. Don't let this prince have the thought of making a move. And for the sake of Dolly's Jiangshan and nephew Song Jisun's face, this prince can make an exception and give you 2 chances to court death. It just happens to fulfill the old saying, no more than 3. The young girl suddenly became angry. She first turned around and then took 2 steps back. She fiercely stared at this Dolly vassal who made her feel fear. "I am not a human, but you want to restrict me with the rules of the human world. Who is the unreasonable one? Your golden rules and regulations, what does it have to do with me?" Song Jiankyung smiled happily and said, "Don't get me wrong, this prince will never ask you for small things. On the contrary, this prince is your biggest protective talisman." Song Jiankyung stared at the young girl. She had a pair of strange golden eyes. He finally said, "After that fight, this prince and you are actually allies in the same boat. Remember this sentence, especially in the future when you are qualified to make important decisions. Remember this sentence." Song Jiankyung turned and left. Next to the carriage, a middle-aged coachman with a rough smell of the battlefield looked at the eye-catching snow-white fox fur coat on the Dolly vassal. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Prince, when will you change to a new fox fur coat? It's been so many years. Prince is not tired of wearing it, but we are tired of looking at it." Song Jiankyung boarded the carriage, bent over to lift the curtain, and said in a bad mood, "Let's talk about it after we defeat the Great Sway Kingdom." The coachman who was driving the carriage laughed heartily. Facing the powerful vassal of Dolly, he was not restrained at all. Song Jiankyung had been in the military for 20 years. Although he was a general and commander, it was impossible for him to take the lead in every battle. He was more likely to strategize in the tent. However, when there was smoke everywhere on the border of Dolly, Song Jiankyung must be personally involved in every battle. As a vassal, he had never drunk wine or had beautiful women in his daily life. It could almost be described as having nothing but possessions. After Song Jiankyung got into the carriage, he sat cross-legged and frowned. That person asked me not to rush to the capital after leaving Liju Cave. He said that I might as well wait at the foot of the mountain and look up. What should I wait for? What should I look at? Song Jisin and the maidservant GQ also got into the carriage. The carriage was ready to go through the gate. Song Jisin found GQ curled up in the corner, shivering. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" GQ said in a trembling voice, "I can feel that there are countless terrible things on the other side of the gate." Song Jisin smiled and comforted her. "My uncle is here. What are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, he can hold it up." Unexpectedly, GQ became more and more panicked. She curled up in the corner and cried, "Even he can't hold it up." A rare guest came to the town's largest restaurant. A white-haired teacher ordered a jug of wine and a few dishes to go with the wine. He drank by himself and enjoyed the food. It turned out that the teacher did not teach today. The students went home happily one by one. When he finished the last cup of wine and the last bite of food, he gently put down his chopsticks. After the sound of a slap, the small grotto heaven of thousands of miles was silent. Everything was still. The heaven and earth instantly collapsed. At this moment, the immortals on the mountain and the mortals at the foot of the mountain could not help but look up. But in the next moment, it was as if there was an immortal who was even more powerful than immortals. He used a great divine power to change the heaven and earth, covering the entire Pearl Grotto heaven. In the sky above the northern part of the eastern Bottle continent, thousands of miles of clouds rolled and slowly lowered. There was a person who was completely white. His sleeves were fluttering and he seemed to be thousands of feet tall. He sat upright and a broken pearl the size of his palm floated in front of him. This person's Dharma form was so huge that it was as if he had turned the entire eastern Bottle continent into a private school. Above the boundless sea of clouds, awe-inspiring voices exploded like heavenly thunder one after another. "Qi Jingchun, how dare you? Disgraceful! Repent and be saved." The scholar lowered his head and stared at the pearl. He slowly retracted his gaze and finally raised his head. "I, Qi Jingchun, will shoulder the counterattack of the heavenly Tao that the town has accumulated for 3,000 years." It was also impossible for them to be as dedicated and tireless as martial artists. To the Qi refinement warriors of the world, there was a consensus that the body was something that was constantly decaying. It was fine as long as it was sufficient. It would be best if one was lucky enough to cultivate the invincible Vajra body or the stainless glass body. However, it did not matter if one was not able to cultivate it. One must not be stubborn and miss the root of Tao. Lu Baqiao asked casually, "That distant relative of yours, what level of martial artist is he?" Chen Songfeng said helplessly, "How would I know such confidential information?" Lu Baqiao recalled the conflict that broke out in the main hall of the Yamen that day. He sighed and said, "Song Jianqiang is really too strong. The most frightening thing is that this vassal of Dali is still so young. Ordinary 8th and 9th realm martial artists are all above 50 or 60 years old. Even 100 years old is not considered old. However, if I remember correctly, Song Jianqiang is only close to 40 years old." No wonder that person jokingly said that he needed to suppress his arrogance back then. Chen Songfeng said softly, "He was born with the times and is blessed by the heavens." Upper 5 realms cultivators were elusive and difficult to find. However, the 8th and 9th realms among martial artists were often known by the world. They were not far from the secular dynasties. Moreover, the advancement of martial arts relied on one life and death battle after another. Only by being on the line between life and death and seeing life and death could one break through life and death and obtain a transcendent state of mind similar to Buddhism's freedom and Taoism's tranquility. Other than the sparring between two great grandmasters, the 8th and 9th realm martial artists loved to bully the top Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms. Especially Song Jianqiang, the strongest 9th realm cultivator, could be said to be invincible below the upper 5 realms. Only the sword cultivators among the Qi refinement warriors could fight with him. However, they could only strive to not lose too badly and win a glorious defeat. However, there was an obscure reason that caused the 9th realm martial artists to be unscrupulous. That was the last level of the middle 5 realms. The 10th level great cultivators had no interest in worldly disputes. They did not even care about the survival of their clan or the rise and fall of their dynasty. They only cared about the word Great Tao. Lu Baqiao was still immersed in his own thoughts. Song Jianqiang wants me to take the talisman sword with my own ability after leaving the town. Should I inform the Wind Thunder Garden and let them set up a celebration banquet early? Chen Songfeng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the gurgling water that was no deeper than his knees, he thought of Song Jianqiang and the dissolute young man beside the vassal king. Qin Songfeng vaguely felt a sign of the gathering of the general trend. He decided that after returning to the Qin clan's ancestral home in Longwei County, he must persuade the clan to bet on the Dali dynasty. Even if he could not stake everything on one throw, he must let the Qin clan's disciples integrate into the Dali court as soon as possible. Qin Songfeng murmured, "The Dali phenomenon has already arrived and the heavens and the earth are united. Therefore my Qin clan must support the dragon, we must not compete with others for the dragon." Lu Baqiao asked, "What are you murmuring about?" Qin Songfeng stood up and shook his hand. He smiled and said, "You seem to hit it off with that young man from Clay Bottle Alley." Lu Baqiao also stood up and said casually, "Meeting by chance, meeting and parting is uncertain. God knows if we will meet again in the future." The two stepped on the spring grass by the stream and walked ashore. Qin Songfeng asked, "I heard that the blessed land in the southern stream kingdom will be open to the public this winter. Dozens of people are allowed to enter. You are still unable to break through the bottleneck. Do you want to go down and try your luck?" Lu Baqiao sneered and said, "I'm determined not to go. Going to the ant colony to show off, I'm so embarrassed." Qin Songfeng shook his head and said, "My family's Mr. Lu once said that the state of mind is like a mirror, the more you polish it, the brighter it becomes. Therefore, cultivating the state of mind and being able to sit on the Tao ancestors' lotus throne is of great benefit. But occasionally crawling and rolling in a small quagmire may not necessarily be without benefits. Going to the blessed land to be a banished immortal who forgets his previous life and forgets his previous life, whether it is happiness or suffering, more or less." Without waiting for Qin Songfeng to finish, Lu Baqiao had already shouted, "I am a person who cares too much about winning and losing. Once I go to the blessed land where the spiritual energy is thin, if I am unable to rely on my own ability to break through the taboo and return to my hometown, then it will definitely leave a knot in my heart. The gains will not make up for the losses, and the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages. Besides, if I am not careful and am bullied by the locals in the blessed land, it will be another knot in my heart. After I return to my senses, even if I have to pay a huge price, I will definitely descend into the world as a Taoist master. Only then will I be happy. But in this way, won't it go against my original intention?" Lu Baqiao held the back of his head with both hands and said with a face full of disdain, "To put it bluntly, who doesn't know that the three blessed lands in our eastern treasure bottle continent have long changed? They have already become places where those rich people from the secular dynasties spend money to have fun. No wonder they are said to be brothels under the rule of immortals. It is a foul atmosphere." Qin Songfeng smiled and said, "You can't generalize. Not to mention us foreigners, just the locals, there is no lack of amazing talents." Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes and said, "A blessed land with so many people, how many people can stand out every year? Probably not even one. Of those who have successfully come to our place in the past 100 years, how many of their names can be remembered by us? It can be counted on one hand. So I don't understand why these blessed lands are so respected. There are even people who say that as long as you have a part of the governing rights of a blessed land, the benefits will not be less than having a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Are they crazy?" Qin Songfeng smiled and said, "The benefits of the blessed lands are long. Occasionally there will be 1 or 2 surprises. The most important thing is that all the benefits are enjoyed by others. Who wouldn't be willing to take a share of it? Most of the people who came out of the grotto heaven had good lives. Those who came out of the blessed lands had especially hard lives." Lu Baqiao asked, "You don't seem to like that young man surnamed Qin?" Qin Songfeng thought for a while and chose to reveal his thoughts. "If it is a personal matter, I don't have any opinions about the young man. But if it is a matter of fact, his existence is actually very embarrassing for our entire family. The disciples of the Qin family in Long Pro Grotto Heaven have always been a joke in this continent. In the small town, there is only one of them left, and the rest have all become servants of other families. It is very normal for them to be reduced to a joke. In the eyes of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery, although we have the same ancestry as the people surnamed Qin in the small town, that is the history of many years ago. There is no affection. However, all the opponents of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery would not see it that way. Under such circumstances, if the young man from Mud Bottle Alley had simply become a servant of a large family, it would be fine. After that, it would be very difficult for him to continue to be a topic of conversation for many years. But this young man gritted his teeth and persevered. His existence alone is especially eye-catching. Many people are even betting that this branch of the Chen family in the small town will no longer be the only one. Lu Baqiao frowned and said, "This is not the young man's fault." Qin Songfeng smiled and said, "Of course, what did the young man do wrong? But in the end, there are some things in this world that are difficult to explain clearly." Lu Baqiao shook his head and said, "It is difficult to explain clearly. In fact, it is you who are unreasonable. It is only because the young man is too weak that you can appear to be righteous. In addition, the reputation of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery is much greater than the young man's, but compared to the people around you who are laughing at you, you are very ordinary. Therefore the situation is even more awkward. In the end, you are not willing to admit your incompetence, so you can only hint to yourselves that the young man is the main culprit. I believe that if it was not for the fact that Long Pro Grotto Heaven is not easy to enter, the young man from the shabby alley who embarrassed the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery would have been secretly killed by the disciples of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery, or by some guy from a vassal family." Qin Songfeng's face flushed red. For a moment he actually became angry out of shame. Lu Baqiao held the back of his head and raised his head to look at the sky. He still had a leisurely and languid expression. "I know that you, Qin Songfeng, are not such a person. Unfortunately, there are very few people like you. There are many people who are not like you. Let's say that the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain was afraid that the Wind Thunder Garden would obtain the sword manual because he could not obtain it himself. Therefore he wanted to kill the young man with the surname Lu with one punch. Do you think that is reasonable? I think that is very unreasonable. But is it useful? It is useless. I do not even dare to challenge the old ape directly." Lu Baqiao sighed and released one of his hands. He patted his stomach and said self-deprecatingly, "As for me, I am just clumsy with words. My fists are not hard enough and my sword is not fast enough. Otherwise, I would have accumulated a lot of principles in my stomach. I would like to have a good talk with this world." Qin Songfeng exhaled, "So you think that the young man is not bad?" Lu Baqiao turned his head to look at the mountain in the west where the sun had fallen. "Not bad? How is that possible?" Qin Songfeng was somewhat puzzled. Lu Baqiao said with a smile, "I feel ashamed when I see that young man." Qin Songfeng found it inconceivable. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Why do you have to go so far?" Lu Baqiao swallowed some of the words that were about to come out of his mouth to avoid feeling sad. Although Qin Songfeng was not to his liking, he was much better than the average scholar. He should be content with what he had. The talkative Lu Baqiao remained silent the entire way. The night was deep. Qin Pingan made 3 torches and the 3 of them traveled with the fire. Finally they arrived at the foot of a tall mountain. Qin Pingan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Ning Yao, "Miss Ning, tell her that this is a mountain that the imperial court has sealed. Does she have any taboos?" After Ning Yao passed the message to Qin Dui, the latter shook her head. Qin Dui looked over. She was very certain that the ancestral tomb of the Qin family of Yingyin was definitely here. A wanderer returning to his home had a resonance in his heart. Qin Dui slowly closed her eyes. A moment later she squatted down and used her finger to write a long string of characters on the ground. After she finished writing, her lips moved slightly. Finally she used her palm to slowly erase all traces. After she got up, she walked around the place where the runes were destroyed and took the lead to climb the mountain. She did not even need Qin Pingan to lead the way. The 3 of them arrived at a place halfway up the mountain. Qin Pingan pointed not far away. There was a tree growing on a small mound. Its trunk was strange and extremely straight. It was even straighter than bamboo. Qin Pingan felt relieved and nodded, "It's here." Qin Dui said in a deep voice, "Wait for me at the foot of the mountain." Ning Yao pulled Qin Pingan's sleeve, indicating that they should go down the mountain together. Qin Dui put down the book box and carefully took out the carefully prepared offerings one by one to worship the gods and ancestors. Halfway through, Qin Dui was absent-minded for a moment. She looked at the small tree in a daze. Tears of joy filled her eyes and she muttered, "As expected, as expected." In the end, the woman sincerely kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to the small mound. After that, Qin Dui prostrated on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "The Qin family of Yingyin thanks the ancestor for your protection." At the foot of the mountain, Qin Pingan and Ning Yao each sat on one side of the basket with their backs facing each other. Ning Yao asked, "There was a part of the journey before. Why did you deliberately take the longer route?" Qin Pingan was stunned and said in shock, "Miss Ning, even you could tell?" Ning Yao held the scabbard and pushed it back. The tip of the scabbard hit the back of the youth's waist. "Remove the word, Lien." The The young man in straw sandals grimaced and gently rubbed his waist. If Ning Yao had known this earlier, she wouldn't have taken the fruit. Ning Yao felt a bit regretful. She wiped her mouth and handed over the remaining wild fruit. It doesn't taste good. I'll return it to you. Qin Pingan resentfully took it back. He was a bit disappointed. He thought that Miss Ning would think it was good. Ning Yao lightly kicked the basket on her back. She casually asked, "Are you leaving it for that woman called Qin Xiang?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "Why would I give it to her? We're not related to each other. Of course I'm leaving it for Lu Xianyang." Ning Yao suddenly asked curiously, "If Ruan Xiu was here, would you give it to Ruan Xiu instead of Qin Xiang?" Qin Pingan nodded. "Of course." Ning Yao asked again, "Then if you only had 2 wild fruits, would you give them to me or to Ruan Xiu?" Qin Pingan said without hesitation, "I'll give one to you and one to Ruan Xiu. I'll just watch you guys eat." Qin Pingan suffered another sneak attack. He rubbed his back and innocently asked, "Miss Ning, what are you doing?" Ning Yao asked again, "If there's only one?" Qin Pingan chuckled. "I'll give it to you." Ning Yao asked, "Why?" Qin Pingan said slyly and honestly, "Miss Ruan isn't here but Miss Ning is." The youth's back was hit hard twice. It hurt so much that Qin Pingan quickly got up and jumped around. As a result, Ning Yao fell into the large basket. Qin Pingan quickly pulled her out of the basket. Ning Yao didn't get angry. She just glared at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan held the basket and the two sat back to back again. Ning Yao asked, "Do you know what kind of tree that tree is?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "I don't know. I've only seen it in this place. I don't think there's any in the other mountains." Ning Yao said in a deep voice, "It's said that if a family mausoleum gives birth to a regular tree, it's an auspicious sign that the scholarly sage is about to be born. Moreover, this sage is bound to be extremely upright and full of righteousness. Therefore in your world he'll definitely be favored." Qin Pingan nodded. "What scholarly sage? Auspicious sign? Righteousness?" This straw sandals youth didn't understand. Ning Yao asked, "Aren't you envious of that woman on the mountain? Haven't you thought about why this regular tree doesn't grow on the graves of your ancestors?" Qin Pingan didn't answer the question. He happily said, "This year's Qingming festival I can visit my parents' graves. It's really good." Ning Yao suddenly stood up. This time, it was Qin Pingan's turn to sit in the basket. Ning Yao held her belly and laughed. There were only 5 children left in the town school. They came from different backgrounds and ages. Among them, there was a little girl wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. Although she came from Fulu Street, she never bullied others in the school. However, she didn't like to join in the fun either. She always liked to wander around by herself. In the westernmost part of the town, Li Huai's son Li Huai was also studying in this village school. His parents took his sister and left the town, leaving him alone. Li Huai didn't cry or make a fuss. Instead he was overjoyed. Finally, he didn't have to be controlled by others. However, at night this child who was staying at his uncle's house woke up from a nightmare and began to howl at the top of his lungs. As a result, his uncle and aunt who had woken up worked together to suppress him. One used a feather duster while the other used a broom. The other 3 came from Peach Leaf Alley, Dragon Rider Alley, and Apricot Blossom Alley. They were 2 men and 1 woman. After class, Mr. Chi gave each of them a piece of calligraphy. He asked them to keep it safe and carefully copy it. He said that he would check their homework in 3 days. It was the word Chi. After the students left, the old man who was sweeping the floor took a bath and changed his clothes. He came to Mr. Chi's study and sat on the ground. The old man asked a classic question about the first month of the King of Spring. Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly and explained what was spring, what was king, what was right, and what was the moon. This was the unique, asking the difficult questions of the major Confucian academies. During the class, there would be a teacher questioning arranged to ask the lecturer. The teacher could ask 1 question, several questions, 10 questions, or even 100 questions. This questioning took place when Mr. Qi and the old man first met. That was 80 years ago. However, at that time, Qi Jingchun was the one who asked, and the person who answered was the teacher of both of them. After the old man finished asking all the questions, he looked at Qi Jingchun. "Do you still remember the teacher's parting words before we went to Cliff Academy?" Qi Jingchun smiled but didn't say anything. The old man answered his own question. "The sentence he gave me was, 'Heaven and earth give birth to a gentleman, and a gentleman rules heaven and earth.' The sentence he gave you was, 'You can't learn any more. Green comes from blue and green comes from blue.' The old man suddenly became very excited. Teacher thinks so highly of you. He hopes that you will surpass him. Why do you have to stay here and refuse to turn back until you hit the wall? Why do you have to give up your 100-year cultivation and 1,000-year great path for a small town with only 5 or 6,000 people? If you were an ordinary scholar it would be fine. But you are Qi Jingchun, our teacher's most valued and proud disciple. You are a scholar who has the potential to start a new life and even establish a sect. The old man trembled and said, I know. It's Buddhism that has wronged you. All living beings are equal. Have you forgotten what the teacher said about the noble and lowly? Qi Jingchun smiled and shook his head. Although the teacher is a teacher and his knowledge is naturally great, his reasoning may not be all right. The old man was shocked to the extreme. His face was full of astonishment, and then he shouted angrily, the person of etiquette is the true body. Qi Jingchun smiled and replied, when a gentleman retracts, he withdraws. When he extends, he extends. It seemed that there was no reason and they were thousands of miles apart. But after the old man heard it, his face changed dramatically and was full of surprise. Qi Jingchun sighed and looked at his junior brother who had followed him here for 60 years. He said seriously, things have come to this. Those children will be entrusted to you to send to the Cliff Academy. The old man nodded and left with a complicated expression. Qi Jingchun said to himself, Teacher, is there a true righteousness in this world? 2 carriages set off from Fulu Street long before dawn and left the town early. 68. Qi Jingchun's huge Dharma idol was pure white and ethereal. It sat solemnly on the northernmost territory of the eastern treasure continent. The sea of clouds surged and slowly pressed down, approaching Qi Jingchun's head. Qi Jingchun looked up and smiled freely. Above the sea of clouds, a dignified voice sounded. Qi Jingchun, you have to know that the heavenly Tao is selfless. As a disciple of the Confucian school, it's understandable that you have compassion for the Black Pearl Cave. If you change your mind now, there's still room for negotiation. Accompanied by the words of the immortal in the sky, it was as if waves of thunder were rolling rapidly in the sea of clouds. The flashing lightning and thunder continuously seeped out from the bottom of the sea of clouds. Words were law. Another immortal sneered and said, Why are you talking nonsense with this bookworm? If you want to do something that can support the heavens and the earth, you have to ask if my fist agrees or not. At the same time, the sea of clouds was scooped up by a huge golden palm. After pushing away the thick clouds and revealing a hole, a pillar of light landed in front of Qi Jingchun's Dharma idol. A Buddhist chant sounded from the west and said sympathetically, Benefactor Qi, calm your mind and transcend the land of Buddhism. Qi Jingchun said in a low voice, After the battle of the dragon-slaying battle, the town will enjoy 3,000 years of great luck. The descendants of the future generations will be outstanding. However, since it is a rule set by the 4 saints, the first batch of cultivators who chose to take root in the Black Pearl Grotto heaven did not object. I, Qi Jingchun, naturally have no right to interfere in this matter. Now that the heavenly Tao wants to suppress this world, just come. It's just me, Qi Jingchun, who will bear this calamity for the people of the town. The heavenly Tao and rules have not fallen into vain. Why are you stopping me? The immortal who had reached out and created a huge hole in the sea of clouds laughed wantonly. Aha, Qi, do you really not know the reason, or are you pretending to be crazy? Unknowingly, Qi Jingchun had already stretched out her hand and grabbed the pearl that contained a small cave. She clenched her hand into a fist and held it in her palm. Thinking about it, in the palm of his hand, in the grotto heaven, and above the small town, it was a mysterious scene where day suddenly turned into night. At this moment, the snow-white palm that protected Qi Jingchun's paradise seemed to have suffered an invisible attack that came from all directions, and it sizzled while white arcs of lightning ceaselessly sprayed out from the back of his hand. Snowflakes that seemed to be small like feathers but were actually large like mountains were ceaselessly falling from the back of his hand and falling to the ground. However, they vanished into thin air before they could land on the ground. The immortal sitting high up in the clouds near the hole in the sea of clouds sneered, Little Confucian, you're going against the great Tao and overestimating yourself. Let me play with you first. If one looked from afar in the eastern vase continent and was able to break through the concealment array created by the immortals, one would be able to vaguely see an incomparably spectacular scene. In the huge hole in the sea of clouds, first, a black dot was revealed. Then, a sword tip was revealed, and finally, the whole picture was finally revealed. It was a pocket-sized flying sword that was the length of a finger of Qi Jingchun's Dharma form. As soon as the first sword appeared, the second sword followed and fell from another place. The third and fourth sword descended from the sea of clouds in the sky one after another. There were a total of 12 flying swords. They lined up in a line and hovered in the sky. It was like a cavalry that was in a formation and had its reins pulled tight. Qi Jingquan's free right hand was raised high with her palm facing upwards, blocking the fist that was pressing down on her. Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol suddenly fell 1,000 feet, but the sea of clouds was also lifted 1,000 feet by a surge of wind. It was as if there was a distance of 2,000 feet between heaven and earth. Again? The golden immortal's fists landed one after another, each with the force of a thunderbolt. Perhaps any of the 5 mountains and majestic mountains of the eastern treasure bottle continent would not be able to withstand his fist. The snow-white Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol only raised his arm high. First, a large hole was smashed in the Dharma idol's palm, then the entire palm shattered with a bang. Following that, the golden fist smashed the arm into pieces. Qi Jingquan, whose Dharma idol was greatly damaged, was still indifferent. All of his attention was still on his left hand, which was clenched into a fist. From the fist to the entire arm, then to the shoulder, it was covered with Taoist talisman that was covered with lightning. Every word was as big as a house. The old voice continued, "Don't be stubborn. Qi Jingquan, if you are willing, you can follow me in cultivation." Qi Jingquan turned his head slightly and looked down at the arm that was full of holes. It was already covered with the supreme prophecies written by the Taoist sect's saint. What a good way to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Qi Jingquan sighed softly and said in a low voice, "Peace." The old voice revealed a hint of anger. "Qi Jingquan, how dare you?" The angry shout forcibly covered the 2 words after Qi Jingquan's peace. In the sky, 2 fingers were close together like a sword, easily breaking through the sea of clouds and slashing down. It actually directly cut off Qi Jingquan's arm that was clenched into a fist from the shoulder. In the distance, there was an imperceptible sigh full of regret. The scholarly sage did not overstep the rules. Qi Jingquan should not have crossed the Taoist sect's lightning pool. After the finger sword successfully chopped off Qi Jingquan's arm, it seemed that its master's anger was still there. The 2 fingers quickly retracted back into the sea of clouds, but it didn't stop there. Instead, with an even faster speed, it pierced toward the floating fist that was like a tree without roots and water without a source. Qi Jingquan retracted the right arm that was left above his head and quickly blocked above the bead, hugging it in front of him to protect himself. The 2 fingers of the immortal went forward and penetrated the arm of Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol without any suspense. The fist from the golden giant that came from the hole also hit the head of Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol. Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol was on the verge of collapse. Although its arm was broken, its sleeves were still fluttering. It had the charm of a scholar. However, the more it was like this, the more tragic it was. After being punched in the head again, Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol continued to sink. One punch after another, as if it would not stop until the scholar was smashed deep into the ground. The dilapidated Dharma idol protected the fist in front of it, the bead, the pearl grotto heaven, and the people who would call him Mr. Qi when they met. The Dharma idol's lips moved slightly as it chanted silently. The stars rotate, the sun and the moon shine, the 4 seasons represent the emperor, yin and yang increase, wind and rain increase, all things are born in harmony, and all things are nourished in their own way, in the small grotto heaven. In the village school there was not a single child present. There was a Confucian scholar in a green robe sitting alone. Not only was his temples white, but his hair was also snow white. The scholar was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His soul was shattered more thoroughly than a porcelain that had fallen heavily to the ground. The scholar had an extremely happy expression. He closed his eyes and smiled, passing away suddenly. There was Qi Jingquan in the world. The world was happy and so was I. That year in this world, spring left very late and summer came very late. 69. It was as if the town had encountered a heavenly eclipse that was hard to come by in 100 years. All of a sudden, it was pitch black and people couldn't even see their own fingers. In addition, the statues outside the town were exploding like firecrackers. The sound became more and more frequent. When the town was silent because of the darkness, it was particularly ear-piercing. This undoubtedly deepened the speculations of the ordinary people in the town. Thinking of the ox carts and horse carriages that carried the children of the big families, the people in the streets and alleys were all uneasy. Inside the high walls of the 4 families and 10 clans, Without exception, every time a servant or maid wanted to act on their own and hang up a lantern high up, they would be loudly reprimanded. Some hot-tempered stewards of the family would even slap those lanterns on the spot and trample them with their feet. With a ferocious expression, they stared at those kind-hearted servants as if they were enemies. In the blacksmith shop, Qin Pingan and Ning Yao were sitting at the mouth of the well having lunch. After dark, although Qin Pingan felt strange, it didn't affect him from lowering his head and eating. The food in the blacksmith shop was quite good. Every meal, both long and short, was given a piece of fatty red braised pork that was the width of an index finger and a spoonful of oil. There was enough rice, but there was only one piece of meat. Qin Pingan's appetite was about 2 big bowls of rice. Therefore, every time he got a piece of meat from the head chef because there was soup, he would only eat in the first bowl without touching the meat. In the end, the piece of red braised pork would slide from the top of the bowl to the bottom of the bowl little by little. Then he would run to the second bowl of rice and finish the meat cleanly. Every time Ning Yao saw Qin Pingan eating that meal, she wanted to laugh. Ruan Xiu, on the other hand, was not like Ning Yao. The girl in green looked at Qin Pingan as if there were 4 big words written in her eyes: kindred spirits. At this time, Qin Pingan was holding an empty big white bowl in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. He tried his best to look around, but could only vaguely see the scene within 20 to 30 feet. For the past 2 days, in addition to working like an ox and horse for Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, Qin Pingan had to take out 6 hours to practice his walking stance. 1 hour during the day from noon to Weisher and 2 hours at night from Haisher to Chou. Later on, Qin Pingan tried to form a sword furnace with his 10 fingers as he walked, but Qin Pingan found that this would make his breathing difficult and his steps even more unstable, so he decisively gave up. Qin Pingan only trained the sword furnace to nourish his body when no one was paying attention. In fact, for Qin Pingan, it was just replacing the porcelain furnace with the sword furnace in the Shaking Mountain manual. In the beginning, Ning Yao would occasionally follow behind him. After pretending to give him pointers a few times, she would no longer appear. Qin Pingan didn't want to attract any gossip. During the day he would practice the fist stance along the downstream of the stream. He would run a mile away from the blacksmith's shop before he started practicing. Then he would make a round trip which would take him about 10 miles. For Qin Pingan, this was an unbreakable new family rule. At this time, sitting at the mouth of the well, Ning Yao looked at the sky that was covered with a black cloth. Her long and narrow eyebrows that made her lose her beautiful impression slightly frowned. Qin Pingan whispered, "Is it related to Mr. Qi?" Ning Yao didn't plan to tell him the truth. She only gave a vague answer: "Since Mr. Qi is the owner of this cave, it should be related to him." Qin Pingan asked again, "According to Song Jisin and GQ Mr. They said that here the mountains were sealed by the imperial court, so how could there be a mountain god? Besides, there was no way a river god would appear in such a small stream." Qin Pingan did not get involved. He had nothing to do anyway, so he used his extraordinary eyesight to go to the bottom of the last well. He carried baskets of soil out of the well. After climbing out of the well along the wooden ladder, he happened to see the man returning from the swordsmith room. He also noticed the young man's figure, but he did not approach or stop. He only waved goodbye to Qin Pingan from afar. Qin Pingan felt a little emotional. Whether this person was good or bad, at least he was different from the people from Xingyang Mountain, Yunxia Mountain, Qingfeng City, and Old Dragon City. Qin Pingan carried soil out of the well again and again. After the last trip out of the well, he found Ruan Xiu standing near the wheel of the well. She had a handkerchief in her hand and a pile of small pastries. When Qin Pingan appeared, Ruan Xiu extended her hand to him. Qin Pingan, who was covered in dirt and had dirty hands, smiled and shook his head. Then Ruan Xiu sat on the well and ate the exquisite pastries from the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. The blue-clothed girl was quickly immersed in it, her entire being brimming with happiness and joy. Qin Pingan continued to move the soil back and forth. After more than 10 times, the ponytail girl was nowhere to be seen. However, there was a handkerchief and a piece of cake left on the well. It was the famous peach blossom wine cake from the shop. Qin Pingan was stunned. He had no choice but to take down the basket on his back and put it beside his feet. He sat on the well near the handkerchief and wiped his hands on his clothes. He picked up the cake with 2 fingers and put it into his mouth. Qin Pingan nodded vigorously. It was indeed delicious. After all, he had eaten 10 coins. When he thought of this, Qin Pingan immediately felt that it was even more delicious. A few hours later, the sky was still dark. From time to time, there was a dull sound of beating drums. Other than that, there was nothing unusual about the town. Master Juan made an exception and let the short-term workers in his blacksmith shop rest for 2 days. He let them go back to their homes and not wait for dawn to continue working. Qin Pingan was among them. He simply returned to the town and went to Lu Xianyang's house. When he found that there was nothing missing, he quickly turned off the lights and locked the door. He then ran to his house in Clay Bottle Alley. For some reason, Qin Pingan felt that the town today was lifeless and lifeless. Qin Pingan did not know that when he ran through the corridor of the covered bridge. Under the bridge there was a tall woman floating on the water. Her clothes were white and her hair was white. Her bare hands and feet were like fine jade. She was tilting her head and using the stream as a mirror. She held her hair with one hand and combed it with the other. No one could see her face clearly. 70. The current state of the town was like a sandbox that General Dali ordered people to build. The war had already ended, so he decided to abandon it and cover it with a black cloth. Qin Pingan lit an oil lamp in his house and began to count his belongings. There were 3 bags of gold coins, one for the tribute money, one for the spring festival money, and one for the victory money. One bag was given by the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom to thank him for letting him meet the golden carp. Gukan left the other 2 bags as the money to buy the loach. As for the 2 bags of coins that Qin Pingan originally wanted to thank him, Qin Pingan earnestly asked her to give them to Lu Xianyang on their way out of the mountain. Although Qin Pingan was confused, she did not refuse. Perhaps she was surprised by the choice of the young man in the shabby alley, or perhaps she was in a good mood after successfully worshipping the ancestors. Qin Pingan smiled for the first time and said some heartfelt words in a soft voice, so that Qin Pingan could rest assured. She told him that the promise of being a direct descendant of the Qin family in Yingyin was definitely more valuable than the 2 bags of gold coins. Qin Pingan was actually skeptical and did not dare to fully believe it. However, when Ning Yao heard that she was a direct descendant of the Qin family in Yingyin, she privately asked Qin Pingan to relax. Mr. Qi had given him a total of 4 seals twice. The first 2 seals, Jingxin Proud and Qin 11, were Mr. Qi's private collection of snake gall stones. The next 2 seals were carved by Mr. Qi according to the snake gall stones that Qin Pingan gave him. One seal was in small seal script while the other was in official script. Coincidentally, the 2 seals could be put together to form a painting of green mountains and clear waters. One was thick and the other was delicate and soft. Mr. Qi carved the words mountain and water respectively. According to Ning Yao, it could be called a pair of mountain watermarks. Qin Pingan put the 2 prescriptions and 3 pieces of paper from Lu Daozhang on the table. Ning Yao had once despised Taoist Lu's words for being bland and tasteless. His words were like those of a scholar from a secular dynasty who had to cater to the imperial examinations. He was well-behaved and humble. Naturally, Qin Pingan could not tell the depth of the young Taoist priest's handwriting. He would not belittle the 3 pieces of paper just because of Ning Yao's low evaluation. Moreover, before he left, Priest Lu had said that it was not easy to buy books and learn how to read in this small town. If Qin Pingan wanted to learn how to read, he could start with his prescription. At this moment, Qin Pingan carefully picked up the last piece of paper. Previously he had seen the 4 words Lu Chen's edict written in vermilion at the end, but he did not think too much about it. However, now that he had as many as 4 seals, he felt that those few small words were especially cute and amiable. Qin Pingan thought that when he had extra money in his pocket, he would buy books one day and keep them at home. Then, on the title page or the last page, he would gently stamp the words Qin 11. When Qin Pingan thought of this, he could not help but grin. However, Qin Pingan soon felt a little awkward. With the seal he needed ink paste. Next to the New Year's shop that specialized in selling pastries in the Dragon Rider Alley, there was a shop that sold all kinds of sundries, with a signboard with the characters Straw Head. Song Jisin and his maidservant Jigui often patronized this shop. The so-called 4 treasures of the study, and clean desk, were all bought from there. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. He felt that when he became literate in the future, he would buy a box of ink paste if he came across a book that he fell in love with at first sight. In addition, there was also the sack of carefully selected snake gall stones. There were 7 or 8 stones with different colors. However, even after being out of the water for so long, the colors still did not fade. The sack on the table opened. The stones were as big as a young man's palm, as small as a child's fist, and as small as a pigeon's egg. They were all nestled together and looked very likable. Qin Pingan originally wanted to give them to Lu Xianyang. Although Song Jisin was a harsh scholar, there was a saying that made a lot of sense. It roughly meant that if the same small thing was placed in the hands of a stall outside Mud Bottle Alley, it would be sold for a few coins and would take a lot of effort. However, if it was placed in the cabinet of Chow Tu's shop, it would cost at least 3 or 4 taels of silver. If the customer wanted to buy it or not, they could leave if they did not have the money. Qin Pingan felt that Song Jisun's words made a lot of sense. Therefore, if he left the snake gall stone with him and left it in the small town, it would probably not sell for a high price. However, if he gave it to Lu Xianyang, he would definitely get more money than Qin Pingan if he went to the big place where Ying's Qin family was located. Even if he was cheated and haggled, he would definitely get more money than Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan did not need to think about whether it was better to own a thatched cottage or let his friend win a mountain of gold and silver. Otherwise, why would he be friends with Lu Xianyang? Therefore, even if Qin Pingan felt that Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden was not a bad person, no matter how Lu Baqiao called him brother, Qin Pingan would never take it seriously from the beginning to the end. He would never agree with him. Qin Pingan finally picked up the jade hairpin. Mr. Qi said that it was given to him by his teacher in the early years. It was an ordinary item and not a rare treasure. There were 8 small words engraved on the jade hairpin. Ning Yao had explained the sentence. Speaking of a gentleman, he is as gentle as jade. Gentleman. Although Qin Pingan was not educated, he still felt that this word must be a very important title. Ning Yao's voice came from the door. Why don't you put this hairpin on? Since he is willing to give it to you, he naturally wants you to make the best use of it. Qin Pingan, who was in a daze, looked up and asked with a smile, "Why are you here?" Ning Yao sat across the table from Qin Pingan and glanced at the hairpin in Qin Pingan's hand. "I have checked it carefully. It is indeed an ordinary hairpin. There is no hidden mystery. At first I thought it was a small cave." Qin Pingan was confused. "What?" Ning Yao looked at the table of Qin Pingan's family heirloom, and explained, "Have you heard of the saying that there is a different cave?" She had always felt that Qin Pingan was not a stubborn person. Of course, except for killing Kai Qinqian and fighting the mountain-moving ape, Qin Pingan seemed to never get angry. He was not bigoted and had a mild temper. Ning Yao would not be surprised if such words came out of the mouths of geniuses like Fu Nanhua and Song Jisun. However, when it came out of Qin Pingan's mouth, Ning Yao could not believe it. She could not help but ask, "Why?" Qin Pingan grinned and said, "My father only fought once in his life and it was for my mother. Because someone scolded my mother in the dragon-riding alley, my father was angry and went to fight fiercely. When I came back, I was grumbled by my mother for a long time. But my father privately told me that whether I can beat her or not is one thing, but whether I can beat her or not is another. What's the point of marrying a woman instead of protecting her?" Ning Yao was puzzled. Qin Pingan scratched his head and said with shame, "My father is good at burning porcelain, but he is not good at fighting. When he came home, his face was bruised and swollen. He was beaten badly." Ning Yao held her forehead and did not want to speak. She was silent for a moment and got up. "Let's go back to the shop." Qin Pingan asked, "Do you want me to walk you to the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley?" Ning Yao said in a bad mood, "No need." Qin Pingan did not insist and only walked Ning Yao to the door. Ning Yao did not turn her head. She knew that the youth had been standing at the door. The hearts of good people who were not pedantic would be especially warm and bright, like flowers and trees in the sun. This in itself was a very beautiful thing. The youth in Mud Bottle Alley who had no one to rely on, was called a lowly bumpkin by those outsiders, an ant who dug up dirt in the city's shabby alleys. However, the youth had his own life to live. He also wanted to live a good life, not because he was greedy for pleasure. In fact, the youth was a child who could bear hardships since he was young. He simply thought that if his parents knew in the afterlife, they would definitely be relieved. Although Qin Pingan was the only one left in the Qin family, he could still live a good life alone. This meant that the family passed down from his parents was not bad, even if there was only one person left in the family. Even if he had the money to buy the couplets, the youth had to put them up by himself. No one would tell Qin Pingan if they were crooked or not. The Fu character on the door needed to be put up by himself, and no one would help him. People were responsible for their own life and death. They did not want to ask for anything from the heavens. Therefore, although this kind of person seemed to have a good temper, he was actually very stubborn. His life was also very stubborn. The girl who walked out of Mud Bottle Alley suddenly felt a sense of loss and guilt. She left without saying goodbye. After Qin Pingan returned to the house, he stared blankly at the oil lamp. In a daze, Qin Pingan seemed to be asleep yet not asleep, dreaming yet not dreaming. He seemed to have inexplicably walked to the south end of the covered bridge. He only vaguely remembered that it was dark all the way, and even he could not see a few feet away. However, as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, a bright light suddenly shone between heaven and earth. Chin Pingan walked on the covered bridge in a daze. Suddenly, a dazzling snow-white light bloomed in the middle of the corridor. It seemed to be more dazzling than the light of heaven and earth before, and the Tao it contained was more sublime. Chin Pingan was in so much pain that his eyes were tearing up, but for some reason he could see the strange scenery more clearly. There was a tall figure with a blurred face standing in the middle of the covered bridge. He looked somewhat similar to Mr. Chi whom Chin Pingan first met in the alley. He stretched out his hands and lifted the whetstone a little more than an inch off the ground. It was a little heavy but not impossible to move. This was easy. Chin Pingan went to the house and found a wicker basket. Soon, the teenager walked down Clay Bottle Alley with the wicker basket on his back. He covered the whetstone with a shirt. After walking out of Clay Bottle Alley, Chin Pingan found that there were many people on the street. He guessed that the sudden dark night made people panic. Now that they finally saw the sun, they wanted to come out and take a breath of fresh air. Therefore, most of the townspeople left their houses and walked out of the alley to the street. They were talking about it. From time to time, people rushed by, shouting that the iron lock well had completely dried up. Even the iron chain that had been hanging in the well for thousands of years had been secretly taken away by some bastard and hidden at home. There were even young children that wished for the world to be in chaos. They were jumping about in groups of 2 or 3 with excited expressions on their faces, and they were talking about the unexpected event that occurred on the old locust tree. It turned out that the old locust tree had been uprooted overnight and fallen on the street. The ground was covered with broken locust tree branches and withered locust tree leaves. At first, many people nearby felt that it was a waste, so they picked up the branches and leaves to burn at home. Some tired and lazy young men were urged by their aunts to chop the thicker locust tree branches with their hatchets. It was not that no one stopped them. Most of the old people in the town who had lived around the old locust tree for generations were heartbroken. They directly scolded the men and women who took advantage of the old locust tree. There were also some old people who tried to persuade the old locust tree about the origin of the town. They said that the tree had spiritual chi. For so many years, even the withered branches would only fall in the dead of night and would not fall on people's heads. Not to mention that every time the harvest was bad, the locust tree's flowers were like rice and filled many people's stomachs. It did not work. Those young men either ignored them and buried themselves in cutting the tree. Those with bad tempers had conflicts with the old people, pushing and shoving. In short, it was a bit messy. After hearing the movement by the old locust tree, Chin Pingan hesitated with the basket on his back. He slowed down and looked back every 3 steps, looking in the direction of the old locust tree. His intuition told him that he should go to the locust tree to take a look, but there was another voice in his heart that told him to hurry to the blacksmith shop. He suddenly saw a nimble figure pass by him like the wind. It was a little girl wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that the little girl was carrying a locust tree branch that was as thick as a young man's arm on her shoulder. The locust tree branch was as long as a person. The little girl's footsteps were as fast as the wheels of a cart. She was very lively and playful. Chin Pingan recognized her at a glance. She was the little girl who came and went like the wind. She liked to wander around the town. She and Gukin were people who got to know each other through fighting. Not long ago they met each other on the back of the green ox. They met once. She was following those immortals and seemed to have a good relationship with that young Taoist nun. Chin Pingan even gave her a small snake gall stone. Chin Pingan hurriedly called out to her. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket turned her head. When she saw that it was Chin Pingan, she grinned. Her pair of limpid eyes seemed to be saying, "If you have something to say it quickly. I'm listening. I'm still busy with moving ants." Chin Pingan held back his laughter and waved his hand. "I have something to discuss with you. At most, I'll take up a bit of your time." The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket ran over with the branch on her shoulder. She turned her body slightly and raised her head. She was somewhat puzzled. Chin Pingan asked, "You moved this branch from the old locust tree, right?" The little girl nodded vigorously and said regretfully, "If I didn't move faster, it would have been snatched away. I'm weak and can only move such a big branch. I'll try my best to make a few more trips." Chin Pingan's mind raced. He probed, If your house is on Fulu Street, then it's quite far. If you trust me, you can put the locust tree branch in my courtyard first. That way you can make a few more trips." The little girl silently weighed the pros and cons. While she was seriously considering, she had been observing Chin Pingan's eyes and expression. She probably felt that Chin Pingan didn't have any bad intentions. She nodded and said, "Then what do you want me to do?" "I'll say it first. I can't carry a branch that's too big. It's very heavy. Right now my shoulders feel like they're on fire." Chin Pingan took out a bunch of keys. He took one of them and handed it to the little girl. "This is the key to my courtyard. Take it. I don't need you to do anything else. When you're snatching the locust tree branch, I just want you to see if there are any yellow leaves on the ground. If there are, remember to help me put them away." She didn't take the key. Her eyes widened. "That's it." Chin Pingan smiled. "Yes, that's it. You know where my house is, right?" She grunted. Counting from the left of Mud Bottle Alley, it's the 12th house. In the end, she still didn't take the key. "The wall of your courtyard isn't high. I can put the locust tree branch in gently. There's no need to open the courtyard door." Chin Pingan had just put away the key when the girl in the red cotton padded jacket turned around and ran away. Chin Pingan felt that she was like him in the mountains. She walked through the streets and alleys, while he climbed over the mountains. Chin Pingan walked out of the town and headed south. When he approached the covered bridge, he was shocked to find that it had disappeared. It had returned to the old stone arch bridge in his memory. For some reason, Chin Pingan still liked the old bridge in front of him, even though it was brand new and had a bright golden plaque hanging on it. Chin Pingan stood at the end of the stone bridge. For some reason, he thought of that inexplicable dream. He took a deep breath and slowly walked up the slope. The closer he got to the center of the bridge, the more nervous Chin Pingan became. He was already sweating profusely, but when he reached the end of the arch bridge, nothing happened. Chin Pingan laughed at himself and quickened his pace toward the blacksmith shop. There's no turning back on this road. You can only go to the end. There's no good thing in the world that can be done once and for all. To put it bluntly, anyone in the town can have good karma, but it won't be your turn. The more the great immortal was so calm, the more nervous the old woman was. Finally, she gritted her teeth and quickly dived into the water. After a while, the old woman's figure disappeared. But in the stream between the back of the green ox and the stone arch bridge, there seemed to be a green shadow that was crookedly swimming downstream. When the shadow approached the stone arch bridge, it slowed down. In the end, it was like a turtle swimming in the water. When it was more than 10 feet away from the deep pool of the stone arch bridge, the old woman's figure suddenly accelerated. Obviously, she was going to risk her life to seek riches and fortune. She swam past. She was unimpeded. After the old woman rushed out for more than 10 feet in one breath, her figure in the water spun. In order to celebrate her survival, she couldn't help but spin in circles. A mass of black hair wrapped around the skinny body that had no flesh and blood. The old woman stood straight in the stream and looked up at the stone arch bridge. Finally, she saw the old sword clearly. It was still rusty. It was no different from what she saw when she was a child, a young woman and a young woman. But at the next moment, Hippo's eyeballs exploded on the spot after taking one more look at the old swordsman. She wailed. The stream was rolling and waves were bursting. After a long time, the stream finally calmed down. The old woman had a pair of eyes again, but her breath became weak. The voice of the great immortal sounded in her ears. "He doesn't care about you. That's because your ancestors are green. Don't push your luck. When you pass by the stone bridge in the future, remember not to look up." The old woman stammered, I won't do it again." Old Yang's voice came faintly, "You just go downstream and try to swim to where you can go. When you pass by the blacksmith shop, don't be too arrogant. But don't worry too much. Your existence can make this stream particularly gloomy. Once the water essence is produced, it will be good for the forging of swords. So Master Huan won't make things difficult for you. If you work diligently, they might even give you some opportunities out of charity. Although the Pro Grotto heaven is broken and the spiritual energy is flowing quickly, it can probably last for 30 to 40 years. Master Ruan's position as a saint is very stable. For him it's a good thing." The old woman was relieved and said flatteringly, "I will obey the great immortal's decree." On the side of the green ox's back, someone's words were full of admiration. "Senior, you are so powerful. You can actually confer the title of Granny He. The key is that you can still not disturb the heavenly Tao." Old Yang still maintained his original sitting posture. He did not turn his head and sneered, Granny, he and River God are just one word apart. How can a scholar like you not understand? The person who came was the biggest scholar of Lakeview Academy, Chui Ming Huang. He should be the last outsider to leave this place. The spirited and handsome scholar smiled and said, "It's already very shocking. To forcefully create a small path on a broken path, this junior can't help but admire this kind of skill." Old Yang asked indifferently, "Kid, you know my identity?" Chui Ming Huang shook his head and smiled. "The Hill Master didn't tell me in advance, but I can guess a little." Old Yang said impatiently, "Go away, you're not qualified to talk to me. Your Hill Master is more suitable." Chui Ming Huang did not leave. Instead, he sat on the ground on the green ox's back. Before sitting down, he did not forget to reach out and carefully hold the jade pendant at his waist to prevent it from hitting the stone cliff. He looked up at the blue sky that was no longer obstructed and said softly, "He has a great cultivation base, but in order to protect this pearl grotto heaven and prevent the heavenly Tao from penetrating, he was unwilling to use any of it. In the end, he could only rely on the 2 words natal, to hold on until the end." "Old Mr. Yang, what do you think our Mr. Qi is after?" The old man just smoked with a gloomy expression. Chui Ming Huang murmured, "If he's after a life for the people, it's too much of a loss. He's Qi Jingchun, the Hill Master of the Cliff Academy and the proud disciple of the 4th sage of Confucianism. Is it worth it to exchange his life for the next life of 5 or 6,000 ordinary people? I don't think it's worth it. If it were me, I would definitely not do it." Old Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke. "You can only nag me like this. Otherwise, you'll never be the Hill Master of the Academy in your life. Since you've said a few words, why don't we have a chat?" The scholar smiled and said, "That's great, I can't ask for more." The old man looked at the water, "But before that, I'd like to ask you a question." Chui Ming Huang nodded and said, "Just ask, senior." The old man said slowly, "Step by step, you forced Qi Jingchun into a situation where he could only beg for death. Was it your doing?" Chui Ming Huang was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, "Senior, aren't you overestimating me?" Old Yang did not turn his head. Clouds of smoke rose in front of the old man. "I'm not good at other things, but I'm good at reading people's minds. So you shouldn't have come here." Chui Ming Huang explained with a smile, "Even if it's a little later, it's been 80 years since I, the 4th sage of Confucianism, fell from my position in the Confucian temple for the first time. I'm only 30 years old now, how can it be reasonable?" The old man turned his head and said with a smile, "So you're saying that you just happened to come here to take the nation-guarding jade tablet and happened to run into this tragedy? You're saying that if you're not a piece of sh*t, you're still sh*t? Chui Ming Huang looked calm and said with a smile, "Nothing is constant in the world. There's no story without coincidences." Old man Yang chuckled with a fake smile on his face. Chui Ming Huang did not want to waste any more time, so he went straight to the point. "I have a special liking for Mount Biyun and hope to build a new academy there. I'm a guest here and should do as the Romans do. It's only right for me to greet you, Senior Yang. What's your request, Senior?" Old Yang frowned and did not say anything. Chui Ming Huang did not dare to rush the old man. He stood up slowly and said softly, "Senior, don't worry. As long as you don't agree, I won't dare to start building my academy. If you think it's feasible one day, you can ask the Kiln Supervision Office to send a message to Chui Ming Huang of Lakeview Academy." Old Yang nodded and did not reject him. Chui Ming Huang bowed and left. Compared to a small chess piece like He Pe, whether Lakeview Academy could become a god or not depended on whether they could find a place to play Go in the Dali dynasty. They chose Mount Biyun. In fact, the old man did not care too much about it because it did not matter. The only thing the old man cared about was what Qi Jingchun said to Huan Jiao at the covered bridge that night. In the end, he sat alone on the covered bridge for the whole night and only returned to the town after dawn. During that time, what did Qi Jingchun say and do? The old man stood up with his pipe and scolded in a low voice, "None of them are easy to deal with." In the school, the 4 children looked at each other in confusion. The children did not see Mr. Qi. Instead, they saw the old man who seemed to be sweeping the floor all year round. He changed into a Confucian robe similar to Mr. Qi's with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. His white hair was neatly combed and he wore a laurel on his head. The old man sat in Mr. Qi's seat and told the 4 children that Mr. Qi had resigned as a teacher and the Hill Master of the Academy. Therefore he would be the one to lead the school trip. Mr. Qi and the children had already agreed to go on a long trip, and the elders and their families had also agreed to it. The old man was no longer as kind and dignified as before. He asked, "Where's Li Baoping? Why didn't she come to school?" The sneaky Li Huai, who usually did not get along with the red cotton-padded jacket, immediately told the old man, "Li Baoping heard that the old pagoda tree had fallen on the way here. She wanted to join in the fun. I couldn't stop her. She has a bad temper. I tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. She even wanted to beat someone." The other three children cursed silently. Li Huai was really like his mother. His ability to lie through his teeth was better than anyone else's. The old man turned to a little girl with a ponytail and said, "Go and ask Li Baoping to come back. We're leaving the town today." The little girl said, "Oh." She stood up reluctantly and trotted out of the school. Li Huai was young, but he had a sharp tongue. He did not forget to add fuel to the fire. He said like an old man, "Old Ma, Li Baoping is such a naughty student. You must discipline her well. Otherwise she won't be successful. Since Mr. Qi is not here, Old Ma, you have to take up the responsibility." The old man glared at him sternly. Li Huai was so scared that he kept quiet out of fear. He just kept cursing the old man in his heart. When the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey is the king. In the past, Li Huai was tired of Mr. Qi's rules. Now he missed Mr. Qi's kindness. Next to the school, in the room that belonged to Qi Jingchun, Shui Minghuang of Lakeview Academy sat behind a desk and looked around. The scholar who had taken over the place smiled faintly. He whispered in disappointment, "There aren't many books." When Qin Pingan arrived at the blacksmith's shop and heard the news, he was a little confused. Ning Yao left the town before dawn. Ruan Xiu said that she was at the inverted hanging mountain. She sent a letter by flying sword. Miss Ning left the shop in a hurry after hearing about it. Only then did Qin Pingan know that Miss Ning went to Mud Bottle Alley to say goodbye to him. Qin Pingan stood under the eaves of Ning Yao's temporary residence with a wicker basket on his back. He pursed his lips. Ruan Xiu said softly, "Miss Ning asked me to tell you that she'll be borrowing the scabbard for a while. She'll return it to you later." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "It's okay." Ruan Xiu wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingan realized that it was meaningless to say this to Miss Ruan. He scratched his head and said, "Then I'll go back to Mud Bottle Alley first." Ruan Xiu nodded. Qin Pingan walked forward. Qin Pingan ran all the way back to Mud Bottle Alley. He opened the gate and found that there were many locust tree branches lying around. He thought that the girl could really run and carry. Qin Pingan put down the basket and sat at the gate of the courtyard, wiping his sweat. A touch of red ran over from the other end of Mud Bottle Alley. The little girl was sweating profusely. When she saw Qin Pingan, she grinned. She leaned on the locust tree branch and panted. She fished out a handful of bright green locust tree leaves from the embroidered bag at her waist. Qin Pingan took it and looked down. Compared to the locust tree leaves that Mr. Qi took him to ask for, these locust tree leaves were also green, but the veins of the leaves were withered and yellow. After looking at them for a long time, he couldn't see any green luster swimming in them. Qin Pingan looked at the red cotton-padded jacket who was looking around. He smiled and reached out his hand. The little girl was confused. Qin Pingan didn't take back his hand. After a while, she took out the last locust tree leaf from the embroidered bag and slapped it on Qin Pingan's palm. Qin Pingan continued to reach out his hand. She puffed up her cheeks and turned around to take out another locust tree leaf. She handed it to Qin Pingan with a sad face. Qin Pingan held back his laughter and put the 8 locust tree leaves together. He took out 3 of them and handed them to the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. He said softly, "This is for you." The little girl didn't take the locust tree leaf. Her big black grape-like eyes were full of confusion. Qin Pingan rubbed the little girl's head and explained gently, "It's different if you hide it first and I give it to you later. Don't forget that you must keep your promise to others." Qin Pingan looked at the innocent and young face and smiled. "If you try hard and still can't do it, remember to tell me." Although the little girl felt that what he said was quite reasonable, she felt embarrassed. So she used all her strength to wrinkle her little face and said angrily, "Why do you look so much like Mr. Qi? I don't like you anymore." Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "I'll help you move the locust tree branch to your house. I'm strong. One trip is enough." The tired little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket's eyes suddenly lit up. She smiled and said, "Then I can like you for a while longer." 72. Although Qin Pingan looked thin and weak, when he carried the locust tree branches on his shoulders and walked easily in Mud Bottle Alley, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was stunned. If she hadn't insisted, Chin Pingon would have taken the locust tree branch on her slender shoulders as well. A little girl with a ponytail stood at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley. Her cheeks were probably frostbitten in the winter, as her cheeks were very eye-catching. When she saw the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket carrying the locust tree branch, she said sullenly, "Li Baoping, didn't you say you would leave the locust tree branch behind and go to school with me? You don't know, but Grandpa Ma is very strange today. He's wearing the same clothes as Mr. Chi and said he would take us on a study trip to Cliff Academy. If Grandpa Ma gets angry at us, it's your fault." The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket didn't listen at all. She picked up a green locust tree leaf that Chin Pingon gave her from the embroidered bag at her waist, and twirled it in front of her peers proudly. She had an expression that said, "You don't have it, but I have a lot of it." The little girl with the ponytail only felt that it was strange. She didn't know what was so good about showing off a broken leaf, but she just couldn't stand Li Baoping's look. She was asking for a beating. The problem was that the children of the same age in the school, even a troublemaker like Li Huai, couldn't beat Li Baoping. Li Huai had once been beaten by her until he lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Li Baoping didn't give up. She took off Li Huai's trousers and threw the trousers up a tree, hanging it high up there. Naked Li Huai cried all the way back. His mother wasn't someone easy to deal with. Without saying anything, she dragged Li Huai and charged towards Falu Street. In the end, before they reached the Li family, the woman saw the majestic stone lions, painted door gods, and tall courtyard walls on both sides of the street. She was so angry that she gave Li Huai another beating. She didn't even knock on the door of the Li family's house before pulling her son's ear and sneaking back to the dilapidated house on the west side of the town. However, that night, the woman slaughtered a chicken and stewed it. Li Huai stood on the stool naked, swaying back and forth, eating more happily than anyone else. He didn't even remember the embarrassing incident where Li Baoping pressed him to the ground and smacked his head. The little girl with ponytail stretched out her hands and gestured with her hands, her face full of disdain. "It's just a locust tree leaf. What's there to be proud of? My father gave me a golden abacus last night. An abacus made of gold is this big." It was a pity that the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was completely immersed in her own world. She didn't care about the golden abacus at all. She continued to wave the locust tree leaf lightly in front of her companion. She lifted her pointed chin and pointed at Chin Pingon in front of her. "He gave it to me. I have more in my bag." The little girl with ponytail sighed. From the first day she met Li Baoping, she had always been this annoying. She only said what she wanted to say, only listened to what she wanted to hear, only did what she wanted to do. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many people of the same age in Dragon Rider Alley, the little girl with ponytails wouldn't have been willing to play with her. Many times, even Mr. Chi was helpless against Li Baoping. Li Baoping would always ask strange questions, but Mr. Chi would always answer seriously. Unfortunately, he often couldn't give an answer that would convince Li Baoping. Sometimes, Mr. Chi would excitedly think of a question and plan to teach Li Baoping well the next day. In the end, Li Baoping would forget what she had asked yesterday. Once she thought of fishing for loaches, catching crickets or flying kites, she would run away, leaving Mr. Chi to the side. Chin Pingon carried the locust tree branches on his shoulders and couldn't turn his head. He could only ask in a slightly louder voice, "How many people are there in the school right now?" Li Baoping was struggling to change her shoulders to carry the locust tree branches. She had changed back and forth many times before and it was burning with pain. The girl with ponytails reached out a hand and answered, "Now there are only 5 people left. Me, Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing." She had nothing to do, so she told him the situation of the school in one breath. "Mr. Chi promised to take us on a study trip, and we were going to study at Cliff Academy in the end. At that time, there were still 14 or 15 people in the school, and our families all agreed. Later, these rich kids who mostly lived on Falu Street and Peach Leaf Alley said that they were sick and didn't come to school. Later, I heard from Li Baoping that they directly left the town, saying that they were going to seek refuge with distant relatives. When they heard that they were going to Cliff Academy, this group of people was the happiest. I don't even know why they were so happy. They had to follow Mr. Chi for such a long journey. Weren't they tired?" The little girl's voice was childish, but her words were clear. She was precocious and had a gentle temperament like a little adult. Chen Pingon couldn't help but think of Gu Kan. However, she was like a snotty hedgehog, so she was still a little different. Chen Pingon smiled and asked, "Then what's your name?" The little girl with 2 ponytails said indifferently, "Me? My name is Shi Chuanjia, so you can call me Miss Shi." Chen Pingon was speechless. Li Baoping undermined him and said, "You can call her little Shi too." Shi Chuanjia was like an angry kitten. She angrily said to Li Baoping, "You're not allowed to call her little Shi too. Li Baoping, you can't call her little Shi too either." Li Baoping, who liked to let her imagination run wild, had already shifted her thoughts from the nickname of her little friend to something else. Therefore she didn't pay attention to Shi Chuanjia's rebuttal. Shi Chuanjia, on the other hand, had a serious personality. She tirelessly tried to reason with Li Baoping just to get rid of the unlikable nickname, Little Shi too. This was because Shi Chuanjia knew that in the future, when she went to Mr. Chi's Cliff Academy, as long as Li Baoping called her Little Shi too even once, then she would probably never be able to get rid of this nickname. Listening to the two little girls behind him talking back and forth, Qin Pingan asked when they approached Falu Street, "There are many houses with the surname Li on this side of Falu Street. Where is your house?" Qin Pingan thought that as long as it wasn't the house of one of the four major surnames, it would be fine. After all, in order to lure the elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain out of the mountain, he used the locust tree on Falu Street to climb up the wall of the Li residence. Speaking of which, Qin Pingan also used a slingshot to break two of the Li residence's bird food jars. Shi Chuanjia said in a bad mood, "Her? It's the house with the locust tree outside the wall." In the past, every time her family didn't let her go out because they were afraid that she would play around, she would secretly climb up the wall and land on Falu Street along the locust tree. Once, her parents were so angry that they moved the ladder away and insisted that she enter through the gate. Unexpectedly, she directly jumped down. After that, she didn't come to school for a month. For the next 2 months, she always came with crutches. Li Baoping didn't feel that it was shameful. Instead, she said in a serious manner, "I reflected on it afterwards. That time my landing posture was wrong. I shouldn't have stuck my feet straight down. So after my legs recover, I'll try again." Shi Chuanjia said in a huff, "Isn't it just another half a month off from school?" Li Baoping curled her lips. "Won't it be fine after the third time?" Shi Chuanjia said angrily, "That's because after a year your body will grow very fast. That's why you can withstand the torment. It has nothing to do with your landing posture." Qin Pingan didn't get involved in the quarrel between the two girls. First, he was having a headache. If the Li family recognized him, they would close the door and let the dog out in anger. Second, Qin Pingan envied them in the depths of his heart. He envied their happiness and stability. They had elders at home to control them and could study in school. Although he had a headache, Qin Pingan still decided to help Li Baoping and send the locust tree branch to her door. This was probably karma. He had just told the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket that he had to keep his promise. In the end, he could only bite the bullet and walk into the Li family's mansion. Perhaps the heavens had finally woken up from their nap and felt that it was time for Qin Pingan's luck to change. The gatekeeper didn't recognize him and Li Baoping didn't ask him to help her carry the locust tree branch into the mansion. Qin Pingan was just about to turn and leave when Li Baoping handed him the locust tree branch on her shoulder, saying that it was her repayment. Qin Pingan didn't refuse the girl's kindness. He casually carried it on his shoulder and waved goodbye. The gatekeeper was already used to his young Mrs. Strange temper. He wasn't surprised that she carried a bunch of locust tree branches that were disliked for burning. He only felt a little heartache for his young Mrs. Red cotton-padded jacket. It was much more valuable than the locust tree branches. When this young lady was not even 5 years old, she could go to the stream and catch a big crab by herself. When she got home, she cried and raised her little hand high. There was a crab on her little hand that was unwilling to let go of its pincers even if it was dead. This made her parents and the old ancestor feel very distressed. Until now, that crab with a greenish-black shell and crimson-red pincers was still in her big fish tank. His young miss really didn't like to study and would chat with it whenever she had nothing to do. Looking at Qin Pingan's departing figure, Shi Chuanjia glanced at Li Baoping beside her and chuckled. "So it's him who caused you to lose a front tooth?" Li Baoping suddenly walked behind Shi Chuanjia and held her 2 ponytails with both hands, preparing to pull them up. "Trust me, it will definitely work this time." Shi Chuanjia was so scared that she quickly squatted down and closed her eyes. She waved her hands randomly above her head to prevent Li Baoping from pulling her ponytails up again. Li Baoping squatted next to her, who was shorter than her, and confidently said, "Little Shi too, it won't hurt. You haven't tried it a second time, so how do you know it won't work? Am I right?" Shi Chuanjia was so scared that she burst into tears. The gatekeeper couldn't bear it and helped the shopkeeper of the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. He said, "Just now, a student, Mr. Ma, asked Li Huai to pass on a message to the residents to prepare a carriage. Young miss, you should take your luggage and go to the school first. Then you will leave the town and travel with Miss Sher to Cliff Academy. Of course, before going to the school, young miss can go to Dragon Rider Alley and put Miss Sher's things on the carriage. Li Baoping could only let Shi Chuanjia go for now. Her face was full of disappointment. When they walked through the gate together, she didn't forget to feel sorry for Shi Chuanjia. The little girl with ponytails who had survived the disaster silently decided that she would take off her ponytails today. Li Baoping suddenly exclaimed and raised her head. Shi Chuanjia followed her gaze and wondered, it won't rain. A large black cloud floated over the town. From north to south. The straw sandals youth who had just walked out of Falu Street also raised his head to look. At that moment the youth was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How was that a black cloud? It was clearly a dense cloud of flying swords in the sky. Countless immortals were flying in the sky on their swords. The youth slowly turned his neck and his gaze followed the cloud of swords heading south. All of a sudden, a black dot went from south to north, going in the opposite direction of the flying sword immortals. That black dot grew bigger and bigger. In the end, the straw sandals youth with excellent eyesight widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost in the day. In the sky above the town, there was a person on a flying sword that slanted downwards. When he was about 1,000 feet away from the town, he stopped for a moment. The person on the flying sword looked down at the town and scanned the surroundings. Then he rushed down towards Falu Street. In the blink of an eye, he flew thousands of miles on the flying sword. With the sound of wind and thunder breaking through the air, he finally landed in front of Qin Pingan. The sword hovered half a foot above the ground. On the sword, there was a heroic girl in a dark green robe. Her feet were also hovering on the sword. The travel-worn girl grinned and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She said heroically, I felt that I should say goodbye to you, so I came. But before the youth with the locust tree branch could say anything, the girl with the sword at her waist changed the direction of the sword. It slanted upwards and disappeared in a flash. The youth subconsciously reached out his hand, but the girl and the flying sword had already disappeared. The embarrassed youth resentfully withdrew his hand and scratched his head. He walked towards Clay Bottle Alley looking up from time to time. The straw sandals youth was a little disappointed at first, but he soon cheered up. It turned out that Miss Ning was an immortal. So much so that when Qin Pingan passed by a shop in Dragon Riding Alley, he spent money for the first time and bought a stick of candied haws. He ate as he walked. As he ate, the youth didn't know why, but he felt a little empty. The youth thought carefully. Was it because he felt sorry for the copper coins? '73. Qin Pingan ate the candied haws that he had not tasted for nearly 10 years and returned to Clay Bottle Alley with a locust tree branch. When he passed by a house that was even more dilapidated than his own ancestral house, he felt guilty and wondered if he should borrow some money from Master Ruan to repair this house. Although he had lived in Clay Bottle Alley since he was a child, Qin Pingan had never seen anyone living in this house. Previously, when he was chasing and fighting with the mountain-moving ape on the roof, he deliberately tricked it to come here and caused the old ape to stomp a big hole in the roof. Qin Pingan felt that he had to take responsibility for this mess. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer from the wind and rain in the future. Perhaps the house could last for 20 or 30 years, but now it might not even last for 5 years. The house's pillars would decay very quickly. In this aspect, it was very similar to Qin Pingan's body that was forcibly guided by Kai Qinqian. They were both in a state of leaking. Therefore, Qin Pingan became more and more anxious and thought that he had to repair this ownerless house no matter what. Although it was not glamorous, it could not run away from being sturdy and strong. Qin Pingan had thought of taking out a gold fine copper coin and exchanging it for real gold, silver, or copper coins with others, such as Old Yang of the Yang family shop or Master Ruan of the blacksmith shop. However, Qin Pingan had an intuition that gold fine copper coins were really hard to come by. Every time one was used, there would be one less. As for silver and copper coins, they could be earned anywhere. It was just a matter of effort. Therefore, Qin Pingan decided to borrow some from Master Ruan first. If he could not borrow it, he would use the gold fine copper coins to solve the problem. Qin Pingan was certainly distressed. However, since some urgent problems were clearly in front of him, he could not pretend that he did not see them. He was very afraid of owing others. Qin Pingan returned to the courtyard and placed the locust tree branch that the little girl had given him against the courtyard wall. The priceless whetstone was still in the basket, but of course he would not throw it in the courtyard so openly. He had already asked Qin Pingan to move it into the house. If it was not for the fact that time was pressing, Chin Pingon would have dug a 10 feet deep hole in the courtyard and buried the inconspicuous but valuable whetstone. Just by hearing the name of the dragon beheading platform, one could feel that it was even more precious than the 3 bags of gold fine copper coins. Chin Pingon heard the sound of chickens crowing in the courtyard next door. When Song Jisin and GQ left town, they did not take care of the old hens and chicks. They were probably starving. Chin Pingon went to the house to pick up the bunch of keys and a handful of rice from his house. He walked to the courtyard next door, opened the chicken coop and squatted down to feed the chickens. After feeding the chickens, Chin Pingon opened the door to the kitchen to see if there were any leftover grains, so as to prevent them from rotting. But when he entered the kitchen, Chin Pingon's horizons were broadened. There was a large vat of rice. Just by opening the lid, Chin Pingon was full. There were pots, bowls, ladles and basins in the cupboard. There was even a row of ham and dried fish hanging on the wall. Everything was clean and tidy. Everything was neat and tidy. Chin Pingon was suddenly attracted by a pair of firewood near the stove. He approached and squatted down. Sure enough, it was the wooden figurine that he saw Shirgue using a kitchen knife to chop. She didn't know how to chop firewood at all, so even after chopping for a long time, she had little effect. If it were Chin Pingon, he would be able to chop a wooden figurine that was about the height of a person into pieces. At this moment, Chin Pingon squatted down and looked down. He found that the wooden figurine was very strange. There were many red dots engraved on its body, scattered all over its body. Some places were densely packed together, while some places only had a single cinnabar-like red dot at a distance. Chin Pingon picked up a wooden figurine's arm and looked carefully. Beside each red dot, there were actually extremely small ink characters. The red dots were originally the size of rice grains, so the strokes of those small characters were even finer and indiscernible. Fortunately, it was Chin Pingon. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only see them as red dots and black dots. Chin Pingon tried to put the broken limbs back together. Not long after, the wooden puppet returned to its original shape. Fortunately, the wooden puppet did not lack any big parts. Unfortunately, many of the places where the red dots and black words were pieced together had been cut off or scraped away by GQ's kitchen knife. It was estimated that there were only about 70 to 80% of the relatively complete ink characters left. Chin Pingon got up and opened the window to let the light in the kitchen become more transparent and bright. Only then did he continue to squat down and look carefully. He did not dare to miss any details. It took almost 2 hours. Although Chin Pingon did not know most of the ink characters, he still tried his best to remember the structure of their strokes. Chin Pingon had always had expectations for learning to read and write. When Chin Pingon was working in the kiln, there were many times when he climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at the town from afar. Other than looking for the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, the second place he wanted to know was the school. When he was young, there was a dark and thin child who often went to the school. He would squat against the wall and listen to the sound of books above his head. Although he did not understand what was said, the child would inexplicably feel at ease and calm. His heart would be very calm and the grievances he suffered throughout the day would disappear as he listened. However, for the orphans of Mud Bottle Alley at that time, studying was much more luxurious than candied haws. It was good to just look at it from afar. At this time, Chin Pingon closed his eyes and based on his memory, he constructed a complete wooden puppet in his mind. If there were parts that were vague in his memory, Chin Pingon was not in a hurry to open his eyes to check the truth. He skipped over them first. As a result, from the beginning to the end, there were about 40 to 50 uncertain ink characters on the wooden puppet. After identifying and memorizing those omissions one by one, Chin Pingon took a deep breath and wanted to do it again. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, his head swelled and he felt a little dizzy. '74. Chin Pingon returned to the blacksmith shop. After working, Chin Pingon took advantage of the meal break to find Master Ruan, who was squatting under the eaves with Miss Ruan. Chin Pingon said that he wanted to borrow 15 or 16 taels of silver. Ruan Chang didn't even ask Chin Pingon why he wanted to borrow money. He put down his chopsticks, glanced at the straw sandals youth and said, "Get lost." Chin Pingon quickly ran away. Ruan Xiu frowned and said, "Father, can't you talk nicely?" Ruan Chang snorted and said, "It's good enough that you didn't beat him up." Ruan Xiu stood up for him and said, "He worked so hard to be your apprentice, but you didn't even take a single cent of his salary." When it was dark, everyone was either sleeping or chatting in their rooms. Only Chin Pingon was still moving soil from the well. He was busy with this and that and didn't rest at all. Father, don't you know who was the most diligent during this time? Touch your conscience and ask yourself, how is it too much for him to ask you to borrow 15 or 16 taels of silver? Yuan Chang's face darkened and he didn't speak. He thought, I know too well, that's why I want to kill this little bastard who tried to poach me. If this youth had the cultivation and ability of the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, his father would have learned from Qi Jingchun and beaten him half to death. However, Yuan Chang was a little discouraged when he thought of this. Even if he didn't have the identity of a saint in this world, it was still certain that he could defeat the mountain-moving ape. However, it was obviously impossible to win with a kick like Qi Jingchun. Yuan Chang could only comfort himself. Although he was nominally a sword cultivator of the military school, his real pursuit was not to be strong or weak in battle. Instead, he wanted to become one of the best swordsmiths in the world. He wanted to forge a living sword that had the hope of nurturing its own spirituality, so that there would be another real living being in the world who could live and die, cultivate, reincarnate, and even pursue the Great Way. Yuan Chang put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked up at the sky and cursed inexplicably, Do you really think that you can be lawless after Qi Jingchun died? I've already told you my rules clearly. Now that you don't follow them, show me the ability to not follow the rules. If you don't, then go to hell. Seeing that there was no one around, Yuan Chang, who was originally squatting, rose up from the ground like a snow-white rainbow and shot into the sea of clouds in the sky. Above the sea of clouds, there were a few women in palace attire and a man in brocade robes and jade belts. They were walking together in the sky, talking and laughing. All of them were elegant and unrestrained immortals. From time to time, they would overlook the entire land of the former Liju cave heaven. It could be said that they were living up to their name. There was a loud bang. The head of a dignified woman with a golden hairpin burst open. Then, a beautiful girl beside her also had her head split open. Yuan Chang's figure hovered above the golden sea of clouds. His eyes were sharp as he looked around and sneered, What? You're testing my bottom line with these small fries? Aren't you looking down on me too much? I, Yuan Chang, may be a blacksmith and can't compare to Qi Jingchun, but what's so difficult about killing 1 or 2 blind cultivators from the 10th floor? Then from now on there's one more rule. Everyone listen up. Even if you're hiding outside the border and coveting Liju blessed land, if I, Yuan Chang, am in a bad mood, I'll still catch you above the blessed land and smash your head. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yuan Chang had just finished speaking when he flashed out of the border. The next moment he pressed down on the head of an old man with one hand and pulled him back into the border. He pressed down with his 5 fingers and the old man begged for mercy, Master Yuan. Master Yuan. Let's talk nicely. I'm from the nearby Purple Mist River. Without waiting for the old man to finish, Yuan Chang crushed the immortal master's head and threw the corpse out of the blessed land's territory. However, Yuan Chang only glanced coldly at the green rainbow that escaped from the corpse. He didn't beat the dog when it was down. The green beam of light, which was less than 3 feet long, crazily flew for nearly 1,000 miles before plunging into a great river that was wreathed in a faint purple mist. The river water was so grand and magnificent that it was far superior to the great rivers in Great Li's territory. Yuan Chang, whose 5 fingers were still stained with blood, said loudly, Within 60 years, everything will be the same. In the distant sea of clouds, a female cultivator used the clouds to hide her figure. She said angrily, Such bloody and cruel methods. How is this the work of a saint who presides over a land's fate? Yuan Chang was so angry that he laughed, Oh, you've learned to be smart. You're hiding so far away before muttering. You think I can't do anything to you? Damn it, I'm not Qi Jingchun, that stupid guy who studied too much. You're talking about morals and etiquette with a military sword cultivator like me? Is there something wrong with your head? Yuan Chang tilted his arm down and put 2 fingers together. He chanted in his mind, Heavenly Spirit Wind, Earthly Fiend Thunderpool Fire, Urgent Command. In an instant 2 auras surged rapidly in the sky and on the ground, like 2 springs that had just appeared in the world. Another gentle voice hurriedly warned, Oh no, it's Yuan Chang's natal wind and thunder swords. Lan Ting, retreat quickly. Yuan Chang's natal item is different from ordinary people. It's not nurtured in his acupuncture points. It exists in the world within 3,000 miles around him, following his Tuyin gods of the military school everywhere. Above the sea of clouds, there was a streak of colorful green firefly that was desperately trying to escape. Outside the firefly, there were translucent peach blossoms hovering around, protecting their master. After this streak of green light had almost traveled 800 miles in a single breath, a green thread descended from the sky and pierced through its head. The man who had spoken up for her had already used his unique escape technique to vanish when he saw that the situation was bad. The sky fell silent. No one dared to make a noise anymore. Ruan Ting sneered and no longer bothered with this group of evil people. His figure landed by the stream near the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, who was covered in a murderous and bloody aura, reached out his hand to wash away the bloodstains in the stream. Ruan Chang sighed and said sadly, "Qi Jingchun, if you were half as unreasonable as me, would you have left in such a sullen state?" Today her stomach hurt, tomorrow it might rain, and the day after tomorrow she might sprain her ankle. Ruan Xiu was too lazy to listen to those lame excuses, so he let Ruan Xiu go. However, Ruan Xiu did not want to show her fear in front of the young man today. She forced herself to be calm and forced a smile. "Try writing first." When Qin Pingan carved the two words on the ground with a stone, Ruan Xiu's body changed. She was in high spirits and said confidently, "These two words are too simple. I've known them since I was very young. The word Shin and the word Ting together are the name of the acupoints of the human body. Shin Ting is the so-called acupoint. The reason why we humans are the leader of all creatures and many demons who have cultivated the great Tao have no choice but to transform into humans is that the human body is the most suitable for cultivation. The 365 acupoints of various sizes are all treasures like mountains of gold and silver. The ancients have said that the acupoints are the places where the divine qi flows in and out. Our 3 souls and 6 spirits are like children who eat a bowl of rice in one family and a bowl of water in another family. Then they are constantly nourished and grow stronger. Ruan Xiu explained. Then she stretched out a finger and pressed it against her head. She smiled and said, "As for the divine court, it's right here. Stroke the hairline above your head and look up 5 centimeters. This aperture point is not very important for sword cultivators like me and my father. Well, in our words, it's not a place that the military will fight for. It's dispensable. But for those who rely on incense to survive, this aperture point is very important. But my father said that those gods and ghosts are not very promising. No matter how powerful their divine powers are and how wide their ghost path is, they are just poor creatures living under someone else's roof. They are not worth mentioning." Qin Pingan did not understand any of it and could only memorize it. He then asked about the words Juk and Taiwan respectively. Ruan Xiu also answered them one by one. Although she did not like to read, that was only because she did not like the classic books of the Confucian sages. She was very fond of military cultivation and swordsmanship. She had memorized the names of these acupuncture points since she was young. Before Qin Pingan could ask for help, the girl laughed loudly and said, "When I have time in the future, I'll tell you the names, positions, and uses of the 365 acupuncture points." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you, Miss Ruan." Ruan Xiu asked, "I've asked you to buy pastries for me so many times. Do you think it's troublesome?" Qin Pingan shook his head. It was nothing. Of course it was not troublesome. Ruan Xiu smiled happily and said, "That's it." Under the fire dragon's claw, there was a woman who was curled up. Her waist was grabbed by the claw. She had waist-length hair that protected her body. She asked curiously, "How dare a little river deity behave wildly in front of my house? My father killed 6 river deities in a row. Haven't you heard of it?" Grandma He, who had turned from a withered old woman to a young woman, begged, "Great deity, I'm just passing by. I have no intention of harming anyone. What's more, I boldly revealed my Yin spirit aura in hopes of helping Saint Ruan increase the weight of the stream. I just wanted to contribute a little. Great deity, please don't be angry. If you think that I'm ugly and annoying, I'll only dare to wander around at night." Ruan Xiu asked straightforwardly, "Do you know Qin Pingan?" Qin Pingan was an orphan in the Mud Bottle Lane. We met occasionally, but there was no grudge between us. I rarely see people from the small town by the stream. Today I saw the young man practicing martial arts. I was curious, so I took a few more glances. I didn't expect to get into such a big trouble. Great deity, please be merciful to me because I don't know the rules." Ruan Xiu waved her hand and the fire dragon turned back into a red bracelet with ancient patterns. It was worn on the girl's wrist. Ruan Xiu was still standing in the distance. Behind her was the raging stream. However, what happened next made Granny He tremble in fear. As if the stream had met its natural enemy, it automatically turned around and flowed downstream. What was more frightening was that Grandma he could sense that the girl in green didn't use any Taoist techniques at all. Yuan Xiu smiled and said, "Don't be in a daze. Tell me about the apricot lane and the mud bottle lane. Tell me everything you know." After regaining her freedom, Grandma He's appearance began to recover. However, the next moment she couldn't help but scream in horror. It turned out that her waterfall-like black hair was shrinking in length. She said heartbreakingly, "Why is my cultivation slipping away?" The girl in green ate the pastries and said vaguely, "Ah? I see. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I was born with the body of fire god, which is the natural enemy of water." Grandma He forced herself to calm down. She cried silently and begged, "Great deity, please be merciful and forgive me for this unintentional offense." Yuan Xiu thought for a while and said, "I will ask you to tell me stories in the future. Don't worry, I will hide my natal breath." Grandma He didn't dare to refuse and had to agree. Yuan Xiu walked to the shore and turned back, just this once. Grandma He said she wouldn't dare. After the girl went ashore, she shook her ponytail and walked to the blacksmith shop. Grandma He's body sank into the stream. Her face was full of ferocious resentment. However, after suffering several losses, she began to know how to suppress her anger. A string of thoughts that originated from other people's thoughts resounded heavily in her heart. "75. In the dusk, an unfamiliar customer came to the blacksmith shop. The man was about 30 years old. He was tall, had slender eyebrows and fair skin. His delicate and feminine appearance, coupled with his burly and masculine body, had a different kind of elegance. After Ruan Ting learned of this person's identity, he was not as casual as when he received Chui Minghuang from the Lakeview Academy. He just chatted with him at the door of the sword casting room. This time he asked Yuan Xiu to move 2 bamboo chairs to the corridor and take out 2 pots of good wine, one for each person. The man did not hesitate. He took the wine pot, opened the mud seal and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled and said, "Master Ruan, your action this time has shocked the court. I don't know how the court will deal with it, but as the new supervisor of kills and the first chief officer of Longquan County, I can save a lot of effort. Logically speaking, I should be the one bringing good wine to pay a visit. However, when I heard about the unforeseen event on the way here, I spurred my horse on and really came in a hurry. As for the 2 large jars of apricot wine from the shop in Riding Dragon Alley, just take it that I owe teacher Ruan first." Master Ruan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say these polite words. If you and I can reach an agreement today, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink and chat in the future. If it doesn't work out, you and I won't have to spend so much effort to win each other's hearts." The man laughed heartily. He did not look like an officer of Dali Imperial Court who held 2 positions. He wiped the corner of his mouth and put the wine pot on his knees. There was no sign of talking while drinking. Mount Jiaoliu was sealed in Dali's Chunwei period. Of course, this is the official statement of the confidential files of the court. According to the local county records, it should be Mount Longji. Halfway up the mountain, there is a natural large-scale dragon beheading platform. Before I came here, there was a meeting between the monarch and the minister. His Majesty said that this thing should be given to Fengshua Temple and Jinwu Mountain where you are. Both of you can share it. As for how you 2 military forces excavate, cut, and divide the dragon beheading platform, whether you leave it as an ancestral property or move it back to your respective sects, my Dali Imperial Court will not interfere. It's up to you. If you need Dali to help, such as driving the 2 young mountain-moving apes under Dali's command to break Mount Jiaoliu and expose the dragon beheading platform, you don't have to be polite. Master Ruan said with a smile, "Dali is very sincere." Just as the new supervisor was about to say something, Master Ruan said, "Before I came here, the Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain had already reached an agreement. Ruan Gu, the Wind Snow Temple, and Martial Mountain would each occupy one of the dragon beheading platforms. You should have heard some gossip from your emperor. I plan to establish a sect here, so I've moved my father and daughter identity away from Fengshua Temple. In the next 60 years, it'll be inconvenient for me to officially establish a sect. However, as long as Dali is pleasing to my eyes, once the 60 years are up, I'll choose a passable mountain as the starting point for my sect." The supervisor, who was also the county magistrate, didn't hide the joy on his face at all. As if he was waiting for Master Ruan to speak, he immediately said, "Master Ruan, you can rest assured. Apart from Mount Biyun, there are now 61 mountains in the territory. Master Ruan can choose any 3 of them as the foundation for your sect. If Master Ruan isn't willing to make a decision in a hurry, I can first show Master Ruan the old and new mountain maps of Pearl Paradise. After that, I'll accompany Master Ruan to personally explore and inspect the mountains. At that time, Master Ruan can make a decision. How about it? It was a great blessing for any dynasty to have a great cultivator like Master Ruan to help guard the mountains and rivers. Especially the implication of Ruan Jiao's words was that he chose to take root here. He didn't just rely on Dali with the identity of a foreign official, a consecrator or an imperial tutor. Therefore, it wasn't the kind of situation where people would gather if they got along and leave if they didn't get along. Ruan Jiao was really spreading his branches and leaves in Dali's territory. Unconsciously, he was closely related to the fate of the dynasty. Not to mention a small supervisor, even Emperor Dali would be happy if he sat here. There were many warriors in Dali, led by the vassal King Song Jiangqiang. The number of masters above the 5 states was the highest in Eastern Vase continent. However, there were very few immortals in the mountains, which was completely inconsistent with Dali's strong national strength. This had always been Emperor Dali's sore point. Ruan Jiao smiled and said, "Don't worry about occupying a mountain. To put it bluntly, other than Mount Biyun that you don't want to take out, no other mountain is worthy of my attention." The young supervisor looked a little embarrassed. In fact, before coming here, not only him, but even Emperor Dali and his master also felt that there was a possibility of Ruan Jiao establishing a mountain in Dali. However, it was definitely not big because Dali didn't have enough sincerity. Dragon beheading platform? If Ruan Jiao didn't have the ability to negotiate with Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain and get a share, Dali wouldn't dare to become enemies with Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain just to win over Ruan Jiao. The price was too high. Even the powerful Dali dynasty couldn't afford it. Ruan Tong suddenly said, "Although Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain have never proposed anything, I personally hope that your Li dynasty can take out 2 divine weapons that are sharp enough. Whether it's a sword or a saber, it doesn't matter as long as it's enough. When the time comes, I can help you hand them over to the 2 military cultivators here and use them to separate the dragon beheading platform. You can report to the imperial court first and wait for Emperor Dali's reply. There's no hurry." The young supervisor thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "I can make the decision on this matter. I promise Master Ruan first." Ruan Jiao nodded and took a sip of wine. He was quite satisfied with this person's attitude and courage. After all, he would have to deal with this man named Wu Yuan directly for a long time. If he was a stupid person, it would be very tiring. If he was a stingy and timid guy, it would be even more tiring. Wu Yuan hesitated for a moment and took a sip of wine. He seemed to be emboldening himself and said, "Master Ruan, first of all, the 30 or so dragon kills outside the town will be reopened to make porcelain. However, from now on, they will only make ordinary ceremonial vessels used by the imperial court. Secondly, after the newly built county office in the east of the town is built, the county office will post the Dali laws. They will also let the civil servants who are somewhat literate spread the laws around the town. The purpose is to let the ordinary people in the town know that they are the people of Dali." Ruan Jiao's expression was cold. He glanced at the nominal county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan. The latter explained with a smile, "This is just a superficial effort to deal with the ordinary teachers. In the next 60 years in the town, Master Ruan's rules are still the most important. The rules of the 4 surnames and 10 clans follow closely behind. Dali's laws are the lowest. If there is a conflict, this order will be the standard. Dali will not only not interfere with Master Ruan's actions within 1,000 miles of the town, they will also stand on Master Ruan's side without any suspense. Just like when Master Ruan smashed the flesh of the Purple Smoke River cultivator, that person did not repent. He even tried to use his connections in the capital to complain to His Majesty the Emperor. When my teacher heard the news, he did not say anything and sent people to kill the cultivator's nascent spirit." Ruan Jiao frowned slightly and was a bit impatient. "Tell your teacher to stop doing such superfluous things in the future. What does face matter? I'm just a crude blacksmith who is not used to bending the rules. Your Dali is really considerate. It's enough if you give me actual benefits. As for whether I'll accept them or not, that's another matter. That Purple Smoke River cultivator is trash. If I really wanted to kill him back then, would he be able to escape? Even if he had 100 legs, he wouldn't be able to escape. If I really wanted to kill him, how many people in Dali could stop me? Even if they could, would they be willing to stop me?" Wu Yuan's face paled slightly. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she said, "Master Ruan, I understand." Ruan Jiao did not want to make things too tense. After all, this was the first time they had met. He could not expect others to do as he wished. That would be forcing them. As a result, he took the initiative to ask, in a secular dynasty, building the Wenchang Pavilion and the martial Saint Temple, sealing the righteous gods of mountains and rivers, and banning the local obscene shrines are all part of the imperial court's duties. What are your plans for the town? Wu Yuan, who had just suffered a loss, replied carefully, regarding the Wenchang Pavilion and the martial Saint Temple, our Dali Kintianjian Geomaster has chosen 2 places. They are the Porcelain Mountain to the north of the town and the Immortal's Grave to the southeast. The 2 worshippers are the 2 who left the town back then. One of them happens to be a scholar and the other a martial artist. They have contributed greatly to our Dali. What do you think, Master Ruan? Ruan Jiao's tone was not relaxed. The 2 who enjoy the worship of scholars and martial artists are quite suitable. However, the location has been decided just like that? Have you asked for Master Yang's opinion? Wu Yuan was stunned. She asked cautiously, Master Ruan, may I ask who Master Yang is? Ruan Jiao was also stunned. He joked, that Master Xiu who of yours did not even tell you this? He just let you be the supervising official and the parent official? Wu Yuan, tell me honestly. Are you in the same situation as Qi Jingchun? Frustrated in the bureaucracy, abandoned as a pawn and demoted to this place? If that is the case, then I will have to go back on what we agreed on before. Wu Yuan was at a loss for words. Ruan Xiu glanced at the backs of the 2 people and said softly, the older one is an official. The one beside us just now I am not sure. I also did not feel anything strange. Maybe he is the young man's page boy. Many big families outside have such study companions. Qin Pingan nodded. Ruan Qiong walked to the side of the well with a straight face and said, Qin Pingan, come with me. Qin Pingan stood up blankly. Miss Ruan had said that her father had agreed to lend him money, but he would have to wait for about 10 days. Did he go back on his word? The girl in green felt a little guilty and followed behind Qin Pingan. Ruan Qiong sat on the bamboo chair and let Qin Pingan sit on the chair that Wu Yuan had sat on before. Ruan Xiu coughed and said with a smile, Father, these 2 chairs were made by Qin Pingan. They're not bad, right? Ruan Qiong said with a dark face, I am talking business with Qin Pingan. Xiu, don't interrupt. Qin Pingan quickly sat up straight. Master Ruan, please speak. Ruan Qiong took out a handful of silver from his sleeve. It was about 3 or 4 taels. Go to the small town's dragon riding alley and buy a pot of good peach blossom spring wine for father. Use the rest of the money to buy some pastries. Ruan Xiu was a little unwilling. Ruan Qiong pretended to put away the silver, then go to the sword casting room and watch the furnace. It will be finished in 2 hours. Ruan Xiu snatched the money and ran. After his daughter ran far away, Ruan Qiong asked directly, Qin Pingan, do you have 3 bags of gold and copper coins? Qin Pingan's expression was normal. He nodded and said, yes. Ruan Qiong seemed to like the youth's honesty. His expression improved a little. There is no other small-town citizen like you who has 3 bags of gold and copper coins on hand. Even among the 4 families and 10 clans in Fulu Street's Peach Leaf Alley, the Song family has at most 2 bags. Most of them only have 1 bag. In addition, there are 8 small families in the small town that have used their family treasures to exchange for a bag of gold and copper coins. Basically, all of the valuable old items in the small town have been sold. Now there are about 7 or 8 items left and they are in good condition. In the future there will be more and more outsiders in the small town. Of course your life will not be in danger. The reason why I am being so frank with you is because I hope that you will make good use of the 3 bags of gold and copper coins. Don't let them rot in your hands and don't casually use them. Before me, the small town would open its doors once every 60 years. About 20 to 30 people would enter the small town, and they would be free to search for opportunities. From now on there will be no such rule. It will become more and more like a normal small town in Dali. Therefore your 3 bags of gold and copper coins are particularly eye-catching. In the end it will cause you a lot of unnecessary trouble. I am a person who is afraid of trouble. When the time comes I will inevitably stand up for you. However, I, Ruan Qiong, find it embarrassing to deal with a bunch of brats every 2 to 3 days. Therefore I will give you a suggestion. Whether you want to listen or not, you can decide for yourself. Before I give you my suggestion, let me make it clear to you in advance. Now is the time when the gold and copper coins are most valuable, but not everyone can spend them. Besides the 4 major families, I am afraid that the 10 major families are no exception. Because Emperor Dali intends to open all the 61 forbidden mountains except for the cloud-splitting mountain and sell them to the major forces and sects that are on good terms with Dali. The price of these 61 mountains varies according to their size. The reason why the outside world is scrambling for them is that now that the great formation of Pearl Cave has been broken, it has been reduced to an existence similar to a blessed land. Although the spiritual energy has been sharply reduced, it is still much more than ordinary mountains. It is not inferior to the mountains guarded by the orthodox mountain gods. Moreover, Emperor Dali has promised to confer a mountain god, 3 mountain gods and a river god. With so many mountain and river gods guarding this place, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles will still be prosperous and full of spiritual energy after 60 years. Therefore the business of buying the mountains now is a sure win. Qin Pingan asked, "What if I buy the mountains today and die tomorrow? What will happen?" This question hit the nail on the head. Ruan Tong revealed a smile for the first time. First of all, as long as you work honestly in the small town and behave yourself, you will certainly not die suddenly for no reason. For example, if the mountain-moving ape comes to trouble you again, there is no need to worry about whether the town is broken or not. What Qi Jingchun needs to worry about, I don't need to worry about. What Qi Jingchun wants to abide by, I also don't need to worry about. Therefore, I can help you settle it because at this point, it is a reasonable thing to do. Secondly, the Dali imperial court sold the mountains cheaply in order to earn incense from people outside Dali. It is a loss. After agreeing to buy any mountain within 300 years, even if the buyer dies and has no heir to inherit the mountain, Dali will not take back the mountain without permission and will let it be abandoned. Lastly, I will be the first to get 3 mountains this time. The feng shui will definitely be the best. If you can get a few mountains later, we can be neighbors. If you are unable to open up the mountains to earn money, even if you only borrow the mountains from me for 500 years, you will be able to get dividends every year and enjoy the fruits of your labor. It will be the same for your descendants. This was the riches and honor of a small stream. Many aristocratic families dreamed of it. Ruan Tong did not bother to boast, so he did not expose it. Qin Pingan asked curiously, "Master Ruan, what is the approximate price of those mountains?" Ruan Tong said casually, "The smallest mountain is all alone. Dali Imperial Court named it Jinju Mountain. The bidding price is 1 gold fine copper coin, but it must be winter jasper coin." Qin Pingan was surprised. "Only 1?" Ruan Qing laughed and said, "It's not a big place. It's called a mountain, but in fact it's not even close to the word peak. It's just a small hill. 1 winter jasmine coin is not worth it. This is because Dali really can't bid half a gold essence copper coin." Qin Pingan muttered, "It is only 1 copper coin. No matter how small the mountain is, it will belong to us for 500 years. No matter how you think about it, it is worth it."